Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Stranded City Escape by Teresa Shaver, narrated by Kristen James. Part 1. City. Chapter 1. April Davis's world had compressed down to 3 points of view. As she sat on the grass beside Main Street Disneyland, her whole body was still. Only her eyes moved from the 3 points in front of her. Mrs. Moore was staring after some of the students that were making their way to the gates of the amusement park. They were leaving, alone. No parents or teachers. Just a bunch of kids all by themselves heading out to walk across the northern continent. The idea seemed to her insane and amazing at the same time. April's eyes tracked to her right, where her mother was talking to the other parent chaperone and a still sobbing Miss Scott. Her mother's hands were flapping in the air, and April had the vague image of those hands flapping so hard that her mother rose into the air and flew away. Her gaze moved away to the final point in the triangle, Mr. Carter. His body was still lying on the road with his jacket covering his face. No one had tried to move him, and as people filed out of the park, many had stepped over him like he wasn't even there. So still, so dead. April shuddered, and her eyes tracked back to Mrs. Moore, still watching her students walk away. They had almost made it to the gates. Her mother, still flapping her hands. Mr. Carter, still dead. She kept moving her eyes. Teacher, flapping hands, dead body. Until one of the points changed. Mrs. Moore was no longer looking at the gates. She was now looking at April. With a frown, the older teacher came towards her and glanced over at April's mother. Shaking her head, she lowered herself to one knee. "Are you okay, dear?" Mrs. Moore asked. April opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her eyes slid away from her teacher to Mr. Carter's body. Mrs. Moore followed her gaze and sighed. "I'm sorry you have to see him like that, April. I'll see if someone can help me move him off the road. I know that things are scary right now, but we've got to concentrate on the living and making sure we stay that way." April opened her mouth to speak, and again nothing came out, so she just nodded her head and looked over at her mother. Mrs. Moore patted her knee and stood up. "We'll be leaving soon, so stay close." April nodded again and looked down at her tightly clasped hands. In the back of her mind, she wondered if she was in shock. Ever since the planes had fallen from the sky and everything electrical had stopped working, she'd felt like she was seeing the world through a haze. Nothing seemed real, like it was all a dream or a nightmare. She turned her eyes towards Mr. Carter's body, but her view was blocked by her friend Jessica. The girl sat down beside her with a thump and shoved her black-rimmed glasses back up on her nose. Jessica's short, straight black bob was held back by a pink and green plaid headband that matched her walking shorts and polo golf shirt. She was the smartest kid in their grade, and she was scowling at April's mother. "I can't believe your mother. Why do you let her control you like that? I mean, she talks like you're a possession of hers instead of a person. My daughter doesn't get a vote. I can't believe she screeched that in front of everyone. How embarrassing. It's not like you would have voted to go with Alex and the others anyway, but she didn't have to say that. I seriously don't know how you stand her," Jessica said in a huff. It was an old argument between the two friends. Jessica had been rolling her eyes behind Mrs. Davis's back for years, and the familiar complaint seemed to bring April out of her daze. She finally found her voice. "I don't think my mom's control issues are our biggest problem right now. What are we going to do, Jess? I'm scared, and I don't know if going to the embassy is going to solve anything. I mean, Mrs. Moore is probably right about them not being able to help us. What do you think? Jessica squinted her eyes and looked around at the group of students and adults on the lawn. Yep, we're screwed. At April's horrified look, she explained. First of all, it's a consulate, not an embassy, which means it's just a bunch of offices in a building somewhere. Sure, it might have some Canadian soldiers there, but it's not like this is some third-world country with a compound or anything. I mean, come on, it's L.A., not Iraq. Those guys are just politicians, paper pushers. They won't be able to help us unless it's just to get a replacement passport or something simple. Nope, we're on our own. April stared at her friend in confusion. Why didn't you tell them that? My mom wants us to walk through the city for nothing. If you think that way, why didn't you vote to leave with the others? Jessica just shrugged. As if your mom would listen to me. Besides, do you really want to walk to Canada? I might be a brainiac, but I'm a wimp. Do you see any muscle tone in these legs? April shook her head in exasperation and stood up. This isn't a joke, Jess. We have to do something or tell someone. She frantically scanned around, looking for Mrs. Moore. Jessica was right about one thing. Her mother wouldn't listen to anything she said. It didn't seem to matter that April had just turned 17. Her mom still treated her like she was 12 and tried to control most of her life. She was used to her mom's voice drowning out her own, but this was too important to let go. So when she spotted Mrs. Moore heading down the street to a security guard, she took off after her. When April caught up, Mrs. Moore was already discussing what they should do about Mr. Carter's body with the older guard. He was in his late 60s and wore the familiar white hat with the red mouse-eared badge on it. He was explaining the situation as April tried to get her breath back from her mad dash after the teacher.
It's been almost 2 hours since we lost all power, and most of the staff and guards have left to check on their own families. I can try and find someone else to help me with the bodies. There are a few more lying around the park. I don't think anyone will be coming to get them, and I can't in good conscience just leave them lying where they fell.
He looked very old and tired to April when he removed his hat and rubbed his bald head. Mrs. Moore gave him a sympathetic nod. May I ask why you haven't left yourself? April noticed the man's name tag read Walter as he looked around the park before answering.
This is my home. I've worked here for 40 years. I have no family left in the States to go check on. I think I'll just stay here and clean things up as best as I can. I'll bury the bodies and then do my rounds, make sure everyone's gone from the park and the tunnels, and lock it down.
He looked at Mrs. Moore sadly.
That's all there is left for me. I don't know what else to do.
Mrs. Moore nodded. Well, thank you for seeing to Mr. Carter, and good luck to you. Walter just gave her a small, sad smile and wandered away. April watched the guard as he moved away and gave a start when Mrs. Moore placed her hand on her shoulder. April, did you need to speak to me? What? Oh, yes. I don't think my mother's plan is going to work. She quickly explained what Jessica had told her about the consulate and watched as Mrs. Moore's face fell in frustration. The teacher held up her hand to stop April. Forgive me, dear. You and Jessica are absolutely correct, and this is something I know. I was distracted by getting the other students on their way and didn't give our situation much thought. The Canadian Embassy is in Washington, D.C. You're right about the consulate here being nothing more than offices. There'll be no help to us at all. Let's find your mother and see if we can come up with a different plan. Just as Mrs. Moore suggested this, there was a loud screech, and Mrs. Davis started to scream April's name. They hurried over to where the rest of the class was waiting, and Mrs. Davis barreled through them and grabbed her daughter's arm roughly. There you are! Do not do that again! I turned around and you were gone! She exclaimed in a shrill voice.
You're to stay with me at all times from now on. Do you understand, young lady?" In a hushed, embarrassed voice, April responded, "Mom, let go. I was right there on the street with Mrs. Moore." Mrs. Davis shook her head and pulled April closer. "I don't care. You stay with me." Seeing April's red face, Mrs. Moore stepped in to try and defuse the situation. "Mrs. Davis, your daughter was just reminding me of a mistake we have all made." Before she could continue, Mrs. Davis looked at her daughter with condescension and said, "Really? What could she possibly know about this situation?" The nasty tone her mother used had April flushing red again and looking down at her feet. Mrs. Moore took a step towards Mrs. Davis with a glare. When the teacher continued to glare and not speak, Mrs. Davis's face reddened as well, and she stammered out, "I mean, she's just a child. What could she know that we don't?" she said in a softer tone. Mrs. Moore stared at the woman for a few more seconds before nodding. "She reminded me why going to the Canadian authorities would be a mistake." Mrs. Moore explained the problem as Mrs. Davis started to sputter. "Surely you're wrong. They would have a secure area with armed guards to protect us. I've seen such things on television and in movies," she insisted. Mrs. Moore explained, "An embassy might be gated and guarded, but those are only in capital cities. A consulate general is usually just offices where you can go for passports and visas." As April's mother shook her head. "We have no choice. We have to go there. There's nowhere else for us to go. Now I'm going to round everyone up and we're going to go to our hotel to get our luggage." And with that, Mrs. Davis dropped April's arm and stomped away. April watched as her mother's hands started flapping again as she tried to round everyone up. "It's like the only voice she can hear is her own," April said quietly. She was shocked when she realized that she just said such a thing out loud. Mrs. Moore patted her arm and nodded. "She will have to hear mine. I'll not allow her fear to get my students killed. Now, could you please get me a head count, April? With 10 of the students gone, I believe we should be at 18 total students, parents, and teachers." April nodded and started to skirt around the group while counting heads. 10 gone. She wished it were 11. Walking to Canada would be easier than staying here with her mother. Chapter 2. Once everyone was accounted for, Mrs. Moore sent 4 of the students into a few of the stores that hadn't been closed to gather water bottles and bags of snack food. The distance to the hotel hadn't seemed very far when they had taken the shuttle, but she wanted to have a few supplies on the way. She looked over the small crowd and sighed. 4 adults, all women, and 12 students, 8 females and 4 males. She had conceded to going to the hotel because they had limited choices right now. They were not going to walk these students through a huge city at this point, no matter what Mrs. Davis thought. But they had to find a more secure location. Finding safe shelter was one of the more important things they had to do, particularly since they had to do that in a city that was starting to tip toward anarchy. She would keep her eyes open and try to figure out a place where they could ride out the worst of the madness. Once the students had returned with supplies and handed them out, Mrs. Moore addressed them all. "When we leave the gates and grounds of the park, there will be a lot of chaos. I want you all to stay close together and try hard not to get separated from the group. There will be many car accidents and possibly fires on the way to the hotel. Just try to keep moving forward and don't engage anyone if possible. Some of you may want to help others, and while in a normal situation I would applaud that, now it would be a mistake. We must get to the hotel as quickly as possible. Time is running out before things will get completely out of control, and we must think of the safety of the group. Now, adults, there are only 4 of us, so it'll be a challenge, but try to stay on the outside of our group and keep the students in the middle.
Mrs. Moore made eye contact with Mrs. Davis and the other parent chaperone, Mrs. Hardsky, and nodded before looking to the last teacher, Miss Scott. The woman was a mess. Her face was red and puffy from crying, and she still had tears streaming down her face. Biting back the urge to shake her, Mrs. Moore looked at the students and singled out Jessica and a boy named Liam. "Can you two please stick close to Miss Scott? She seems to be having a hard time. Just keep her moving with the rest of us." As the two students went to stand by their young teacher, she nodded and raised her hands. "Let us proceed." The group all rose from the grass, and with Mrs. Moore leading them, they made their way to the gates they had entered only a few hours earlier. They had been somewhat protected from the horror of what was happening outside the park, but as they cleared the parking area, the full devastation was revealed. All cars, trucks, and buses had come to a stop, and many were fused together in torn metal and broken glass. There were people wandering dazed and bloody from injuries, and others lay on the pavement, too damaged to move. Others were running, and many were carrying bags stuffed with stolen items. It hadn't taken long for the looting to start. Many of the students walked with huge eyes and open mouths as their eyes tracked through the wreckage. Other students kept their heads down and tried to block out the suffering that was all around them. Mrs. Moore kept them all moving and helped them weave a path around accidents and injured people that had ended up on the sidewalks. Some of the girls wept quietly, and Miss Scott had started to loudly sob again. April was blank. Her head swiveled back and forth, but the haze had come back, and she felt nothing but the painful grip her mother had on her arm. As they moved farther from the amusement park, the air got thicker with smoke from the many fires that were burning out of control. They had only gone a few blocks when the whole group came to a stop. April stood on her tippy toes to see what was in front of them and saw the sidewalk they were traveling on completely blocked by an accident of 4 crashed cars. Mrs. Moore turned back and spoke loudly. "All right, everyone, we'll have to find a path through the street to get around this wreck. Stay close together and follow the person ahead of you." Slowly, they all stepped into the street and started to weave in between the crashed vehicles. It was slow going and a tight fit to get through in some spots. Jessica and Miss Scott had ended up in front of April and her mother, and they were squeezing between 2 cars when a bloody hand came out of one of the car's open windows and clutched at Miss Scott. Her panicked shriek made April jump and fall against the car, giving her a better view of the hysterical teacher as she slapped her hands at the bloody arm. Jessica gave Miss Scott a huge shove to push her forward and then quickly followed her past the open window. April stood still with her eyes on the now limp arm that hung out of the window. She would have to go past it as well. Her mother gave her a nudge to keep going, so she took baby steps while trying to stay as far from the arm as she could. When she came even with the open window, she couldn't help but look inside. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw the bloody face of a man slumped back in the driver's seat. All of a sudden, the horror left her, and she felt her heart break. This was a person in pain. This could be her dad. Probably was someone's uncle, someone's friend. When his eyes fluttered open and met hers, he didn't look scary. He looked tired. His hand lifted, and she found herself reaching out to him. This poor man, all alone and in pain, just needed some comfort. Just as their fingers touched, April's mother swatted his hand aside and shoved April forward. "Don't touch her! Don't you touch my baby!" she screeched. April stumbled forward and almost lost her balance. She steadied herself against the damaged car and turned back to look. Her mother was rushing at her with a scowl, and through the windshield she could see the man had closed his eyes again. "Mom, he's hurt, not dangerous." Mrs. Davis steered her away again and huffed out, It's none of our business. Just keep going. April let herself be led away, but she couldn't get the image of the man's sad eyes out of her head. The group made it back onto the sidewalk and kept going. They could all see the top of the hotel in the distance when they heard gunfire. Almost all the students dropped down, but Mrs. Moore waved them up and on. "Keep going. Whoever's shooting isn't close. It's coming from behind us and over at least a block. Just keep moving." Everyone's steps hurried after that. No one wanted to be on the street anymore, and the illusion of safety awaited them ahead at the hotel. Mrs. Davis was practically dragging April in a bid to hurry up. April saw how pale her mother was and how her head kept jerking from side to side, searching for any threats. April was normally a quiet girl, and she'd never really gone against her mother or talked back. But the situation seemed to have made her personality shift, and she found herself taunting her mother. "Gee, Mom, I sure can't wait to walk through all this again with our suitcases on the way to the consulate. We'll probably be dead, but it's great we'll have extra underwear." Mrs. Davis's head whipped back around, and the look of shock on her face was almost comical. April had to look away, half in shame and half to keep from laughing. This was so different from her usual behavior that she was a little shocked herself. Thankfully, her mom didn't yell at her. She just continued pulling her along. She heard a snicker from behind her and glanced over her shoulder to see a few of her classmates looking amused. She quickly turned back to follow her mother. They came to an intersection full of twisted and bent metal with their hotel parking lot just on the other side. As they picked their way through the mess between them and their destination, everyone started to feel less panicked. They had made it halfway through the intersection when gunfire rang out much closer, and the sound of glass shattering could be heard behind them. Some of the students screamed and ducked down, and others plowed ahead towards the hotel. Mrs. Moore was yelling and waving everyone forward while trying to keep a head count as students passed her. Her steady expression and calm, commanding voice kept April moving forward, but she could feel herself shaking all over. As they passed the teacher and entered the parking lot, she heard her count off the number 13. When April and her mother joined the rest of the group under the portico of the hotel, she turned back to the street to see who was left. Only one girl was running towards them. She was shaking, and tears were pouring down her face. Mrs. Moore grabbed her and tried to calm her down. April couldn't hear what was said, but the girl shook her head and came towards them while Mrs. Moore turned back to scan the street. 16 of their group stood in the parking lot waiting. After a few minutes, Mrs. Moore turned and joined them with a concerned look on her face. "We're missing 2 of our students. Susan, what happened?" she asked the crying girl that had come in last. She took a deep breath and tried to get herself under control before answering.
"We were in the middle of the street when we heard the gunfire, so we ducked down behind a car. Sam and Colton were arguing. Colton didn't want to go to the hotel. He said we were dead if we didn't get out of the city and said he wished he'd gone with the others. Sam was trying to get him to keep moving when we heard the glass breaking in cars back the way we came. Colton just looked at us and said, 'Screw it, see you guys, good luck.' And then he took off away from here down that street. Sam told me to get you, and he took off after Colton. They just left me out there," she ended with a wail.
Mrs. Moore just stared at the girl before finally looking at the other adults in the group. She zeroed in on Mrs. Davis. "Weren't you bringing up the rear? You were supposed to stay at the back of our group to keep them moving." Her tone wasn't accusatory, just flat. Mrs. Davis pulled April against her and raised her head high. "I had to protect my daughter. A man had attacked her." April looked at her mother in confusion, but it quickly turned to disbelief. She pulled herself away from her mom and shook her head. She couldn't believe that her mother was using that poor injured man as an excuse for not watching over the other students. She was so ashamed of her mother that she had to turn away. Mrs. Moore just nodded and addressed the others. "We'll hope that they find their way back here. Let's go inside and see what the situation is here." With a dark look in Mrs. Davis's direction, she entered the hotel. Chapter 3. Other than the random gunfire and the odd shout, the streets had been very quiet. With nothing mechanical or electrical working, the silence had been unnerving, and walking into the wall of noise in the lobby was a shock. There had to be 50 people crowding the room, and the men, women, and children were all trying to make themselves heard. The sounds of yelling and children crying overwhelmed April as she tried to look in all directions. The loudest was a group surrounding the front desk, where a single person was trying to answer questions. It didn't seem like anyone was listening to her as they continued to yell. The poor woman was frantic, and she looked like she was about to bolt. Mrs. Moore surveyed the room and shook her head. She was about to address her group when a scream rang out from the front desk, and she whipped her head around to see a very obese man lean over the counter and wrap his hands around the desk clerk's throat. He started to shake her while screaming in her face. The crowd around him moved back at the sudden violence, but no one moved to help the woman. Without a word to her group, Mrs. Moore sailed forward and picked up a vase from one of the decorative tables. She walked right up to the man and smashed it on the back of his head. The huge man's hands flew away from the clerk, and he spun around to face Mrs. Moore before his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he dropped to the floor. The lobby was suddenly quiet. All eyes were on the older teacher as she turned and glared at people around her. Her authoritative voice rang out in the silence. "That is enough! What is wrong with you people? The entire city has come to a halt, and you expect this one person to fix it? She hands out door keys and probably makes minimum wage, for goodness sakes. Use some common sense. There has been a huge disaster out there, and you need to do something to protect yourselves and your families. That means either finding a way out of the city or finding somewhere you can safely stay. I would suggest anyone without children should gather food and water and try to walk out of the city. Families with children should gather food and water and find some place you can defend. There are a lot of angry people out there, and soon there will be a fight for supplies. Stop wasting time here and get to work," she ended with a bellow. There was a beat of silence before a very overweight woman dragging an equally overweight boy pushed right up into Mrs. Moore's face. Spit flew from her mouth as she snarled at the teacher. "Who the hell are you to tell us what to do? How dare you hit my husband?" The glare of disgust that Mrs. Moore pinned the woman with had her stepping back in seconds. "Your husband was attempting to kill that young woman, and you should be deeply ashamed by his actions. I've no desire to tell you what to do. I'm stating facts on what's happening. How do you plan on feeding your child in a week when all the food is gone? How will you protect him when some people turn into savages and perhaps look to you and your family as a food source? That poor desk clerk can't help you. Only you can help you. I suggest you get your husband and child and try to find somewhere safe." When Mrs. Moore turned her back and marched away, the woman was left with her mouth gaping open in shock before bending down and trying to bring her husband around. Mrs. Moore walked around the counter and approached the desk clerk, who was gasping for breath. "Are you all right, dear? Would you like to sit down?" The clerk shook her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Thank you for helping me. I think he would have killed me. He was crazy mad that they couldn't get into their room." "Ah, so all the rooms are locked, then?" She nodded her head. "They are all electronic locks. They have a battery backup for when the power goes out, but that seems to be dead as well. The only way in is to break down the doors or the glass in the windows. I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do." Fresh tears filled the woman's eyes at the overwhelming situation. Mrs. Moore patted the woman's arm and surveyed the lobby. One of her students was hovering nearby and came closer when she noticed him. He handed a water bottle over the counter for her to give to the clerk. "Thank you, Liam. Has there been any sign of Sam and Colton?"
"No, they haven't come back. I don't think they will. Mrs. Moore, I heard what she said about the doors being locked. I saw a fireman's axe behind glass on our floor this morning. We could use it to break down the doors."
Liam's teacher smiled at him. "Very good thinking. That would help very much." She turned to the clerk. "I think it might be wise if you tried to get home now. A lot of these people will still expect you to solve their problems. Also, things are getting worse on the streets, so you should leave as soon as possible." The poor woman was trembling as she nodded her head and slipped through a staff-only door behind the desk. Mrs. Moore watched her go and briefly closed her eyes. If only they had somewhere they could go as well. She knew the time to try to leave the city had probably passed, and that taking shelter in place was probably their best, maybe their only, option. The only problem with that was where could they go? Shaking her head, she put it aside and focused back on what was next. "I think we should gather our group and head up to the 10th floor. It'll be quiet and safer there for now," she told Liam. "The emergency stairwell and the hallway will be very dark with no lights on, so grab another student and gather the glass candle holders from the lounge, please. I'll get our group together and we'll wait for you by the door to the stairs." He nodded quickly and moved away. Mrs. Moore saw that her remaining students were all huddled together, and the 3 adult chaperones were deep in conference. As she walked over to them, Mrs. Davis stopped talking abruptly and glared at her in anger. All Mrs. Moore could think was, what now? The other 2 ladies wouldn't meet her eyes and silently shuffled away. She faced Mrs. Davis and waited for the tirade to start.
"Norma, what you did to that man was unacceptable, and the way you talked to his wife and child was cruel. You have no business telling all of these people what to do like you're in some position of authority. I mean, really, it's not like you're some expert or anything. You should be focused on helping me take care of these children, not bossing strangers around."
She ended with a shriek of disapproval. Mrs. Moore closed her eyes and took a deep breath for patience. Knocking this clueless woman on her bony butt would not help the situation at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mrs. Davis's face getting even redder, and a quick glance at her group saw all of the students staring at them with wide eyes. What she had to say was not for this audience, so she took a step forward and firmly grabbed Mrs. Davis's arm and pulled her away from the group and into a nearby corner. Mrs. Davis was sputtering in outrage and trying to pull her arm away. Once they were out of earshot, she dropped the woman's arm and leaned in close. In a steady, calm, and serious voice, she explained the new reality they were in. "Let's start at the beginning. That man was going to kill that woman, and I acted to save her. His wife was hysterical, and I said what I did to try and shock her out of it, and maybe get her moving so that they might have a chance of surviving. The more people that leave this building, the safer we'll be. All the yelling and crying will do nothing but freeze people into immobility. Next, no one is in a position of authority anymore. People will have to help themselves because no one else will. And finally, I am the closest thing to an expert on this type of situation you have. I have been studying, learning, and preparing for this very thing for decades. Everything I have done since this all began has been to try and save the lives of my students. I have lost my patience when it comes to your control issues. You'll either follow my lead and make yourself useful, or you can leave. All I have seen from you today is petty, selfish, undermining behavior. That won't work. You need to accept the situation for what it is. No one is coming to rescue us, at least not anytime soon. We're trapped with millions of people who are going to be starving for food and water in the not-too-distant future. Once the criminal element realizes that there are no more rules to stop them, there'll be anarchy. Horrific acts of violence will be committed, and most of those acts will be done against women. The tears that shimmered in Mrs. Davis's eyes had the teacher softening her tone. I need your help. We're running out of time. We need to come up with a plan. Help me. Help yourself, and help your daughter make it through this, she implored. In a pleading voice, Mrs. Davis stuttered out, But the consulate. Mrs. Moore shook her head sharply. We're not going to the consulate. Use your head. There's no safety there. We only walked a few blocks today, and we lost 2 students and almost got shot. How many of us would make it all those miles to get to an empty office building? It's not an option. We need to find shelter in place. That means we need to find somewhere that we can lock down, keep secure, and defend. Preferably somewhere that's not likely to catch on fire and burn around us. We need to gather as many supplies as we can, and then keep our heads down. Put simply, we need somewhere we can hide for quite some time. Mrs. Davis's eyes were wide with fear. How long? She whispered. Mrs. Moore knew that telling the woman that it could be months was likely to send her into a panic, so she just said, We need to stay hidden until this city burns itself out, and most of the people have either left or died. Only then will it be safe for us to try and leave. Will you help me? The only response she got was a dazed nod. All right, let's get the students moving. We're going to climb up the emergency stairwell to our floor and see if we can get the room doors open. She turned away from the dazed woman and saw April staring with worry, so she waved the girl over. Will you help your mother up the stairs, please? When April nodded, she left to gather the rest of her charges. She didn't know if the sharp reality of their situation had penetrated fully into Mrs. Davis's brain, but she hoped that it would at least stop her from arguing so much. Chapter 4. Mrs. Moore herded the group over to the stairwell door and was happy to see Liam and the only other male student that was left in the group, Ben. They both had their arms filled with red frosted glass candle holders. As the group joined them, they passed out the holders and matchbooks they had found behind the empty bar. Mrs. Moore opened the door and cautiously looked up the stairs. She was glad to see that it seemed empty, and relieved to see that there were skylights letting in enough light that they wouldn't need the candles yet. She turned back to the group and instructed them. I'm happy to say that there's enough light in there that we won't need the candles. Take them with you because we might need them in the hallway. Go up to the 10th floor, but wait at the landing until I can check to make sure it's safe before we go into the hallway. Watch your step and hold the railing. We don't want any accidents, as there'll be no ambulances coming for a broken leg. Just as she finished saying this, there was a huge crash of broken glass and screams from the front lobby. She threw the door open and waved them through. Quickly now, but stay calm. As the students and chaperones rushed into the stairwell, she moved back and looked around a corner to see what was happening in the lobby. The front picture window was shattered, and there was a large broken planter on the floor in front of it. The flowers and potting soil were spread out over the carpet. She looked through the broken window and saw a group of teens and young adults wreaking havoc. They were smashing car windows and spray-painting graffiti all over the place, but none of them seemed to be coming inside the hotel. She shook her head at the senselessness of the destruction and quickly joined her students climbing the stairs. She called out reassurance, and everyone's pace slowed to a manageable level. By the 5th floor landing, Mrs. Moore was feeling the strain. She kept herself in good shape and worked hard on her small acreage at home, but climbing stair after stair wasn't something she was used to, and it put a strain on her older body. She paused to sip from a water bottle before continuing the climb. When she reached the 10th floor landing, everyone was waiting for her, and she had to pause for a minute to get her heart rate down. She scanned the faces of her charges and saw the gamut of emotions from fear to confusion. Liam had gone up another flight of stairs, and he was looking up higher. She called for him to return to the group, and then slowly opened the door to the 10th floor. It was very dim, with only the faintest light coming from under some of the room doors. As in the stairwell, even the emergency lights weren't working. At the opposite end of the hall, she could see a brighter area. There was a window down there, but the curtains were not opened all the way. Most important was that the long hallway was empty of people. Mrs. Moore had one of the girls hold open the stairwell door to let the dim light from the stairwell in, and quickly walked to the opposite end where she pulled back the curtains. Turning back, she could see much better, but the middle of the floor was still very dim. The sunlight glinted off of glass, and she turned that way to see what it was. The fire axe that Liam had mentioned earlier was secured against the wall, covered by a glass door. Once she'd removed it, she made her way back to the other end of the hall. There was a housekeeping cart abandoned in the hallway, and she pushed it out of the way so no one would run into it. After everyone had moved into the hall, Ben stayed at the stairwell door to keep a watch in case other people came up to their floor. It was decided that they would start with the room closest to the light from the stairwell, and Mrs. Moore started swinging. Many years of splitting logs for firewood on the acreage gave her the strength and conditioning to wield the axe, but it still took many hits before the lock was smashed off and they could shove the door open. With the door open and the curtains on the window drawn open, there was even more light. Mrs. Moore looked down the hall at all the doors that still needed to be opened and shook her head. This was a waste of time and energy. They could spend the next hour or more smashing doors open, but it didn't solve the problem. Yes, they would all have their belongings, but what then? They couldn't stay here. There was no way to secure the building, and there wouldn't be enough food and water to last them long. They needed a plan, and her normally sharp brain couldn't seem to come up with one. She needed help. "All right, everyone. I would like us all to go into the room and have a discussion on what our plans are. Please go in and find a seat." When the students entered the room, Mrs. Moore saw Jessica head straight into the bathroom. As she was about to shut the door, Mrs. Moore called out to her, "Jessica, wait!" The girl looked at her in confusion and pleaded,
"Sorry, Mrs. Moore, but I really need to go."
"Yes, I'm sure you do, but you can't flush the toilet." At her bewildered expression, Mrs. Moore continued, "Just come out here for a minute. Attention, everyone. I'm sure many of you need to use the bathroom, so I'll explain a problem we have. There's no water being pumped anymore, so the toilets have only one flush in their tanks. You can all use it, but we can't flush it until everyone has had a turn. Girls, please put the used paper in the garbage can. If anyone has to go number 2, hold it. Once we have a few more rooms opened up, we can use the other bathrooms for that. Just remember that you can only flush once, and then those toilets will no longer work. Go ahead, Jessica. Just don't flush it, please." The girl made a face of disgust, but went in and shut the door. There was a quick scramble by the other girls to line up for their turn. While they waited, Liam approached Mrs. Moore. "Would it be all right if I took the axe and tried to get the next room open? It'll be a few minutes before you're ready to start the meeting." She handed the axe to him with a warning to be very careful. They couldn't afford any accidents. He left the room, and soon they could hear the sounds of the next door being struck by the axe. It took about 10 minutes before everyone had used the bathroom, and when Mrs. Moore took the final turn, she flushed the waste away. There was a small trickle of water, and the bowl filled half of what was normal. She went out into the hall and called Liam back in just as his final swing of the axe pushed the door in. When they entered the first room again, she noticed that Liam was flushed and covered in sweat. It was only then that she realized how warm the hotel was getting. The temperature had been slowly rising in the building since the air conditioning had stopped that morning. She did a quick head count of the people spread out on the 2 beds and 3 chairs in the room and was relieved to come up with 14. Mrs. Moore went to the window and searched all she could see from her vantage point. She knew it was unlikely that they would ever see the 2 missing boys again. Turning away from the window, she pushed away her sadness and addressed the ones she had left. "I need your help. I need every single one of you if we're to survive what's happening out there. We won't be walking to the consulate. It's too dangerous, and there'll be no one there to help us anyway. We need to think of a place that we can stay and be safe. We need a building that we can secure and possibly defend, and we need supplies. We can't stay here as there are too many windows that can be broken, and it's too close to other buildings if there's a fire. As you can see from the window, there are already many fires burning out of control. So think of something that has open space around it, something that's walled in or even underground. You all did an assignment last month on this area as a tie-in to this trip. I want you to think about all that you learned and see what you can come up with. We'll figure this out and make a plan. We just need to use our heads. We'll also have to start stocking up on food and water, so empty out the minibars in all the rooms we get open and start filling your luggage with their contents. You'll have to leave some of your personal belongings behind, but food and water are more important than extra clothes. Take a few minutes and think it over, and then we'll discuss our ideas." Mrs. Moore waved Liam back out the door and then looked around at the other students. No one was talking, and they all seemed to be sitting in stunned shock. She hoped that they would come out of it soon and contribute some ideas. She asked April to come out in the hall as well to help Liam with the doors. April shot a quick look at her mother, but she was still in a dazed state and made no move to stop her, so she followed them out of the room. In the hallway, Mrs. Moore asked them to keep working on breaking down the doors and went to check on Ben, who was still keeping watch on the stairwell. When she went back into the hotel room, Liam paused before his next swing and looked around to make sure no one else had come out into the hall. Seeing that it was clear, he turned to April and waved her closer. "I have an idea to get these doors open quicker, but I doubt Mrs. Moore will let me try it. So I need you to cover for me while I'm gone." "Gone where? What's your idea?" she asked. "Just hold on for a minute. I need to get this door open, and then I'll show you." He waved her back and kept chopping at the door until it finally slammed open. He leaned the axe against the wall and rubbed at his shoulder. It was already aching, and he'd only opened 2 doors. Waving for April to follow him, he entered the room and went straight to the curtains and opened them. He bent down and examined the frame of the sliding glass doors that led out to a small concrete balcony. Satisfied, he flipped the lock open and stepped out. He turned at the door and told April, "Okay, close and lock the door for me. I want to try something." She gave him a weird look, but did as he said and slid the door closed and flipped the latch back to locked. Liam pulled the door away from the lock, and it only moved a fraction of an inch. He then started to jerk the door by the handle straight up. April stood on the other side of the glass with her hands on her hips. She started to shake her head and was about to open the door when the lock lever jumped off the latch and Liam slid the door open triumphantly. "How did you do that? Or maybe a better question is, where did you learn to do that?" she asked him in awe. "Last summer, my mom locked us out of the house by accident. Our next-door neighbor came over, and he had the patio door open in like 5 seconds. It was awesome. Mom totally freaked, and she had Dad installing new doors and locks the next day. Anyway, now that I know it's going to work, I'm going to jump over to the next balcony and open it that way. My arms are killing me from swinging that axe. This'll be easier." April studied him for a moment before pushing past him out onto the balcony. She peered over at the next room and then looked down over the side. Yup, much easier for you to go splat 10 stories down than have sore arms, she told him in a deadpan voice. No way. Look how close together the balconies are. It's an easy jump, he argued. Shaking her head at him, she countered, Listen, I have an idea too. All these rooms have a connecting door. Why don't we just unlock this one and bust down the next room's connecting door? They only have a deadbolt, and they aren't as thick as the main room doors. We'd be able to get through them a lot easier. Liam looked thoughtful for a minute before he said, Okay, show me. April went back into the room and unlocked the deadbolt on the connecting door and opened it to show the next room's door. She turned to show Liam what she meant and saw that he hadn't followed her back in from the balcony. Not only had he not followed her back in, but she couldn't see him out there. She ran to the sliding door and stepped out. She turned and saw his feet slither over the next room's balcony. He popped up and he was grinning like a fool. You're a freaking moron, she yelled at him. He just shrugged his shoulders and, still grinning, turned and went to work on the sliding door lock. He had it open in under a minute and turned to give her a wave, but April was already gone. When he opened the door into the hallway, April was standing there waiting for him with a scowl on her face. She pushed him back into the room and in a low voice gave it to him. That was the stupidest thing to do. Don't you get what's going on here? There are 2 guys and 12 girls in our group. If you fall, we're down to 1 guy. We're going to need your help. He was going to argue with her when her next words completely surprised him. I'll jump from now on. Keep a lookout for Mrs. Moore, or worse, my mom. He was so surprised by what she said that he didn't react when she spun around and went out on the balcony. He rushed after her and was just in time to see her clear the next balcony's wall and land on her feet. She turned to him with a smug look and said, I have longer legs. Chapter 5. They managed to open 11 more rooms this way before Mrs. Moore came looking for them. They had all the doors propped open with suitcases, and the hallway was filled with light. Finding the axe leaning against the wall by the 3rd open room, she was confused at how all the doors had been opened. She walked quickly down the hall to the last door that was open and scanned inside looking for her 2 students. She saw them out on the balcony, and it struck her as strange that they were playing rock, paper, scissors. Just as she was getting to the door, April boosted herself up onto the concrete ledge and jumped out of sight. In complete shock, Mrs. Moore ran the rest of the way and barreled out the door. She turned to her left and saw April struggling with the door on the next balcony. She just watched silently behind Liam's back as April popped the door open and turned to wave at him. The girl's face changed into surprise, and then she gave a sheepish wave to Mrs. Moore. Liam looked over his shoulder and whirled around when he saw his teacher. He started to sputter an explanation, and his face had the classic little boy with his hand caught in the cookie jar expression. Mrs. Moore raised her hand to silence him. I do believe that that's enough rooms open, Liam. Thank you for your help. Without another word on the subject, she turned and went back into the room and out into the hall. She came out of the room at the same time that April opened the next door and gave the girl a quick look up and down to make sure her student wasn't hurt. Let's not mention this to your mother. Please bring Liam and join us in the first room. We're going to share our ideas on where to go from here. April felt a grin spread over her face. If it had been her mom that found them leaping balconies, the walls would have been shaking from her screams. Mrs. Moore was so cool. She collected Liam, and they couldn't help but grin at each other. It was the first time since everything had stopped that morning that the 2 teens didn't feel scared. They followed Mrs. Moore into the first opened room and saw everyone talking quietly. April was shocked to see the state her mother was in. No loud voice, no flapping hands. She sat completely still and stared down at the floor with a glazed look. She had never seen her mother so still, and she was worried. As nice as it was to not be hovered over, this wasn't the time or place for her to lose it. She looked to the other two adults in the room. Miss Scott was ignoring all of the people around her and was playing with her cell phone. It looked like she was trying to text someone on the dead machine, but she didn't seem to notice the blank screen. The other adult was Mrs. Hardsky. At least she seemed to be in the here and now. She had her daughter close to her side, but she was taking notes on a pad of paper as ideas were thrown out by the students on where they should go. April moved into the room and sat beside her mother. She held on to the woman's cold hand and focused on what Mrs. Moore had to say. Mrs. Moore took the pad of ideas from Mrs. Hardsky, and when she had everyone's attention, she began. "All right, students, we're trying to decide where we should go to find long-term shelter. As we discussed, it must be securable, and we need to stock it with as many supplies as we can. We also need to be aware of fire safety with so much of the city burning and potentially spreading. Here are some of your ideas. First on the list is a golf course clubhouse. This is a good idea as far as fire safety goes. It'll be surrounded by manicured lawn with no other buildings near it, so fire wouldn't be much of a concern. There'd be a fence around the golf course, but it would be a simple chain-link fence, and it would cover a huge area, so it would be hard to guard the whole thing. Another issue is that most clubhouses I have seen have huge windows for the view, and again that would make it hard to secure. We'd also have to go far and haul back supplies. I don't think this would work out too well. Does everyone agree?" After everyone nodded and a few commented on it not being a viable place, she moved on to the next place on the list. Next we have a museum. Again, this is a good idea, as most museums are on a bit of land and may have a fence. We'd have to search for one and hope it isn't too far from here. A museum, like a clubhouse, might have too many large windows. Unless anyone knows of a particular one, I believe it would not be a good option due to the uncertainty and time it would take to search for the right building that would work for us. Does anyone have a museum they know is close by that would fit our group?" Once again there were negative shakes of heads, and with a nod, Mrs. Moore moved on. "The next two options are very good and very bad. We have a police station and an armed forces base. The good points of both of these is that there'd be authority figures at both, and they would be armed for protection. In the case of the armed forces base, it would be heavily secured and most likely have many supplies. The bad points of these two locations are that they will both be magnets to the desperate people looking for help. If we were to go to either one of these places, we might be caught up in either a mob or a battle. It's also possible that they have gone into lockdown and won't help anyone until things settle down, which could be many days. This would be a huge risk. I suggest we think on it for a moment while we consider the last suggestion on the list." Mrs. Moore looked over the discouraged faces in the room and took a deep breath before naming the last location. She knew that there wouldn't be a lot in favor of it, but she felt it was the best option to them. "Go underground into the sewers." The immediate reactions were negative, and many students made faces and shook their heads no. After a moment, Mrs. Moore continued. "I know that doesn't sound very pleasant, but I want you to listen to the reasons that this would be a good idea. This is a huge city, and there are miles of tunnels." At the word tunnels, Mrs. Moore stopped speaking and frowned. There was something nagging at the back of her mind, something she should remember. She shook her head and went on detailing her rationale. "We wouldn't actually be in the waste part of the sewers, or at least not for long. There are probably many miles of maintenance tunnels that run under the city. We could find a control room or storage rooms down there that we could take over. We'd be able to travel under the city to different locations and go up to search for supplies. This means we wouldn't have to walk the street and could avoid the gangs, gunfire, fire, and desperate people.
We also may be able to travel underground to the city's edge and make our way to a rural area. There are risks involved in this as well. Others may have the same idea and go underground for safety. I don't think that's such a big concern, though. It'd be better if we could find a like-minded group to join. There'd be more security and a larger group with more people to stand guard and to forage for supplies. The other problem with this idea is the lack of light. It may be possible that the pulse didn't affect all things underground, but the main power to the city has been destroyed, so most likely it'll be dark. We'd have to search for working flashlights or lanterns, as well as make some sort of torch. So, with all of that said, I believe going down into the tunnels is our best chance of survival.
Again, something whispered at the back of the teacher's mind. Mrs. Moore stood back and let the students discuss the options before them and tried to remember what it was about tunnels that was bothering her. All around her, the teens argued the different ideas, and it finally came to a head when one of the girls stood up and shrieked,
"I don't want to do this. I want to go back. I want to go back to this morning and just start the day again."
Mrs. Moore smiled sadly at her student.
"I know. I'm sorry, Cindy, but we can't go back."
The teacher's eyes narrowed and her head tilted to the side in consideration. Cindy saw her teacher staring at her and reddened in embarrassment. She quickly sat down and mumbled an apology for her outburst. Mrs. Moore's eyes focused back on Cindy.
"Wait, don't apologize. I think you're right." Everyone looked at Mrs. Moore in confusion.
She was silent as she thought through the idea. The security guard she and April had spoken to before they left the park came to mind. He'd told them that he was going to lock the park down and clear the tunnels. She remembered reading about there being staff tunnels under the park so that deliveries could be made out of sight to all the stores and restaurants in the park. They also allowed the costumed characters to travel to their designated theme areas.
A slow smile spread across her face. She beamed at her students and explained, "We're going to go back. Underneath Disneyland are tunnels, staff tunnels, and most importantly, storage rooms filled with food and water meant for the stores and restaurants in the park. Just think of how many tourists visit the park every day. I think I read it averages somewhere between 40 and 50,000. That's a lot of food and water. We could get even more supplies from the stores, like clothing and other necessities. They'll have some sort of medical facility where we can find first aid supplies and maybe cots to sleep on. I believe that there's also a special hotel room somewhere on the grounds where we can obtain more beds. This would be perfect for our survival. We can gather everything we need for a long-term stay and then lock all the doors to the tunnels. We'd be perfectly safe until the situation calms down in the city. Thank you, Cindy. You very well may have saved all of our lives."
Every eye in the room was focused on Mrs. Moore, and slowly hope crept into their expressions. She gave them a few moments to discuss the idea before calling them to attention again.
"Does everyone agree that going back to the park is the best idea?"
There were many that called out, "Yes," and a lot of head nodding. The only person who abstained was Mrs. Davis, but her eyes still had the dull look of shock. With the vote to go back agreed on, Mrs. Moore gave out further instructions.
"Now's the time for us to hurry. We have a clear plan, and we must now implement it. I want you all to go to your rooms and get your belongings. You may need to leave some of them behind in order to pack up the food and water in the minibars. Take all the supplies you can, including the toiletries. If you have room to spare, pack a pillow. There's also a housekeeping cart in the hallway, so we should empty it as well. Keep in mind that we'll be able to replace clothing, but we may not be able to find bedding in the park. Only one suitcase per person, as we'll need to travel by foot back to the park. We may need to move quickly, so make sure your suitcases have wheels to pull them along. It's now mid-afternoon, and we have a lot to do before dark, so go now and pack quickly. We'll meet back here in 15 minutes.
Everyone jumped to their feet and filed out, except for the 2 students who had been staying in the room. With a destination finalized, they were all anxious to get going. Chapter 6. April led her mother down the hallway to their room. She was still thrown by her mom's current condition. She couldn't ever remember a time that her mother hadn't been in complete control and dictating her actions every step of the way. She settled her on one of the chairs and quickly pulled out their 2 suitcases. They both had wheels, so it shouldn't be too hard to pull them along once they got out of the hotel. The hardest part would be getting them down 10 flights of stairs. She went through her clothing and started to sort out what she'd leave behind. She was ruthless as she pared it down to 2 outfits and a jacket. She was more concerned with having a pillow and blanket than many outfits. Once she was done with her suitcase, she turned to her mother. "What do you want to leave behind? I think bedding is more important than clothing, don't you?" Her mother lifted her head and met her eyes. Her expression was flat and her tone bland when she replied, "It doesn't matter. We won't be going anywhere." April stared in shock at her mother before sputtering out, "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear anything we talked about in the other room? Mrs. Moore said—" Mrs. Davis cut her off with a snarl before she could say anything further. "That woman is ridiculous and a menace. She'll have us all dead by sunset. No, we'll not be going anywhere. We'll stay here until either the authorities or your father comes to get us." April was speechless. Her mother had gone insane and lost herself in shock. That could be the only reason she was blindly ignoring the reality of the situation around them. She didn't know what to say, so she just turned away and started to clear out the minibar and dump its contents onto the bed to be packed into her suitcase. As she worked away and ignored her mother, the woman's face got redder and redder until she jolted out of her chair and clamped onto her arm. "Did you not hear me? Stop what you're doing at once!" she hissed. Wiping her mother's spit from her face, April wrenched her arm away and faced her mother. "Mom, I don't know what's wrong with you, but here are the facts. There are no more authorities. No one is coming to get us. Dad is not coming to get us. We may never see him again." Out of nowhere, her mother's hand flashed out and slapped April across the face. Tears immediately filled her eyes. Not so much from the pain, but from the years of frustration she'd felt by her mother controlling and micromanaging every moment of her life for as long as she could remember. The slap was more than just a betrayal. It pushed her from being a 17-year-old child into an adult that would no longer be controlled. When she raised her head and pushed her hair back from her eyes, they were cold and clear. Mrs. Davis was still ranting and missed the signs of change in her daughter. "We'll shut and lock the doors and stay here. The others can go wherever they want to, but we'll stay here and wait. I won't have my daughter traipsing around out on those chaos-filled streets." With her rant done, she focused on her daughter's face, and the coldness she found there made her take a step back. April's eyes were like lasers of contempt. She felt like she was standing back and seeing her mother for the first time. She knew her mother loved her, but it was not the main drive of their relationship. Control was. Her mother wanted to control her, and that need was so bad that she was willing to jeopardize April's safety just to maintain that control. She continued to stare at her mother with such cold contempt that the woman took another step back and stumbled into her chair. She weakly flapped her arms and said in a whining tone, "I just want to protect you," before breaking off eye contact. April knew that there was no point in trying to argue with her, so she took a step back and grabbed her suitcase off the bed. She glanced at the food and drinks on the bed and decided to just leave them. "Goodbye, Mother," were her final words as she headed to the door. When the door was open and she was leaving the room, Her mother said her own final words in an emotionless tone. "If you leave, you'll no longer be my daughter." The only response April gave her was to shut the door firmly behind her and move down the hallway to join the rest of her classmates. Everyone was gathered at the end of the hall, and Mrs. Moore was counting heads as they moved past her. When April walked by, the teacher looked down the hall and saw it was empty. "April, is your mother almost ready?" she called out to the girl. She stopped and turned back. It was with a blank face and with no emotion that she replied, "My mother won't be joining us. She's decided that she'll stay here and wait for rescue." She paused and looked down at the floor. "She won't change her mind, so we should just go." Without waiting for a response from her teacher, she turned and continued down the hall to the stairwell. Mrs. Moore watched the stiff back of her student walk away before turning and glancing back at the door to the room she'd shared with her mother. Shaking her head at the stupidity of people, she took a deep breath and ushered the rest of her students out into the stairwell and down to the lobby. Going down 10 flights of stairs was somewhat easier than going up, but still a challenge with everyone carrying suitcases. It'd go much smoother once they were on flat ground and they could wheel the cases behind them. When they made it to the main floor and entered the lobby of the hotel, it was plain to see that none of the guests had listened to Mrs. Moore's advice earlier. If anything, there were even more people here now. The teacher scanned the crowd and noted that no one was yelling or crying. They all had bags of some sort, and the adults were calmly speaking to each other. She counted around 20 children and at least 40 adults in the lobby. When the last student came out of the stairwell and the door slammed shut, all conversation stopped and all eyes turned her way. It almost looked normal, like the hotel guests were just waiting to be picked up by the airport shuttles or checked into their rooms. When everyone continued to stare at her, Mrs. Moore was shocked to realize that all these people were waiting for her. She looked through the crowd, but there didn't seem to be a leader amongst them. Finally, a man stepped out of the crowd and walked towards her. He had a sleeping toddler in his arms. "Ma'am, we heard what you said earlier, and we all agree with your advice. The problem is that we can't come up with a safe place to go, and we're hoping you would have an idea. We're all from out of state, and we all have small children with us. We thought you and your group would join us, and we could go somewhere together." Mrs. Moore looked at the crowd of parents all staring at her with desperation. She took a breath and straightened her spine. If she could handle years of wrangling teenagers, she could handle this group easily. There was safety in numbers, and a group this size wouldn't be an easy target once they were on the streets. Most importantly, if Disneyland could feed 40,000 people a day, then there'd be more than enough to feed this group and her students. She knew that there'd be many challenges in the days and weeks to come, and it was a relief to her that she'd have some more adults to help out. Mrs. Moore lifted her voice and addressed the hopeful crowd. "We know where to go. It's completely fenced with a gate. There's underground shelter that can be secured, and there's plenty of food and water to last us for weeks, maybe months. I believe we'll be safe there. We'd be happy to join with you all and work together to survive this tragedy together." The man rubbed the sleeping toddler's back and asked, "Where are we going?" Mrs. Moore looked around the group one more time before announcing, "We're going back. We're going to Disneyland." Chapter 7. With many more competent adults helping, getting organized and moving went swiftly. Once she'd explained all the benefits and reasons for returning to the park, they devised a plan. It was agreed that all the younger children and parents with toddlers and babies were to stay in the middle of the group. Most of the fathers and adults who didn't need to care for the little ones stayed on the outside of the group in case they ran into trouble. They moved out of the hotel's parking lot and headed back in the direction they had come from a few hours previously. The street had a low, smoky haze hovering over it from all of the out-of-control fires raging through the city. The streets they traveled on were mainly deserted. After so many hours since the pulse, most people had made their way to homes, and the looters and troublemakers had found better locations to steal goods and cause trouble. There were still bodies leaning against cars or slumped over steering wheels, but the group saw no one moving as they got closer to their destination. Mrs. Moore kept her eyes open for the 2 missing boys who'd run away on the way to the hotel, but she didn't hold much hope of them returning. She noticed April looking over her shoulder a few times back in the direction of the hotel. Every time she'd turn around, her shoulders would stoop a little lower. Mrs. Moore cursed the girl's mother for being such a fool and vowed she would see April to safety. The closer they came to the park, the more anxious Mrs. Moore was. If the security guard had locked the gates, it would mean that they would have to find a way to climb over the fence and break down doors. It was probably doable, but it would make things so much easier if the guard was there and willing to help them. She tried to remember what his name tag said, but kept coming up blank. It didn't matter if he was there or not. Disneyland would shelter this group no matter what they had to do. As they entered the parking lot of the park, April moved forward to walk beside her teacher. Mrs. Moore reached out and took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "We'll be just fine, April." With the saddest smile Mrs. Moore had ever seen, the girl replied, "I know we will, Mrs. Moore. I trust you. Do you think Walter is still here?"
"Walter?"
"Yes, that's the name of the security guard we talked to. The one that said he would take care of Mr. Carter and then lock the park down."
"Thank you. I've been trying to remember his name. I very much hope that he's still here. If we can convince him to help us, it would make things so much easier. He'd have keys to all the doors and know where we should go to best survive safely." They dropped into silence as they moved closer to the gates, both of them contemplating what might be in store for them. The huge chain wrapped around the front gates brought them to a halt, and the rest of the group formed up behind them. Seeing the chains across the entrance to the happiest place on earth was unsettling. It just reinforced how wrong the world had become. April moved closer to the gates and wrapped her hands around the bars. She stood on tiptoes and peered farther into the park.
"There he is! I can see him, Mrs. Moore!" she exclaimed excitedly.
Mrs. Moore stepped up to the gate and squinted her eyes to try and see where April was pointing. Far down Main Street was a bench, and sitting on it, looking lost and alone, was the older security guard, Walter. She called his name as loud as she could and saw him flinch. He turned his head and saw them waiting at the gate. It seemed as though there was no life left in him as he slowly pushed himself to his feet and walked down the road to them. His face showed signs of mourning, and the grief was clear for all to see in the slump of his shoulders. When he arrived at the gate, he gave a brief nod to the teacher. "It's my great misfortune to have to tell you that for only the 3rd time in history, Disneyland has closed its doors. I'm sorry." Mrs. Moore nodded and reminded him, "Yes, I know. We spoke earlier in the day. Do you remember me?" The guard stepped closer to get a better look at Mrs. Moore before nodding his head. "Yes, of course. I put your friend to rest in the gardens. I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you, Walter. That was very kind of you. Are you all alone in there?" Walter looked back at the park and absently nodded. "Yes, they all left. We have a procedure we're supposed to follow, but most just walked away. There were 2 other guards that stayed and helped me lock everything down, but they left not long ago to check on friends and family. I have nowhere to go. This is my home." Mrs. Moore could see how lost this poor man was, and she hoped that she could reach him with their plight. "I'm sorry, Walter. You told me that you've been watching over and helping the visitors of the park for 40 years. I was hoping you would be able to continue that service with us." The guard looked at Mrs. Moore in confusion and seemed to notice the group of parents and children behind her for the first time. He looked at her questioningly. "We came here from all over the world, and now we have nowhere to go. The city is on fire, and the streets are filled with chaos and violence. We were hoping you would invite us into your home, where we and our children could be safe." Walter cocked his head to the side in thought as his eyes scanned the children and parents' faces. He seemed to be talking more to himself than the group when he started to list things off.
"The emergency lights are all working in the tunnels, and I checked the generator that's down there. I don't know why, but it still works. Maybe because it's underground. There's a lot of food and water stored throughout the grounds. Probably enough to feed hundreds for a year or two if you keep the freezers working that long. There's certainly enough room in the staff areas for people to sleep.
Mrs. Moore couldn't help the smile from forming on her face as she watched the man transform before her eyes. Walter's shoulders had straightened, and a lively spark had come into his eyes as he thought through all the different areas of the plan. She let out a chuckle as he turned away from the group and looked back into the park in concentration. "Walter?"
Oh, yes, sorry,"
he mumbled as he turned back to her expectantly and looked at her through the bars of the gate. Mrs. Moore smiled at him and asked, "Can we come in?" His face changed to surprise as he reached for the keys on his belt and started to unlock the chains.
"Of course," he said as he pulled back the gate. "Welcome to Disneyland. Welcome to my home."
Hours later, after much work and hauling of supplies, and with a lot of their newly formed group already bedded down for the night, Mrs. Moore and April stood at the entrance of a staff tunnel. They looked out over the park to the horizon, and with the sunset, they could see the hazy orange glow of fire everywhere above the city. Mrs. Moore put her arm around her student, and they took comfort from each other. "Mrs. Moore, do you ever think we'll make it home?" April asked sadly. The teacher tightened her hold on the girl. "Oh, yes. We'll go home, April. It might take us months or even a year, but we'll make it. Trust me." Part 2. Escape. Chapter 8. April Davis lay on her makeshift bed staring up at the perforated ceiling tiles above her. When the lights flickered, she tensed her hand around the chain of Disney-themed novelty flashlights. After a few minutes, when the lights stayed steady, she relaxed her grip and let out the breath she'd been holding. She stayed still and waited. Waited for what she felt was coming. She just didn't know if it'd be the final failure of the generator that gave them light, or the takeover by the men who had slowly invaded their sanctuary under the amusement park. She let her mind drift back to the time when they had first escaped the chaos-filled streets and found safety here. The first few days were a blur as they all raced to pull as many supplies from the park's stores and restaurants as they could. Some of the fathers worked at welding the entrance doors to the tunnels closed with tools found in Disney's mechanical area. They left 4 exits open, and there was a guard posted at them at all times. April ran on autopilot during that time. Having been abandoned by her mother and still adjusting to the end of the world as she knew it, the best she could manage was to carry things that others thrust into her hands. It was at the end of the second day when the fog cleared for her, when the sound of breaking glass and gunfire snapped her head up from the pile of Tinkerbell sweaters she was sorting through. Looters had finally entered the park, and their time above ground came to a panicked end. Everyone rushed to the closest entrance to the tunnels that hadn't been sealed. Once they were all in, the doors were locked and guarded. 62 people had formed the group of survivors, and a good portion of that were small children. April and her friend Jessica chose a small office to make into their room and cleared it of filing cabinets and the desk before assembling makeshift beds. Jessica had a brilliant idea when they had found a storage room filled to the brim with pallets of toilet paper and cleaning supplies. They hauled and dragged back as much as they could before stringing toilet paper rolls on twine from the pallets to form cushy mattresses. Using decorative cartoon-covered throw blankets and a stapler, they made bags that they stuffed with the toilet paper roll mattresses and sealed the ends with more staples. They weren't perfect, but it beat lying on the hard concrete floor. The suitcases they had brought from the hotel served as dressers, and they added various cartoon-themed clothing to the meager amount they had from home. Once they had finished their new bedroom, they wandered the halls to see what else was happening. Mrs. Moore and Walter were whirlwinds as they floated from group to group, organizing people and supplies. Walter had provided a map of the tunnel system, and it was taped to the wall of the large staff room lounge. Walter had closed off the majority of the tunnel system, leaving them a small area to inhabit. He'd disconnected all electrical to the closed-off parts to lessen the draw on the generator. One of the biggest strokes of luck for the new community was at the time of the EMP, there had been a fuel truck delivering gas to top off the tanks. It had helped them keep the lights on for a while longer, but they would still have to ration the time they kept the generator running. Walter had worked up a timetable of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for running it. The rest of the time they would depend on the many small flashlights and candles to light their rooms. Even with such strict measures, they would run out of fuel, so any scouting and scavenging parties sent out would have to look for fuel to bring back. Mrs. Moore had people write in their room location, and on a separate piece of paper what their skills were and what they would be able to help with. She had already organized a small group of men who were willing to head back out into the city to loot garden centers for seeds and tools. Mrs. Moore predicted that it would take at least 2 weeks for the madness in the city to burn out before they could start cultivating some of the green spaces for gardens. Until then, only scouts and scavenging parties would be allowed above. It amazed April how so many people were working together to set up their new home with calm purpose. It was over the next few weeks that reality started to hit home, and each person ended up having a breakdown over all that they had lost. Gradually, things started to fall into a routine. Childcare, food prep, cleaning, and guard duties were rotated. It was on the 1-week anniversary of the EMP when Liam burst through the door of the childcare area with a panicked face. He zeroed in on April, who had been reading a story to a group of 3 to 6-year-olds, and frantically waved her out of the room. Trying to stay calm, she passed the book off to one of the other minders and slipped out into the hallway where he was pacing back and forth waiting for her. Liam reached for her hands and took a deep breath. "It's your mom. One of the scouts found her out by the main gate. I'm sorry, April. She's hurt pretty bad." April swallowed painfully past the lump that had formed in her throat. She'd resigned herself to the fact that she'd never see her mother again. Where is she?" Her voice came out in a rough rasp. Liam's face was filled with understanding and sadness. "They took her to the first aid room. Mrs. Moore is with her and one of the mothers who's a nurse." With a shaky nod, April turned and slowly walked down the hall towards the first aid station. She didn't know how to feel. Her mind flashed back to the ugly last moments she'd shared with her mom in the hotel. How does a person get past that? With the door to the first aid room only steps away, she came to a stop. Liam's hand on her shoulder made her flinch. She had been so consumed with her thoughts that she didn't even realize he'd followed her. When he gently pulled her around to face him, she stared blankly into his face. He let out a sad sigh at her expression. "I know things were hard with her, and I know it ended badly. But April, she's your mom. There are a lot of kids here that would give anything to have their mom here with them, problems and all. Just try and remember the good." April saw the tears in his eyes and realized that he was right. It was a gift to have a family member here. No matter how difficult her mom could be, she was hers, and she wouldn't be alone anymore. With a nod and hand squeeze, she turned and took the last few steps to the open doorway. What she saw made her gasp. Lying on the medical table was someone she didn't recognize. No one would. Her mom's face was an ugly purple, blue with black and yellow thrown in. It was so swollen it looked almost like a balloon. She was still wearing the same clothes as the last time April had seen her, but now they were torn to shreds and covered in grime and blood. April stood in the doorway in shock and was vaguely relieved that her mom was unconscious. Mrs. Moore glanced up from where she'd been gently washing away the crusted blood that clung to her mom's hair. When she saw April standing there, her face took on a soft look of pity. Dropping the cloth, she skirted around the table and reached out her hands in comfort. Giving her shoulders a squeeze, the teacher glanced back at the figure lying on the table. "As far as we can tell, she'll be okay. It's impossible to tell if anything is broken, but so far it seems like she took a bad beating and, other damage. We won't know for sure until she wakes up, though." Mrs. Moore looked back towards the table, and April's eyes widened when she realized what the other damage was. Her mom's skirt was bunched up high enough that she could see the bruising and blood streaks that covered her inner thighs. A choked sob broke from her tight throat, and she raced out of the room seconds before she heaved the contents of her stomach all over the floor in the hallway. A gentle hand rubbed her back as hitching sobs racked her body. Why did this have to happen? Why couldn't her mother have just come with them in the beginning? How would she be able to cope after being abused so badly? April rubbed her face roughly with her hands at the horrible thoughts in her head before standing up straight and turning around to go back into the room. No matter what happened, she'd be there for her mom and help her in any way she could. Liam was standing next to her, and he gave her hand a pat before moving away so she could pass. Mrs. Moore stood in the doorway. "April, why don't you let us get her cleaned up and changed? I'll come and get you once we get her settled in a cot, and you can wait with her until she wakes up." With tears of gratitude and relief in her eyes, she gave a small nod and let Liam lead her away. She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked and gave thanks for their growing friendship. He always seemed to be around when she hit a low point, and her thoughts were starting to drift towards him more and more often. Rustling from across the small room broke April from her memories, and she turned her head on her stolen hotel pillow to see the heap of clothes and blankets on the other bed settle back down and go still. Turning to stare back up at the ceiling tiles, she couldn't help but think it might have been better if her mother had never woken up at all. When Mrs. Moore ushered April back into the medical room hours later, it was a different version of her mother who awaited her. They cleaned her up and put her in fresh clothes, but the person inside that April had known her whole life was gone. Eyes like a wild animal and slurred mumbling were the only reactions that Laura Davis gave at the sight of her daughter. The woman huddled in a corner against the wall and rocked herself while her eyes darted around the room. April had tried to talk to her, but eventually gave up. Heartbroken, she left her alone. Days passed and turned into weeks, and even though her mother seemed to calm somewhat over time, she still wouldn't speak to anyone and would flinch at the slightest noise and skitter away to a quiet corner. Eventually, they had to move her into the room April and Jessica shared when the medical room was needed by others. It had only taken a few days before Jessica moved out and left her alone with her traumatized mother. April would lay awake at night and listen to the whimpers and cries as her mother fought the nightmares that plagued her sleep. It took days for her to realize that her overbearing and controlling mother wasn't going to return. She finally stopped trying to console her and just started to talk to her as if she could understand her. April told her mother stories and memories of their past. Her mom would mumble sometimes, but she never seemed to connect with what her daughter was saying. April had tried to keep track of the days, but living underground made it difficult, and she soon gave up and fell into the routine of eating, chores, cleaning, and trying to keep her mom cleaned and fed. One of the best days came weeks later when the scouts who patrolled the park told everyone that no looters had been seen in the area in days, and they determined it would be safe for small groups to go above and start planting seeds. April lifted her face to the sun and drank in its warmth for the first time in weeks. She felt amazing as a soft breeze whispered through her hair. When she opened her eyes and looked around, she saw others doing the same thing, and a rare smile cracked her face. The thought of fresh vegetables made her mouth water, so she scanned the group for Mrs. Moore and headed towards her. It'd take time for their seeds to grow, but she was looking forward to the soothing labor of planting them. Mrs. Moore had a map of the park in her hand that Walter had drawn circles on to show them where to work. The pretty vision of rows of growing vegetables and fruit was quickly dispelled when Mrs. Moore explained how they would be doing camouflage gardening. At the blank looks and confusion that greeted this new concept, she explained, "We don't want anyone to know we're here, and we don't want all our hard work stolen once it starts to grow. Instead of giant plots with straight rows, we'll cultivate small patches and let the grass grow between them. It won't help if someone stumbles right on top of them, but most people will naturally walk on the pavement or concrete instead of overgrown grass. With all the green space in this park, we should be able to grow just as much as a traditionally shaped garden, but it'll be well camouflaged by the long grass in between. Just be sure to mark the areas we plant on the map so we can easily find them in the future." There were looks of surprise and admiration on the gardeners' faces after her explanation, and April was once again filled with gratitude for her teacher. This woman had saved their lives, and her knowledge would continue to do so. Working the ground was back-breaking work to start, but even with aching muscles, April wished she could do it every day so that she could enjoy the fresh air and warm California sun. They set up another rotation so that everyone could have time above ground, and even the children were allowed to help. The scouts stayed sharp-eyed for anyone coming around, and only twice were they quickly ushered back underground when people came into the park. Slowly, as the days passed, the seeds began to sprout, and life underground fell into a blur of routines and rotations until a month had passed, and April was served 2 radishes and a small salad of spinach and lettuce with her lunch one day. Every cell in her body screamed with joy as she devoured the first fresh food since the EMP had hit. She couldn't wait until some of the other vegetables matured, and there'd be more on her plate. Humming with delight, she crunched down on the last bite of spicy radish and glanced around the room they used for dining. Her eyes were drawn to the huddled figure draped in layers of dirty clothing that sat in the corner rocking while stuffing food into its mouth. Her mother's face was mostly obscured by dirty, oily hair, but April could still see her darting eyes that never stopped moving around the room looking for signs of a threat. After her mother had been underground for a few days, she'd started to layer herself with clothing and refused to wash. Mrs. Moore thought it was a defensive maneuver to keep people away from her. April had tried many times to get her mother to bathe and change into clean clothing, but to no avail. The woman would struggle and screech, and it took hours for her to calm down. April eventually gave up and let her be. Sighing and shaking her head, she had to look away. A commotion by the door caught her interest. A group of people were hugging and a few people were crying. Jessica and some of the other girls from her class came by and set their plates down on the table. Jessica spared a brief glance at the group by the door before raising her eyebrows in disbelief at April.
"I think they're making a huge mistake," she declared before munching on a piece of lettuce.
Looking from her friend to the group of crying people, she asked in confusion, "What? What are they doing?" With a grunt, Jessica spat out,
"They're leaving."
April rocked back in her chair in shock. She looked to the other girls in disbelief, but they all nodded in confirmation. How could they even think of leaving? It was too soon. Mrs. Moore had told everyone that they needed to wait at least 3 or 4 months before trying to travel. She had explained that there'd be a great die-off as people ran out of food and water, and as bodies rotted everywhere, disease would be rampant. She had also explained that it would be safer to wait until a harvest had come in so people would be more willing to help strangers when they had a surplus of newly grown food. She'd told her own group of students that they'd leave to travel home in September with the hopes of finding a community that would take them in before winter came, and that it would likely be next summer before they made it home. April looked at the small children that were leaving with the group and shuddered at the dangers they were about to face. "This is horrible." Jessica shrugged.
"Yes and no. With them leaving, and probably others soon after, the water supply and food will last longer for the rest of us. But it'll also leave us with fewer people to scout and scavenge. So we may need to find more people to join us if we don't get enough rain."
April sat back with a frown and thought about water. It was the biggest concern they all had besides safety. They had taken every bottle from the park they could find and stored it with the stock already underground, but what had looked like a never-ending supply diminished at a scary rate. Most of the bottles were regular 500-milliliter size, and it took a lot of them to fill a pot for soup, plus regular drinking. They used it sparingly for quick sponge baths, and still the rooms quickly started to empty. Mrs. Moore had the first scavengers bring back as many barrels and trash cans as they could, and then had them set up all around the park underneath drain pipes to catch rain runoff. With hundreds of trash cans in the park put to use for water catchers, the use of bottled water slowed down to just drinking water, and the rain was boiled and used for bathing, cooking, and keeping the gardens watered. The first month they had been here, it was still spring, and it had rained enough to fill the cans, but the locals had warned that the next 3 months of summer would be mainly dry. The food they had was strictly rationed and would hold out for months, but the next concern was fuel. There was a huge buried tank that fed the generator that gave them power, but it was constantly topped off with what the scavengers brought back. If they lost enough people, there wouldn't be enough supplies brought in from the city to keep them going. The thought of being trapped underground in complete darkness sent a cold chill racing down April's back. A loud grunt and then screech from the corner her mom was in caused her to whip her head around. Her look of concern turned to a thoughtful frown when she saw Liam crouched down in front of the woman. He placed a small bowl with some canned fruit down on the floor between them and then slowly backed away before leaving the room.
"He likes you, you know,"
Jessica said with a soft smile. April shot her friend a look of doubt, but Molly and Kara started to giggle, causing her to turn and glare at them. Molly held up her hands in defense before speaking with a smile.
"It's true. You're the only one of us girls that he really talks to, and he's always looking at you when you're not watching. He's majorly crushing on you."
Kara gave a dramatic sigh. "I wish Ben would look at me the way Liam looks at you. There's like 2 boys our age down here, and one of them is clearly not interested in anyone but you, and the other one is too busy scouting and scavenging with the men to give any of us a second thought," she huffed, while moving her pretty blonde curls out of her eyes. This sucks.
Jessica snorted a bitter laugh. Yep, the world as we know it is gone. Millions of people are dead and dying. We're stuck thousands of miles from home and our families, but it really sucks that we don't have a bigger dating pool. Are you for real?
Jessica's comeback left the table silent and uncomfortable. April understood her friend's bitterness, but it had been nice to have a normal teenage conversation about boys and forget about the huge change in their lives for a few minutes. The next 2 months went by with no other groups leaving and more fresh produce at each meal. April was above ground weeding her small section of garden in mid-July when she first noticed how dry the soil was. When she went to the closest water can to get a bucket of water, she was surprised to find it bone dry. After checking the next closest cans and finding the same results, she rushed to Mrs. Moore. Yes, everyone has reported the same thing. It hasn't rained in weeks. We have no choice but to harvest everything we can now. The bottled water is too precious to use for the gardens, so we'll have to go back to eating strictly from the canned food, she explained to her student. That decision started a gradual change in the park's sense of community. It was only a week later that the next group of people decided to leave and try to make it to their homes in other states. More and more people started to leave, and after a month, there were only 34 people left. With only a handful of people that were willing to go out into the city to search for supplies, the gas for the generator and the bottled water started to deplete at an even faster rate. April had a sense of panic every day, and she started to prepare for the worst. She started to search through the storerooms and found boxes with cheap Disney novelty flashlights that she filled a bag with. Extra bottles of water were hidden in her room, as well as small packaged snacks, until she had 2 backpacks filled. She was nervous, but still had the hope that they would be okay. It was when the last of the scouts willing to go out brought something back from the city that changed everything. Chapter 9. The family the scouts brought in was close to death from starvation and dehydration. There were a husband and wife with a small girl and the woman's brother. April had never seen people so wasted away outside pictures of people in third-world countries. Their clothes were filthy, and the small girl's head rolled listlessly on her stem of a neck. The parents gushed their gratitude for the food and water given to them, but the brother's face stayed grim, and his eyes looked at everyone suspiciously. They were settled into one of the empty rooms and given extra water to bathe with. Everyone hoped that the 2 men would be willing to help with finding supplies once they had regained their strength. It was 2 days later that April was sent to get water for the midday meal that she saw something that worried her. Entering one of the water storage rooms, she was surprised to find Marco, the brother, already there. He was standing in front of the stacked cases of water, just staring at them. When he heard April behind him, he whirled around and raised a fist threateningly. At her gasp and flinch, he lowered his fist, but still glared at her for a second before rushing past her, knocking her to the side before leaving the room. She leaned against the wall and tried to catch her breath while trying to figure out what had just happened. She thought about how hard and dangerous it must have been living in the city, and that it would take time for Marco to adjust to being safe. But there had been something in his eyes that warned her there was something else afoot. It was hate. It was the first week of August, and after days of rest and food, the 2 new men agreed to help the community search the city for supplies. They brought back more fuel and other things that were needed, and April started to relax. But on the 3rd day, they returned with supplies and 2 other men. They claimed they had been friends before the EMP and that they would also help find supplies. But there was a tense, hard look about them, and their arrival made many people nervous. A week later, The 4 new men came back with news that there had been a shootout in the city, and the 3 original scouts with them had been killed. The death of these men, who had been with them from the start, left a gaping, raw wound for the original group. They had been family men, and the cries of their wives and children filled the tunnels. When the new men had delivered the news, April had been there, and she searched Marco's face, but only found coldness. She backed away slowly and then stayed in her room for the rest of the day. Something told her that there'd be more deaths to come. Over the next week, things got even worse. 2 more friends of the new men joined the group, and 3 more men from the original group disappeared. There was no explanation for their loss this time. The mood in the tunnels was tense and fearful, and it got even worse when the new men started guarding the food and water, saying they were helping with the rationing. April tried to talk to Mrs. Moore about what was happening, but her teacher just shushed her and whispered for her to stay quiet. Confused and scared, she went to find Jessica to see if her friend wanted to stay in her room again. She didn't want to be alone with just her mother in case something worse happened. Something worse was exactly what she found. April had raised her hand to knock on Jessica's door when it swung open. Standing in the doorway was one of the new men, and he looked her up and down with a suggestive smirk as he redid his belt buckle. He gave an evil chuckle at her expression of disbelief. "Aren't you a cute little thing?" He smirked and zeroed in on her chest. April defensively wrapped her arms in front of her body, making him chuckle. "You and I'll get together later. That's a promise," he said before brushing past her and patting her behind. With a yelp, April whirled around and backed into Jessica's room before slamming the door shut. She braced both of her hands on the door to keep it closed, but after a few minutes eased back. The sound of someone moving behind her made her whirl around, but Jessica sent her a blank look of indifference as she pulled on her pants and searched for her shirt, only to find it ripped in 2. She flung it aside and bent over to rifle through her suitcase for a new one.
Jess? Was that, are you with that guy?"
Her friend shot her a look of disgusted disbelief.
"Are you kidding me? I would never willingly be with a loser like him. No, he took what he wanted, and there wasn't anything I could do about it," she said angrily.
April's mind almost shut down in shock. They were supposed to be safe here. First people died and then just disappeared, and now they were raping the women. They had to get out of here. She watched as Jessica pulled all the bedding from her makeshift bed and balled them up before throwing them into a corner. She didn't understand her friend's reaction and blurted out, "How can you be so calm? You were just raped." Jess slumped down on the unmade bed and blew her bangs out of her eyes before staring up at the ceiling tiles. Her voice was resigned, almost emotionless.
"It was bound to happen eventually. It's an ugly new world we live in, and people are just going to take what they want now. At least he didn't beat me."
Her voice trailed off. April was stuttering with incomprehension. As far as she knew, Jessica was a virgin, or had been before today. She couldn't understand her friend's attitude. When Jessica caught sight of April's expression, she tilted her head to the side and drilled her with a condescending look.
"What? You think I should be like your mom? No offense, but reducing myself to a crazy person and rocking in a corner is so not going to make it all better. Listen, April, after your mom got here, I thought about this long and hard. I knew there was a good chance something like this would happen. Although I thought it would be on the journey home, I decided back then that it wouldn't matter, that I wouldn't let it matter. My body is not who I am, and what that pig just did had nothing to do with me. He used my body, but he didn't touch me. Do you get it? Because you need to get it if you're going to make it out of here, or you might as well go join your mom.
April was floored by Jessica's words. Could it really be that simple? She didn't think so. Jessica might be acting fine right now, but sometime in the future, everything she was suppressing would come flooding out. Maybe that's what it took to be a survivor, though. Bury it deep for now and get the job done, and break down later. She shook her head. It didn't matter right now. They were leaving, and she was just grateful that Jessica was of a sound enough mind to help.
We need to get out of here. Do you have any supplies stashed away?
At Jess's slow nod, she continued. Pack what you can, but make it easy to carry. I'm going to find Mrs. Moore and tell her we need to go today. What's the difference between being down here with lights when we're in just as much danger as out on the streets? She didn't wait for a reply from her friend before pulling the door open and slipping into the hall. She kept her head down as she followed the tunnel to the dining area. A quick scan of the few people there didn't turn up her teacher, so she made her way back into the kitchen to check if she was helping with the dinner prep. When she only saw 2 weary, grief-stricken women working there, she leaned against the counter and thought about where to go next. A slight clatter behind her on the counter made her look down. The bright gleam of a butcher knife blade winked back at her. She was about to look away when she reconsidered. Jessica might have been inured to her assault, but that didn't mean she needed to be. Glancing at the 2 workers out of the corner of her eye, she turned her back to them and quickly slid the knife into her pouch pocket of the sweatshirt she was wearing. Walking out of the kitchen with her concealed prize, April vowed that if she had to, she'd fight anyone who tried to touch her. After searching the tunnels, she was unable to find Mrs. Moore, and her biggest fear was that the new men had made her disappear like the others. Her teacher was clearly a leader in their small community, and they might have seen her as a threat. She left a message with Walt and a few others in case they saw her first, and then locked herself and her mother in their small room by shoving a pile of boxes in front of the door. It wouldn't keep anyone out for long, but it would hopefully give her enough warning to defend herself. The lights flickered again, and her hand flicked on one of the small lights in her chain. She was scared, but determined to act if she had to. If the power went out for good, she'd drag her mother to Jessica's room, and they would make their way to one of the exits and hopefully avoid trouble with any of the new men. She didn't want to leave without Mrs. Moore and the others, but she knew her teacher would want them to be safe. If one of the men tried to come into her room, she'd stab him, and hopefully that would buy them enough time to get out of the tunnels. She didn't know if she could kill one of them, but if they threatened her or her mother, she'd do what she had to do to get away. A knock at the door had her bolting upright in fright. She clutched the wooden handle of the knife in her sweaty hand. After a second knock, through her tight throat, she managed to croak out, "Who's there?" A muffled reply came through the door, and half a second later the handle turned and the door opened a few inches before knocking a few boxes over. April had managed to scramble to her knees when the door was pushed harder, causing more of her pathetic barricade to tumble across the floor. Her heart was booming in her ears, and a sheen of desperate tears covered her eyes as she held the knife in a white-knuckled grip in front of her and waited for whoever it was to come through the door. Mrs. Moore's head came around the door, and her eyes flared wide with shock and concern when she saw April's expression and the hand holding out the weapon. "April, are you... what?" She didn't finish her sentence because at the sight of her teacher, and not a strange, smirking man, the adrenaline flowing through her crashed hard. She threw the knife down on the floor and collapsed back onto the bed, where great, heaving sobs racked her frame. Mrs. Moore's strong hands gathered her up into an embrace, and soothing words brought her back. "April, dear child, please tell me what happened. Did one of the men..." April sniffed back her tears and shook her head before just saying,
"Jessica."
A soft gasp behind her made her turn. She could only nod at Liam's horrified expression before turning back to her teacher.
"She says she's okay, but I don't know how she could be. Mrs. Moore, it's only a matter of time before I'm next. We have to leave. Now!"
she gushed out, on the verge of hysteria. Yes, that's exactly what we'll do. I have spent most of the day preparing to do just that. I only wish we had left earlier to spare poor Jessica. Can you pack quickly? You must only bring the most basic things. You'll have to be able to carry your bag for long distances, Mrs. Moore cautioned. April nodded and pulled the 2 bags she'd packed for her and her mother onto the bed.
"I had these already packed, but they're heavy. Most of it is water, but I thought we'd need it."
Mrs. Moore pointed at the bags and asked, "May I?" At April's nod, she quickly went through the bags and pulled out half the water bottles. She handed half of the amount to Liam, who quickly stuffed them into his own bag before adding the rest to the bag the teacher had carried in. "This is very good, April. You must have been stocking up for a while now." April nodded.
"Since the last group left, I saw how fast we were going through the supply, and I knew we'd need water when we left, but it won't be enough, will it? With all of us leaving and the men guarding the storeroom doors, we can't get any more."
Mrs. Moore gently patted April's hand before explaining, "There will only be 14 of us, and we won't need anything from the storerooms." April shook her head in confusion.
"Why only 14? Mrs. Moore, we can't leave everyone else to those horrible men, and even if it was just us, our original group has 16.
Mrs. Moore sent a look at Liam before taking a deep breath and answering, "I've spoken with the other people who have joined us here, and Walter has decided to lead them away to a safe place we have been preparing. It was meant as a fallback for all of us, but I believe that the time has come for our group to make our way out of this city and begin our journey home." The teacher paused for a moment and seemed to gather herself. Her eyes were so sad and tired when she looked into April's. "I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Last night, Miss Scott took her own life. It looked like one of the men had harmed her. As well, Ben hasn't been seen for a few days, and we think he either left or, more likely, was killed." April looked in shock at Liam, but he was staring at his feet. She could just make out a lone tear as it made its way down his cheek. Turning back to Mrs. Moore, she whispered,
"I want to go home. I just want to go home,"
before her throat closed with her own tears. Mrs. Moore dabbed at her nose with a tissue she pulled from her sweater pocket and then squared her shoulders. "Yes, come, students. Let's go home." When Mrs. Moore stood up from the bed, she looked over at Mrs. Davis on the opposite side of the room and frowned in thought. "April, do you think you'll be able to get your mother to follow us? Quietly? We may need to sneak out of here." April looked over at her mom and took a deep breath to speak, but then paused. Something was different. Normally, her mom would be muttering gibberish and rocking slightly with the extra people invading her space. But for once, she was just sitting still and staring at her hands. April walked across to her and kneeled down in front of her. She didn't expect her mom to make eye contact, but she hoped that she'd hear her words and retain them.
"Mom, I don't know if you can understand me or if you heard what we were talking about, but I really need your help. There are some bad men here that are doing bad things to all of us, and we need to leave. We're going to gather our group and leave the park. It's time to go home, Mom. Please, if you can understand me, come with us and try to be as quiet as you can. Mom, do you understand what I said?"
Mrs. Davis's only response to her daughter's words was to start rocking back and forth. April closed her eyes in defeat and then stood up and faced Mrs. Moore and Liam. All she could do is shrug her shoulders.
I'll try and keep her quiet, but at this point there's no telling what she might do if she gets spooked. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Moore sent her a reassuring smile. It's not your fault, April. We'll just be cautious and keep an eye on her. Walter is planning a distraction soon so that both of our groups can slip away while the men are busy elsewhere. We should join the others so we're ready when it happens. Casting one last worried look at her mother, April helped her stand up and impulsively gave her mom a hug. Usually she wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, and though she didn't hug her daughter back, she didn't fight to be free either. April released her and searched her face for any sign of recognition, but once again her mother wouldn't look at her. With a sad sigh, April turned away and gathered up the 2 packs that now weighed less and helped to secure one on her mom. She turned away and scanned the room for anything else she might want to take, but found nothing. Mrs. Moore and Liam were at the door watching the hallway, and at her nod, they stepped out of the room. April moved to follow and glanced back to make sure her mom was behind her. She had to blow out an exasperated breath. Instead of following her to the door, Laura Davis was hunched over on the floor between the 2 makeshift beds. April quickly pulled her back up to a standing position.
Mom, you have to follow me, please.
With a grunt, her mom pulled her arm from her daughter's grip and shuffled towards the door and out into the hall. April stayed behind her to make sure they didn't lose her. They saw no one as they quickly made their way to Jessica's room, and April let out a breath she didn't know she was holding when they opened the door to see the others crammed into the small room, waiting for them. April scanned the faces of her group, and with a jolt realized that there'd only be 2 functioning adults with a group of 11 teenagers and 1 slightly crazy person to face the dangers of getting out of the park and then the city. Her stomach cramped painfully at the poor odds of them being successful. Mrs. Hardsky gave Mrs. Moore a nod and waved for the group of girls in the room to rise and put on the packs they were all holding. There was shuffling and bumping as they tried to get ready in the small space. Once everyone was ready and they all looked to Mrs. Moore, the teacher gave instructions. My dear students, we have survived for months in this safe haven, but the time has come for us to leave. The men that have infiltrated our home are evil and have shown that they will harm us. It's imperative that we escape from these tunnels and the park. The time has come for us to begin our journey home. I know we're all scared of what may happen today and in the weeks ahead, but I believe in you all. If we stay together and use our heads, we'll make it. The most important thing is to not panic. No matter what happens or what you see, you must keep a level head and look to me and Mrs. Hardsky to guide you. The older teacher scanned the faces of her charges before continuing. Walter, the security guard that has helped us in the past 5 months, is working right now on a distraction that will hopefully pull all of the men away from the exits. He will then lead the other survivors out on a different route than the one we'll be taking. When it begins, you must stay with the group and follow the person ahead of you. We'll be as quiet as possible as we make our way to the closest exit stairway, but we may also have to run if we're discovered. Once again, I must stress that panic is the worst danger we'll face. If you panic and run away blindly, no one will be able to help you. Now, when we leave this room, we'll be turning right and following this hallway to the second junction. When we reach it, we'll turn left and follow that hallway to the exit door. If there's still a man stationed there, we will deal with him. Nothing and no one will stop us from leaving here. April was impressed by her fellow students when she saw them straighten their shoulders and their expressions hardened at their teacher's words. They may have escaped the beginning chaos of the city at the start of this new age, but they had all found the strength to survive so far from their homes and loved ones. The cramp in her stomach eased at the determination she saw all around her. She felt both of her hands being gripped at almost the same time and was surprised to see Liam on one side of her and Jessica on the other. She squeezed their hands in support and was about to say words of encouragement when the lights went out. This time, they didn't come back on. Chapter 10. It was a testament to the students' faith in their teacher that they didn't panic. There were gasps and mumbling, but no one screamed or tried to bolt. April pulled her hands from her friends and fumbled at the chain of small flashlights hanging around her neck. She pressed the tiny buttons on each one until she was surrounded by a small halo of light. When she looked up, all eyes were on her. Mrs. Moore carefully made her way through the press of bodies to her side.
"Well, I guess this is the distraction. April, can you separate that chain into 2 sections? We need to have some light at the front of the line as well as at the back so no one gets left behind."
April nodded and quickly pulled her light necklace over her head and unhooked half of the chain. She held them out to Mrs. Moore.
"Who'll be at the front and back?"
April asked. Mrs. Moore was clipping one half of the light strand around her neck when she began to answer.
"I will."
Her words trailed off as the sound of pounding boots echoed in the hallway on the other side of the door. Everyone in the room froze and seemed to hold their breath as one until the sound receded. Mrs. Moore waved her hand at the group and then handed the second half of the chain of lights to Liam.
"Quickly now, everyone. They will be heading to the generator room. We must take our chance. I'll lead and Liam will bring up the rear. It'll be dark out there, so hold on to the person in front of you and stay together and be quiet. Remember, right out the door, past the first junction and left at the second, then straight to the stairs at the exit. Let's go."
Mrs. Moore pulled open the door and darkness greeted them. The dim glow of the flashlights around her neck barely penetrated more than a few feet. They could all hear faint shouting in the distance, but no one seemed to be near their room, so the teacher slid out into the hall with a wave for the others to follow. April's heart was pounding so loud it was all she could hear. The thought of being lost down in these tunnels with no light to see by made her want to throw up. She was jolted forward when Jessica pulled on her shirt as she stepped into the hall. She quickly patted at the darkness until she made contact with her mother's sleeve and dragged her forward. With Jessica holding onto her shirt from the front, April had a free hand that she used to trail along the wall beside her. She felt more anchored and secure, feeling the cool concrete pass against her fingertips. No one made a sound except for the soft scuff of their feet as they shambled forward. A soft gasp escaped her mouth when her fingers fell into open air. She had to remind herself that they were passing a junction, but it wasn't until she whacked the side of her hand painfully against the next corner that her heart slowed somewhat. The pain helped her focus, and the terror of being essentially blind eased somewhat. They were making progress, and with the turn coming up, they would be in the final stretch. April imagined the sun on her face and an ocean breeze tinted with salt to get her through that dark walk. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she marveled at how her mother was following along quietly. Jessica came to a stop ahead of her, and April bumped into her. The hand clutching her shirt steadied her and pulled her closer.
"Turn to your left and keep walking. Tell the ones behind you to pass it along,"
Jessica whispered in a rasping voice. April leaned to the side and tried to look back down the hall around her mother. She could just make out Liam at the end of the line of people with his necklace of lights. She told the girl behind her mom that the turn was coming up and to walk forward 2 steps and then turn left, and tell the next person in line. With it being so dark, she just had to hope the girl had understood her, so she moved ahead and let Jessica lead once again. They must have been in the center of the hallway because April couldn't feel the walls this time. She took deep breaths and kept putting one foot in front of the other. They had gone about 40 feet, and just when April's breathing picked up in the beginnings of panic, Jessica tugged on her shirt. "Look ahead," her friend said in a raspy voice. April strained to see what was ahead of them, but all she could see was the back of Mrs. Moore. She looked at Jessica and was going to ask what it was when she realized that she could make out her friend's features. It was still dark in the tunnel, but it wasn't completely black anymore.
"There's a light ahead,"
she cheered quietly before speeding her pace up to match the people in front of them. The closer they got to the exit, the brighter it became in the hallway until they could see that the exit door to the stairwell had been propped open and daylight streamed down the stairs from above. April was ready to run up those stairs to freedom and light when she remembered that the dark wasn't the only danger. She scanned the hallway in front and behind her, but there was no sign of the men that had taken over. Mrs. Moore had almost made it to the top of the stairs when the light was blocked by a silhouette of a man. His voice barked out at them. "Go back down. No one leaves." April knew it was Marco, and her temporary joy fled. All she could see was the back of her teacher, but her voice was clear as it echoed in the stairwell. "Marco, the children are scared. It's pitch dark down there. Let us wait up here until they get the generator fixed and the lights back on. Someone will get hurt down there." Marco said something to Mrs. Moore that didn't make it down to the others, but at Mrs. Moore's nod, he stepped aside and let her pass. The people ahead of April climbed the stairs and filed out of sight. When she reached the top, she lifted her face to the bright sun and marveled at the warmth that seemed to infuse her whole body before moving out of the way to let the others below out. They gathered to the side of the exit and sent nervous looks at Marco, who was scowling at them. It was the only expression April had ever seen him wearing, and for a brief moment she felt pity for someone who was filled with so much anger and bitterness. The feeling only lasted for a heartbeat before she remembered that this man's actions had harmed so many. He kept telling the group to sit down on the concrete, but at Mrs. Moore's quick headshake, they all stayed standing. When Liam exited from the stairwell and joined them, Mrs. Moore squared her shoulders and faced the menacing man. "Marco, we're leaving the park. The tunnels and everything in them are yours and your men's." Marco's black eyes stared hate at the teacher before he let out a bitter laugh. "You think it's that easy? You're just going to walk out into that hell and be on your merry way? None of you would survive for more than a day. You think you know anything? Well, you sat on your lazy asses with power and water and food all comfy and safe. The rest of us had to turn into animals just to make it through the day." He was so furious that he was spitting out the words. With an angry jerk, he pulled a gun from behind his back and waved the cold black barrel at them. "You fucking tourists! You should be dead with all the rest. But you're right about one thing. The tunnels are mine, and the supplies are too. You want to go see the sights in the city? Be my guest. You and the other old lady and the crazy hag are free to go. Take the boy with you too. But the girls stay. My men will need companionship." He said the last word on a sneer and scanned the 10 teenage girls with a disgusting leer. At the word companionship, April's hand went to the front pocket of her sweater to grasp the butcher knife. She froze in disbelief when she found her pocket empty, and her mind flashed back to when she'd thrown it down on the bed and never picked it back up. Marco was still ranting about his plans for the girls when April looked up with wide, horrified eyes and made contact with his. His eyes narrowed at her expression. "Don't worry, Chica. You're cute. They'll take good care of you." He dismissed her with a nod and swung his gun back towards Mrs. Moore.
He opened his mouth to spew more hatred when a bundled blur lunged towards him and his eyes widened with shock as he swung the gun back to meet the threat. Time slowed down for April, and she saw what happened next in a series of freeze frames. Her mother pushed her aside and flew towards Marco with a crazed expression. In her hands, pointed straight at his chest, was the butcher knife April had dropped. They collided together, and Marco's pain-filled grunt was almost masked by the muffled sound of the gun going off between their bodies. The two collapsed together in a heap on the hot concrete. For a split second, no one moved or made a sound. Time snapped back, and Mrs. Moore and Liam both dove towards the two struggling bodies on the ground. April stared in stunned disbelief as a bloom of red started to spread across her mother's back. Her view of that ugly color was blocked when Liam leaned over and pulled her mom off of Marco. When he pulled her to the side and laid her on her back, Marco was exposed. His mouth gaped open and closed as his hands flexed open and closed around the knife handle that was buried deep in his chest. April watched those hands flex 3 times before they dropped lifelessly to his sides. A searing pain sharpened reality around her as Jessica clutched her arm and dragged her towards her fallen mother. She hissed in pain and glanced down at her arm, but didn't really see the blood soaking into her sleeve. Her eyes tracked back to the woman that had been such a huge controlling force in her life before the ill-fated school trip. She fell to her knees beside her, and for the first time in months, met her mom's strong, penetrating eyes. Those eyes looked at her with love and determination. There were signs of pain, but they were sharp with clarity. Laura Davis raised a dirty, bloody hand to her daughter's face and cupped her cheek. "All my love, my life for you, my precious baby girl." The last word came on a gasp, and blood bubbled out of her mouth to trickle down her cheek. Looking into her mom's eyes, memories swirled through her head like flashes. Letting go of her hand that clutched so tight on the first day of kindergarten. Meeting her love-filled eyes in the mirror as she braided her hair. Seeing her on the sidelines as she cheered the loudest during her first soccer game. So many memories flashed, and all the anger disappeared from her heart. It didn't matter what had happened in the last few years. This was the one person who loved her the most, and she was leaving. "Mommy, don't go," she whispered. The soft smile that spread across her mom's face stayed there as her eyes lost focus and went blank. April felt like her heart had been ripped out of her chest. This was the second time she'd lost her mom, and now it was final. Too late to make amends. Too late to start over. Too late for a future of memories. Hands slid under her arms, and April was pulled away from her mom's body. She didn't fight or resist. Her whole body was numb from shock, and she let the others strip her sweatshirt off her body. She didn't even flinch when Mrs. Moore hastily cleaned and bandaged the graze on her arm that had come from the bullet that took her mother's life. She blinked, and she was on her feet, being dragged at a quick pace, but nothing around her registered until the sun and light went away and she was pushed into a chair. Liam's dim face in front of her came into focus for a second before a bright flashlight was shown directly into her eyes. She yanked her head away and batted the light to the side. His voice rang out in an echo that caused her to look around their surroundings. "Mrs. Moore, she's back!" April had a moment of panic that they were back in the dark tunnels, but the light shining through high, dirty windows said otherwise. Mrs. Moore's hands cupped her face and directed it towards her. "April, can you understand me?" April tried to nod and then asked, "Where are we?" But all that came out was a dry croak.
The teacher reached down and grabbed a water bottle and wrapped April's fingers around it. She stared at it for a few seconds before lifting it to drink. April felt like she was wading through thick syrup. She felt slow and confused. After taking a deep drink, she leaned back against the chair and felt pain flare in her arm. Glancing down at the bandage, she tried again to speak with more success.
"Where are we? Why does my arm hurt?"
she asked in a clearer voice as she looked from Mrs. Moore to Jessica and Liam, who were gathered around her chair. The three shared a look before her teacher kneeled before her and took her hands into hers. "April, do you remember what happened when we came out of the tunnel?" April sipped her water and nodded with a frown.
"My mom attacked Marco and he shot her. She died."
Mrs. Moore squeezed her hands in comfort. "Yes, she saved us. She saved you. Your mother loved you very much, April, and she will always be remembered by us as a hero." April swallowed past the ache in her chest and tried to hold back the tears that filled her eyes. After everything that had happened between them and the last few months of her deteriorating mental health, April had gotten her mom back long enough for her to give the ultimate sacrifice to her daughter. April wasn't ready to talk about her mother yet, so she looked around at the dim space they were in and asked again, "Where are we?" Mrs. Moore studied her face for a few seconds before nodding and moving on. "We had to get away from the entrance to the tunnels before any more of the men came looking for Marco. Walt and I have been stalking fallback points throughout the park for emergencies. This is one of them. Hopefully he and his group made it to theirs. This is a maintenance building on the far northeast corner of the park. We picked it because it has an exit door out of the park. We won't need to go to any of the gates to get out." The teacher reached up and adjusted the bandage wrapped around April's arm before continuing. "When Marco shot your mother, the bullet grazed your arm. It's not deep enough to need stitches, but I'm sure it'll hurt and bruise. You must keep it clean and dry to avoid any chance of infection. We have a small stock of antibiotics, but you shouldn't need them. Here are a couple of painkillers." Mrs. Moore handed her 2 over-the-counter pain pills, and April swallowed them gratefully before the older woman continued. "Do you have another sweater you can put on? I know it's warm up here, but you need to keep the bandage covered." April looked around as she nodded. "I packed an extra one in my pack, but I think I must have dropped it." Jessica stepped forward and lifted April's pack onto her lap. "I snagged it when we started to run." April gave her friend a small smile of gratitude before opening it and rummaging through it. As they helped her get her sweater on over her wounded arm, Mrs. Moore explained what they planned to do next. "One of the first things we had the scouts bring back was bicycles and carriers. We all knew we'd need them eventually when we decided to leave the city. Thankfully, they managed to find many in those first weeks, and Walter and I, with the help of Ben and Liam, stored enough for both our groups in the first 2 fallback buildings. We have also been slowly stocking supplies. It won't be enough to see us all the way home, but with rationing, it should last all of us for at least a week. My hope is once we get away from the city, we'll find communities along the way that will be willing to help us. It's now the end of August, almost 5 months since the event that trapped us here. I believe that there has been enough time for the survivors to have grown crops, and they may be more willing to help strangers. It'll be a challenge, but everyone in our group is in good health and can ride a bicycle, so we have transportation. I don't know what we'll face in the coming journey, but I believe in all of my students, and if we stay and work together, we will get home." The 3 students gave her uncertain nods before she pulled a small watch face attached to a chain from inside her sweater and checked the time.
All right, we still have around 6 hours of daylight left, and we can move many miles in that time. So, April, if you feel all right, you and the others should help the rest of the students and pick a bike to ride. Liam, Mrs. Hardsky, and I will all be pulling carriers, but the rest of you need to be sure your backpacks are filled with as much as you can carry. April frowned at her teacher. Even though the older woman seemed strong, she wasn't sure she should have the extra weight of a carrier. She decided not to argue, but reminded herself to talk to the others about taking turns pulling it. April looked around the dim building and saw her fellow students packing backpacks and the 3 carriers. The only other adult was moving from group to group, giving advice and testing pack weights. She felt a flare of panic at only 2 adults to help and guide 11 teenagers through the dangers ahead. An image of her mom barking out commands with flapping hands came to mind, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. April would give anything to have her here trying to control and micromanage every part of the journey. With a hard swallow, April ruthlessly pushed her grief to the side. Jessica's words from earlier in the day came back to her. If she wanted to survive, she'd have to push her feelings aside and focus on the future. Once they were safe, she could grieve. By the time everyone was ready and lined up at the exit door, the pain pills had taken effect, and the pain in April's arm was a dull throb. She watched Liam slip out the door and held her breath until he came back and waved the all clear. He held the door as Mrs. Moore exited first, helping her guide her bike and the bulky carrier through the doorway. The teacher would be leading the group, with Mrs. Hardsky in the middle and Liam bringing up the rear. Mrs. Moore had told them the route they would try to take and had given them all locations to try to reach if for any reason they got separated. They would be using the freeways as much as possible, and first heading northeast before swinging northwest once they cleared most of the urban sprawl. Mrs. Moore wanted them to travel north through California's Central Valley. She had explained that it was a 400-mile stretch of farmland that had been used to supply the United States with most of its fruits and vegetables. She was confident that they would find surviving communities along that stretch that would help them. None of them knew that the first part of their journey through the city was the exact same route that other students from their school had taken all those months ago. As the line of bikes moved through the door, April took a deep breath. This would be the first time she and the others would leave the safety of the park since the day it all began. She just hoped they were ready for what they would find. Chapter 11. The first thing April noticed about the streets they were traveling on was the silence. The day this all began, when the group had left the park and walked to their hotel, there had been many human-made noises from screaming and crying to gunfire. Now the only sound was their tires humming on the pavement and the occasional piece of garbage blown by the light wind. The street was filled with abandoned and crashed vehicles, but there were no people in sight. April felt a cold chill creep down her back at the emptiness all around her. When they biked past an apartment building, the blank windows felt like eyes condemning them for violating the silence. When the overhead sign announcing the freeway they would take north came into view, she breathed a sigh of relief. April knew she'd feel better on the concrete-walled road than here on the wide-open surface streets. She felt like they were being watched and was afraid that they would be attacked at every building they had to pass. Once they were on the freeway, she hoped the sound barrier walls that lined it would provide some protection. Her arm throbbed in time with her pedaling, and her bottom had gone numb, but she was grateful for the bikes and the distance they ate up with every revolution of the tires. In less than an hour, they had probably covered more miles than they ever could have walking all day, and the speed gave her a small sense of safety. The freeway was just as covered with vehicles, but there was a clear path along the side that they traveled along,
and except for a few tight spots, they made good time. She had stopped watching the others in their group and just concentrated on the bike in front of her. Her mind constantly flashed back to her mother and the memories of before the fateful school trip, as well as the past few months in the tunnels. April had no idea that a steady trail of tears flowed from her eyes. Murmurs and gasps ahead of her made her look up and slow her bike down. Looking ahead, April saw some of the girls looking off the freeway to the west. When she looked that way, a gasp of her own escaped her mouth. A huge, burned-out mall was destroyed, but what was so amazing was the clear outline of a large airplane that jutted out of the wreckage. Looking the area over, she could see that the fire had spread and a major swath of homes and businesses had been burned. Shaking her head and getting up to speed again, April tried to imagine the chaos and terror of those first few days when people and families had been forced to flee. With no emergency services and no news outlets to inform them, so many people would have stayed in their homes until the fire consumed them. With a jolt of realization, she understood that this had happened all over the country, and millions would have died. It had been so easy not to think about the huge scope of the disaster while being safe underground. The anger and bitterness in Marco's eyes started to make more sense. He'd been on the streets and watched life as they knew it die along with many people, while the Disney tunnel survivors had enjoyed electricity and safety. During those first few hours, April kept her head down and didn't look at the passing scenery until Mrs. Moore called for a break. Lost in her own dark thoughts, she'd ignored her body, and it wasn't until she tried to dismount from her bike that she realized how dry her mouth and throat were. Even worse was the first step she took that had her staggering painfully to her knees. After months of inactivity and hardly any exercise, her legs felt like wet noodles that wouldn't hold her up. She let herself fall back onto her butt and struggled to get the heavy pack off of her back. When the strap scraped along her wounded arm, she could only groan. It was just one more ache to join the many others in her body. Finally locating a bottle of water, the first drink dropped into her empty belly and made it cramp. April had burned many calories and hadn't eaten anything since early that morning. She tore the wrapper off a granola bar with her teeth and took tiny bites in between sips of water. Once her head stopped being dizzy and her belly settled, she looked around at the others in her group. Only Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Hardsky were still on their feet. All the other students were sprawled out on the hot pavement like she was. Everyone was feeling the effects of biking for the last few hours. The pain and misery on the faces around her matched her own, and with a pang of guilt, April saw how isolated she'd made herself. She had gone to school with most of these girls since grade 1, and she knew each of their names, but in the last 5 months, she'd hardly spoken to any of them except Liam and Jessica. At first, it was the shock of leaving her mom, and then when she had shown up, it was embarrassment at her condition. This group of people was her only connection to home, and she'd ignored them and not given any thought to how they were feeling just as lost and alone as she was. Mrs. Moore had said that they needed to stick together and help each other if they wanted to make it home. April finally understood that just traveling together wouldn't be enough. She'd have to make more of an effort if they were going to be a team. A distant scream shattered the silence, and almost everyone flinched. It was the first human-made sound they had heard since they had left the park. Everyone, including April, scrambled to their feet and looked around, trying to locate where it had come from. Molly and Kara yelled out and pointed to the east in confusion. The two girls were best friends, and April couldn't remember ever seeing them apart since this all started. Mrs. Moore had stopped them on the top of a rise for their break, and they had a wide-open view of the neighborhoods all around them. Everyone rushed to the side of the road and leaned against the guardrail to see what the girls had pointed to. The freeway was high enough that it didn't have a concrete sound barrier wall, only a chain-link fence. April scanned the streets below them, looking for the source of the scream. Movement caught her eye as two people dashed out of the parking lot of what looked like a major grocery store. From this distance, it was impossible to tell if they were male or female. As the two figures moved quickly down the street, April wondered what had caused them to scream with such terror.
"Oh my God, what is that?"
came from Molly, and had April looking around to see what had caused the girl's outburst. At first, she thought it was leaves blowing across the grocery store's parking lot in the direction the two people had run, but the rolling carpet of brown soon revealed itself as something living. The harshly whispered gasp from Mrs. Moore had April's eyes widening in shocked disbelief. "Rats!" April couldn't take her eyes off of the sea of moving brown that spilled out of the parking lot and erased the black of the roadway. She couldn't wrap her mind around the thousands of rodents it would have to be to cover such an area, and more were still filling the parking lot. Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Hardsky started to pull students away from the guardrail. Once they had all the shell-shocked teens back at their bikes, the teacher addressed them. "That was one of the dangers we'll have to be on guard for. With so many people dying and no intervention, the rat population would have exploded. We'll also have to watch for roaches and other insect swarms. We were very lucky at the park because they had control poison in storage that Walter and the scouts made sure to lay out often. It kept the rat population from venturing into the park and overwhelming us. I know everyone is tired and sore from the bikes, but the sooner we get out of the urban area, the less chance we'll have of running into this problem. When we find shelter for the night, we'll be careful to select somewhere that didn't house any food source, and that will help a lot. We have at least 3 more hours of good light, and at the rate we have been traveling, I believe we'll make it to the junction where we'll change freeways and start heading northwest. I would like us to get at least that far before finding shelter for the night. So if everyone has rested enough and tended to their needs, we should get going." April wasn't the only one groaning as she swung her leg over the seat of her bike. She had high hopes that after a few more hours of pedaling, her whole body would be numb, not just her behind. For the first hour after their rest, April marveled at the scenery. In some areas they biked past, there were huge swaths of burnt-out destruction. It was jolting to pass from such areas into neighborhoods that looked completely normal and untouched, except for brown, overgrown lawns. With no water flowing and no one to tend to once lush green spaces, the grass had baked in the hot California sun. April knew that the urban area around Los Angeles was huge, but the scale of it really hit home as they rode mile after mile through the urban wasteland. There were stretches of the road that passed through industrial areas with silent factories. What bothered her the most was the lack of people. With a population in the millions, she just couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. Were they all dead inside their homes, or had the entire population just walked away from the area? She couldn't understand how that many people could disappear. They came to a stretch of roadway that had been under construction when the EMP hit, and a billboard on the side of the road caught her eye. Someone had climbed up to it and painted over the ad with spray paint. There was an arrow pointing down towards a huge paving machine with the words, "World's Biggest Paperweight," in bright red paint. Without thinking, she let out a snort of laughter that crashed through the silence and had her fellow students turning to look at her in concern. With both of her hands needed to steer her bike, she nodded towards the sign ahead. No one else laughed out loud like she had, though. The small smile on her face felt weird, and she tried to remember the last time she'd laughed. They may have been safe in the tunnels before Marco came, but there hadn't been a lot of happiness. The last time she'd had fun and felt like a teenager was when she and Liam had jumped from balcony to open hotel doors. The smile left her lips. She felt old and weary. Her birthday had passed while they were in the tunnels with no one knowing and her mom too lost to remember. She was 17 now, but she didn't think she'd ever feel like a kid again. One of the riders on a bike ahead of her started to wobble, and in the few seconds April took to recognize it as Molly's, the bike swerved and crashed into an abandoned car. The girl went down in a tangle of wheels. By the time the others skidded to a stop and the fallen girl's best friend, Kara, and Mrs. Hardsky rushed towards her, she'd shoved the bike off of her and sat sobbing on the hot and dirty pavement. Mrs. Hardsky checked the crying girl over and used some water and a spare shirt from her pack to clean the scrapes on her knees and elbows. Kara talked quietly to her friend until the sobbing changed to small hiccuping cries. After a pat on the shoulder to comfort the girl, Mrs. Hardsky stood up and moved back over to the main group. She scanned all of the students' faces and, with a frown, turned to Mrs. Moore. "She's okay. Nothing broken that I can see, but I think we should find somewhere to stop for the day. She's exhausted. They all are. If we push too hard today, no one will make it far tomorrow. I know we need to get out of the city as quick as we can, but none of us are physically in the condition to push this hard. We have to work up to such a long day, or someone is going to get seriously hurt, and then we'll all be stuck until they heal." Mrs. Moore looked at the faces of her weary students and nodded. "I agree. Let's walk our bikes to the next exit and we'll look for a suitable place to spend the night." There were groans of relief from many of the students. They were all hurting from the long ride. Liam went to Molly and Kara and helped them up. He checked over Molly's bike for damage from her crash and to make sure it would make it to the rest stop. He and Walter had pulled apart a few bikes for parts, and they had strapped extra wheels to 2 of the carriers. He hoped they wouldn't have too much damage to the bikes as they went farther. Liam was good at repairing the basics, but if they ran out of spare parts, they would have to search for extra bikes. He didn't think they would have much luck finding any after so long a time had passed since the EMP. They had been really lucky the scouts had found as many bikes as they had in the beginning. The group moved at a much slower pace as they walked their bikes toward the next exit off the freeway. April was happy that they were stopping, and the numbness in her butt was slowly going away as she walked. She was nervous about where they would spend the night. After seeing this sea of rats and Mrs. Moore's warning about roaches, April's skin crawled in revulsion at the thought of being anywhere near the vermin. Once they finally made it to the exit, they found that the incline made it even more difficult to control the speed of the bikes, and April's arms burned with the strain of trying to hold the bike back. It was sweet relief to make it down to the fairly level roadway. The students stayed silent, and many heads swiveled around, looking for any threat that might be lurking in the businesses that lined the street. They had gone a couple 100 meters when Mrs. Moore pointed to a car dealership. They all followed her off the street into the parking lot where lines of once shiny new vehicles sat in dusty rows. They came to a stop in front of the showroom. Its walls were glass, but the grime and dust made it impossible to see the sales floor inside. Mrs. Moore told them to stay together and wait while she and Liam went in to make sure it was clear. April's mouth dropped open in shock when she saw that they both had handguns. She hadn't known that they had weapons, and it made her feel nervous and safe at the same time. She just hoped they knew how to use the weapons. It only took a few minutes before Liam came back and propped the double doors open. He helped everyone guide their bikes into the showroom and pointed out where they should park them for the night. April was relieved to lean her bike against a wall and she quickly dropped her heavy backpack to the floor beside it. Her shoulders ached from the weight, and all she wanted to do was find somewhere soft to sit and stretch out her sore body. She turned and scanned the huge room they would call home for the night. It was surprisingly clean, except for some dust, and all the glass was intact. There were desks arranged around the walls, and 6 vehicles sat in the middle of the room. 2 were deluxe model minivans. There was also a convertible, a small SUV, and 2 sedans, one with 4 doors and one with only 2. The front reception desk was bigger than the other desks, but what caught April's eye were the 2 leather love seats arranged in front of it. It had been so long since she'd sat on a couch that her feet unconsciously headed in that direction. Mrs. Moore entered the showroom from a door that led to deeper in the building, and she waved the students towards her. With a sigh of disappointment, April changed directions and joined the others to hear what her teacher had to say. "This will be a very good building for us to stay in tonight. Other than a vending machine, which has been cleared out, there's no food here. This means that there shouldn't be any rats or other vermin in the building. We'd also be safe from any other survivors who are scavenging for supplies. The building looks almost untouched, and with nothing but useless vehicles in it, no one should come in here. I've checked the washrooms, and the good news is that it looks like they haven't been used since the blackout. Most of the water has evaporated from the bowls, but each tank still has some water in it. We'll scoop out the tank water into a bucket and only use one toilet in the men's room and the women's room, and use that water to flush the toilet after everyone has done their business. There should be enough for at least 2 flushes, one tonight and one in the morning, and we have hand sanitizer to clean our hands with. Now, we'll be sleeping in the vehicles for the night. I know they won't make the most comfortable beds, but it'll be better than sleeping on the hard floor. They are also clean inside, and it'll be one more level of safety against the elements. We'll also be posting a watch. Mrs. Hardsky, Liam, and I will take turns staying up. I would like one more person to help take a turn. We'll have to rotate a watch every night, but for now, just settle in and relax for a while, and we'll get a meal prepared." Once their teacher was finished talking, everyone scattered, and April turned back to the couches. She took a few steps towards them, but shook her head. She knew if she sat down now, she probably wouldn't get up again. So she turned and followed her teacher to one of the bike trailers where they were pulling out cooking materials and food. It wasn't fair that they had to do all the work just because they were adults. All the students would have to step up and help out. April knelt down beside Mrs. Hardsky and looked at the large empty coffee cans the woman was pulling out of the trailer. The labels had all been stripped off, and she wondered what they would use them for. "Mrs. Hardsky, what can I help with?" The lady turned with a look of surprise in her kind blue eyes and brushed a soft brown curl off of April's face. "April, sweetie, you don't have to help with any of this. Why don't you go and find a soft seat to sit on until our dinner is ready?" The kindness and pity in the woman's eyes caused a lump to form in April's throat, and she looked down and spun an empty can, taking a moment to compose herself before answering. "Honestly, I think it might be better if I stayed busy for now," she said in a soft voice. Mrs. Hardsky reached out and took one of April's hands in her own. "I'm so sorry about your mom. I don't know if you know this, but before we came on this trip, she was always bragging about you to whoever would listen. I know things were difficult between you two at the end, but she loved you so much, and what she did with Marco was about loving and protecting you. She died doing the most important job a mother can do." April swallowed hard and fought to keep the tears that filled her eyes from escaping. "Thank you, Mrs. Hardsky. That means a lot to me." The woman pulled April in for a brief hug before pushing her back and looking into her eyes. "Okay, no more Mrs. Hardsky. That's a mouthful, and after all we've been through and the journey ahead, I think you should call me Jan." April sniffed back her tears and gave Jan a small smile before holding up the empty can and raising an eyebrow in question. "Oh, that's one of our cook stoves. None of the scouts could ever find any camping stoves, but they found plenty of candles. When Ginny was in Girl Scouts, we used to do hikes, and we'd use empty tuna cans and tea light candles inside them as mini stoves to make grilled cheese sandwiches on the trail. This is just a bigger version of that. They also make great little heaters in the cold." Jan sat back and chuckled. "Who knew that Girl Guides would help us survive in the apocalypse?" April and Jan spent the next half hour setting up their kitchen on a cleared desk. They had 3 empty coffee cans with holes punched through the sides on the top and bottom. All 3 cans were set over fat 3-wick candles that heated the coffee can tops quickly. They used thin aluminum saucepans on 2 of the stoves and filled them with soup. The 3rd can had a pot filled with water for hot drinks or just to wash up with hot, wet cloths. April enjoyed the work and was happy to learn some new survival skills. Her arm started to throb around the same time that dinner was ready to be served, and she didn't argue when Jan pressed 2 Advil into her hand and shooed her away with a proper bowl of soup and some crackers. As the other students lined up for the meal, the 2 couches became empty, and April gratefully sank into the soft leather cushion, using the coffee table between the 2 for her meal. The warmth of the soup, the soft seat, and the painkillers soothed her battered body, and she soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 12. April jolted awake to darkness. Her bladder was painfully full, and she tried to remember where the washrooms were. Someone shifted beside her, and in the dim moonlight she could just make out Jessica sleeping against the armrest on the other side of the couch. She heard footsteps heading towards her, and the sound made her want to run and hide. As the person walked past the seating area, a beam of moonlight lit up his face, and April's breath whooshed out in relief as she recognized Liam. He must have heard her as he stopped and turned back towards her.
"Liam, do you have a flashlight I can use?"
she whispered in the dark. Liam moved over to her and crouched down beside her. "April, are you okay?" She nodded her head, but realized he probably couldn't see her, so she answered him out loud.
"Yeah, I'm fine, but I need to use the ladies' room. Do you have a light I can borrow? I have no idea where my pack is."
Liam stood up and helped her to her feet. "Sure, just follow me. We don't want to use a light out here because it'll be seen through all the glass, but there are no windows in the bathroom, so you can take one in there to use." April held on to the back of Liam's sweater and shuffled after him. He was more confident in his steps as his eyes had adjusted to the dark after being on watch for the last few hours. When they reached the women's washroom, he opened the door for her and passed her a small flashlight. It was the same cheap novelty kind, with a picture of a mouse on it that she had in her backpack. April was grateful to have working flashlights, but she'd be happy to never see another cartoon mouse ever again. Rolling her eyes at the silly thought, she tugged on her Sleeping Beauty sweatshirt. With almost every piece of clothing they all had covered in the brand, she knew that wouldn't happen anytime soon. April relieved herself and had to quickly snatch her hand back from the flush handle as she instinctively went to flush. It was a habit so ingrained that it would take years not to automatically reach for the flush handle. She was just happy that the bathroom didn't smell too bad. Moving to the sink, she reached for the tap and again pulled back when she remembered that there was no water. With a frown on her face as she coated her hands with hand sanitizer, she realized just how lucky they had been the last few months underground with power and a supply of water. They would have to adjust to this new world 5 months after everyone else had. April used her small light to guide her back to the door and shut it off before pulling it open. She flinched back when she bumped into Liam, who was standing directly in front of the door.
He gave a small laugh. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure you didn't come out here with the light on. This place is like a giant fishbowl with all the glass walls, and a light would be seen from far away.
April's eyes widened in concern, and she tried to see out into the parking lot.
Are there people out there?
She asked in a panicked whisper. Liam took her arm and guided her back to the seating area while he explained.
We heard some breaking glass a few hours ago, but it wasn't from close by. I don't think anyone is around, but it's better to be cautious. The last thing we need to do is deal with other survivors in the pitch black of night.
He stifled a yawn as he said the last part. April was feeling wide awake and alert. Her body was stiff, and she had a kink in her neck from sleeping sitting up on the couch. She figured walking around would help loosen her muscles up. Liam was clearly tired, so she offered to stay up and do the rest of his watch so he could get some sleep.
Wow, are you sure? You just have to walk around and listen for anything strange and help anyone who wakes up get to the bathroom.
April had to smile as he was already curling up against the couch cushions and closing his eyes. Her eyes were slowly adjusting to the dark, but she stayed by the couches and waited for things to become clearer. She listened to the sounds of the others breathing in their sleep, punctuated now and again with soft snores, until she felt more confident about moving around. As she made her way slowly around the outer edges of the room, she could make out the vehicles with their doors wide open and feet sticking out of a few. In the next few hours, as she walked in circles, it seemed like the world outside was empty. She remembered that even in her small town at night, there'd be sounds from a car driving by to the soft hum of the fridge or furnace kicking on. Now there was nothing but silence, and it was almost enough to drive a person mad. April spent those quiet hours thinking about her mom and coming to terms with what had happened and how she'd have to move forward. Over the past few months, she'd tried hard not to think of her dad and what might have happened to him or how he must be feeling about his missing wife and only child. She prayed he was okay and was waiting for her to come home. April decided that she wouldn't tell him about what had happened to her mom in the first days. She would just tell him that Laura Davis had protected her with her life. She was so lost in thought that she didn't hear Mrs. Moore get up and found herself flinching again when the woman came up behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Spinning around, April was surprised at how well she could see her teacher, and it was only then that she realized that the dawn had come. Mrs. Moore waved April over to the desk they had set up for their kitchen. It was the furthest away from the vehicles where people were sleeping, so they wouldn't have to whisper. "You must have taken over for Liam last night," the teacher stated as she lit the candles before placing 2 of the pans on the makeshift stoves and adding water to heat. April nodded. "I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so I gave him my spot on the couch." "Mrs. Moore, are we going to have enough water?" She had seen the empty jug they had used last night, and now a second jug being half emptied. They had far to go and not a lot of water. Mrs. Moore nodded at the empty jug. "No, we won't have enough to get very far, but I plan on finding more as we go. There are water sources on the route we plotted, but we'll have to boil it before drinking it. There are also many places to find water that a lot of survivors might not have known to look for, like in the toilet tanks here, as well as hot water heaters. It's time-consuming to scavenge it, but we should always be able to find water in an urban area. At this point, food will be our biggest challenge. Almost every area will have been completely picked clean. We have enough for the next 5 days, and it's my hope that we'll be well out of the city and have found a community that will assist us at that point. I'd hoped to leave a little later into the fall harvest, but we should be all right. I do have knowledge of hunting and gathering, so we may be able to supplement our food with fresh meat sometimes. Things might get tight, April, but I believe we'll make it." When the teacher talked about hunting, it reminded April of the 2 handguns she'd seen the previous day. I saw the guns you and Liam had yesterday. Does he know how to use one?
Mrs. Moore nodded. Yes, he went out with the scouts quite a few times, and they taught him how to shoot. We actually have 3 more guns in the trailer and plenty of ammunition. The scouts said it was easier to find guns and bullets than water in the first few days. Once we're out of the urban area, I would like to teach most of you girls how to shoot. In this dangerous new world, it is a skill that everyone should have.
April didn't like the idea, but she understood why they needed to learn. The sounds of a car door opening alerted them to the rest of the group waking up, and they added oatmeal to the heated water for a simple breakfast. Mrs. Moore shooed her away with a hot, wet cloth for washing, so April took care of her morning business after she went in search of her backpack. She eyed the almost flat tube of toothpaste as she brushed her teeth and sighed at the knowledge that she most likely wouldn't be able to replace it. After so much time had passed, scavenging for any luxuries like toothpaste, deodorant, and feminine hygiene products would be next to impossible. Forget showers or enough water to even bathe regularly. They were about to become a dirty, smelly bunch. April tucked her precious tube of toothpaste away and pulled her brown hair back into a ponytail. She studied her face by the dim light of a flashlight. She didn't know if it was the shadows in the dark room, but she looked much older than her 17 years. Breakfast went quickly, and everyone washed out their paper bowls with as little water as possible. They wouldn't last very long, but they were trying to conserve every resource they had. The glass showroom was very bright with warm California sunshine, and looking around at her group, April saw that they all looked older than the teenagers they were. She also noticed that almost all of them had varying degrees of sunburns. From pink to bright red, everyone's faces had been affected by the sun yesterday after spending so much time sequestered in the tunnels. Her mind flashed to the bottle of sunscreen she'd brought in her suitcase so long ago. She hadn't even thought of it when she'd packed her backpack. Pressing her fingertips gently against her cheekbones, she felt the slight sting of a burn, and her shoulders slumped. Another day biking in the hot sun, and it would change to a fierce burn. April was ready to go, but the others were still packing up, so she started searching through the desks in the hope of finding anything useful. Paper clips, business cards, pens, and financing forms were all she could find. Finishing up her empty search at the reception desk, April leaned back in the comfortable desk chair, causing her legs to stretch out under the desk where they knocked into something. Pushing the chair back on its wheels, she leaned over and snagged a medium-sized cardboard box from where it had been hidden. Setting it on the desktop, she searched the drawers for something to slit the packing tape. A long letter opener slid through the delivery stickers and tape holding it shut. She didn't expect anything important to be in the box. It hardly weighed anything, so she wasn't disappointed when she pulled the flaps back and found a wedge of baseball caps with the car dealership's logo on them. Pushing the box to the side, she got to her feet and took a step away before stopping. She closed her eyes in frustration at herself. She had just made a great find and dismissed it. They might not have sunscreen, but the hats would protect their faces from the sun. She scooped up the box and headed back to the group. She needed to start thinking things out more. Survival could depend on the simplest things, and she needed to get her mind to consider everything differently now. Her feet came to a stop once again, and she turned back to the desk and grabbed the long letter opener and slid it into a side pocket of her pack. It might not be the best weapon, but it could probably do damage if she needed to protect herself. She had an extra bounce to her step as she handed out the hats to her fellow students. Her mind and body felt lighter somehow. April knew they had miles to go, but she felt more confident about handling what was ahead. With everyone finally ready to go, they wheeled their bikes out of the glass showroom and into the hot morning sun of the parking lot. April was not looking forward to the numb butt she was about to get from the bike seat, but she was more than ready to make some miles to put them that much closer to home. As they got started back on the freeway, she pushed aside exactly how many miles they had between them and their hometown so far away. She looked around at the others and was happy to see Jenny and Jessica had taken on the bike trailers, so Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Hardsky didn't have to pull them for the second day in a row. Liam was still pulling his trailer, so she planned on asking him to switch off when they stopped for a meal later. Her arm still hurt from the bullet graze, but she was determined to pull her weight. Mile after mile sped by under their bikes' wheels, and once again they all fell into the silent concentration of pedaling. It was just after they had been on the road for an hour when Mrs. Moore called them to a stop. She was alternately glancing at her map and the many signs that stood above the freeway. Ahead of them was the biggest interchange April had ever seen. The roads split apart and looped around and seemed to go in every direction. She had never seen such a huge mass of concrete in her life. While her teacher figured out which branch to take, she leaned against the concrete barrier on the outer side of the road. It came up to her mid-chest, so she was able to look over it at the area surrounding them. Being elevated gave her a bird's-eye view, and something down below caught her attention. A small, muddy pond was surrounded by thousands of dirty tents and makeshift shelters. The whole camp was filled with garbage and household items. There were no signs of life. Liam came over to stand beside her. She pointed down at the empty camp.
"What do you think they were doing there, and where did they all go?"
Liam scanned the area with a frown before his eyes widened in understanding. He pointed out beyond the edge of the camp. "Look over there. Do you see the small hill with the wooden platform? That whole area was a lake or reservoir. If you follow the line of that hill, you can see where its banks used to be. I bet people came and set up camp here when the water stopped flowing. With so many people taking water from it, the levels would have slowly dropped, and they moved their camp closer and closer until there was nothing left but that muddy pond." Once April's eyes picked out the original banks of the reservoir, it was easy to see how big it had been compared to what was left.
"But, Liam, where did they all go?"
He sighed sadly and turned his back on the camp. Honestly, most of them probably died. The water was probably contaminated with so many people using it. Every drop would have to have been boiled to keep it safe to drink, and many wouldn't have done that. They also would have run out of food. So some of the people would have moved on, but a lot would have been too weak, and they probably died. April and Liam leaned against the concrete and thought about the millions of people that had died in the last 5 months from dehydration, starvation, disease, or violence, and they both prayed that they wouldn't end up adding to those numbers. Mrs. Moore called for them to mount up, breaking them out of their grim thoughts. With one last look back at the abandoned camp, they pushed off and hoped they would find a better future. The group stayed close together as they maneuvered through the abandoned cars that clogged the interchange. It was slow going, and in a few spots, they had to work together to lift the bikes and trailers over smashed car hoods or trunks when they couldn't find a way through. There was no way to get off the interchange with it being so high off the ground, so they had no choice but to lift the bikes over any blockage they came to. By the time they finally made it through the interchange and back onto the more even freeway heading west, they were all exhausted. So after half an hour, the adults called a break for food and rest. With the sun beaming straight down on their heads, they started looking for a place that would give them some shade. They were all hot and miserable by the time they rode up to a gas station that had an overhead canopy above the gas pumps. There were 2 cars and 1 van abandoned at the pumps, with the gas nozzles lying on the pavement beside them. The girls opened all the vehicle's doors to air them out so they could sit in comfort while they ate their small lunch of canned tuna on crackers. It wasn't a very tasty meal, but they only had so much food. Liam was banging around inside the gas station. It had been completely looted, and all the shelves and glass had been destroyed. He finally came out to join them after 10 minutes of searching the rubble, a huge grin on his face. "I found dessert," he called out in a sing-song voice before bringing his hands out from behind his back and holding up the 2 bags he'd found. One bag was filled with long red licorice, and the other was a party-size bag of Skittles. Everyone cheered at the treats, and Liam passed them out to the girls. The little bit of candy they would all get would bump up their calorie intake for the meal, and the sugar would help as well. After the candy had been divided, Liam came over and settled down beside April on the dirty concrete and leaned back against one of the useless gas pumps to chew on a rope of licorice. April studied him from the corner of her eye as she sipped at the lukewarm water in her bottle. He'd taken his hat off, and sweat had given him a ring of matted hair from the hat. He looked different from the boy who had jumped balconies with her all those months ago. She tried to figure out what had changed, and it finally hit her. His face wasn't soft anymore. The teenage face he'd started this trip with had been chiseled into that of a man. Even his eyes were harder as he constantly scanned the parking area and street for threats. She sighed and looked down at her scuffed running shoes. Liam, like everyone else, had left his childhood behind and turned into a man. She wondered if he felt pressure to be the protector of them all, being the only male in the group. She felt a sense of helpless rage at the people who had destroyed the world and stolen so much life from it. She could only be grateful that he was with them and vowed to help him as much as he'd helped her. "You should switch bikes with me. I can pull the trailer for the rest of the day," she told him. He raised his eyebrows at her and looked at her wounded arm in question. April shrugged her shoulders. "It's not too bad. Still throbs a bit when I move it, but I can handle a turn pulling the trailer." Liam studied her with a soft smile for a few seconds before answering her. "I'm okay to finish out the day with it. How about you do it tomorrow? Give your arm one more day to heal a bit more." April nodded and achingly climbed to her feet when Mrs. Moore called out for them to get moving. They still had many miles to go before the sun went down, and they had to look for another shelter for the night. She bit back a groan as she swung her pack back over her shoulders and daydreamed of a hot soak in a hot tub as she pushed off and followed the others back out onto the road. They had only traveled for 20 minutes when gasps and cries of delight rang out, causing April to raise her head and search for what had caused them. She followed the stairs and pointed fingers as they all came to a stop. An overgrown field stretched out into the distance beside the road they were traveling on, and calmly grazing in it were 3 of the most beautiful horses she'd ever seen. They were an amazing sight in the middle of so much destruction, and made April's heart feel lighter. She had no idea where they had come from, but they didn't look anything like the workhorses she'd seen on the farms around her town. These animals were sleek and delicate-looking. The group sat and just watched them with smiles for a few minutes, until, as one, all the horses raised their heads in the group's direction and froze. For 2 heartbeats, the magnificent animals stared at them before bolting in the opposite direction. April's grin spread even wider as they seemed to fly across the field. That grin changed to open-mouthed shock as a roar louder than a freight train sounded at her back, and a dark blur sprang past her and crashed into 2 of the girls in front of her. Chapter 13. April was frozen. She couldn't seem to move a muscle, even as her brain screamed at her to run. What she saw in front of her was beyond impossible. Some sort of huge cat had crashed into Molly and Ashley. They were a heap of limbs and handlebars as their bike tires spun in the air. A massive paw swiped at Ashley's head, and the whole pile shifted a few feet, exposing the blank, staring eyes of Molly. Her head flopped to the side in a sickening way. Bile surged up April's throat and filled her mouth. Just as she was turning aside to heave, something grabbed her backpack from behind and dragged her backwards off her bike and down to the ground. She managed to turn her head before throwing up so that most of the mess landed on the pavement. The huge explosion of gunshots rang out and competed with the cat's furious roars and the other girls' screams of terror. All April could do was curl into herself and cover her ears as she continued to dry heave. The noise was deafening, and she had no idea what was happening, but she knew what she'd seen. A lion. A lion had just attacked them and killed Molly and maybe Ashley, too. Her body was racked with sobs. She didn't understand this new world and squeezed her eyes shut to make it all go away. Her escape from reality was thwarted when strong hands gripped her and yanked her to her feet. Her eyes flew wide as she stared into Liam's panicked blue ones. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" he yelled at her as he looked her body up and down. April was beyond speech, so she just nodded frantically and spun around to check on the rest of the group. What she saw staggered her, and Liam had to hold her up or she would have fallen to her knees. Blood. There was so much blood everywhere. Molly and Ashley were in a heap with their bikes, and the lion was draped over top of them. All three figures were bathed in blood, and a small lake of it was spreading all around them. April couldn't tear her eyes away from the carnage until someone blocked her view and gave her a shake. Mrs. Moore's grief-filled eyes came into focus, and that was all it took for April to break. She threw herself at her teacher and let out a howl of pain that came from the very depths of her soul. April lost herself in the comfort of the older woman's arms. She couldn't handle any more. She was done. There was nothing left inside of her, and she didn't know if she'd ever recover. Mrs. Moore turned with her student in her arms and watched as Liam dragged the carcass off her former students. She knew that they were dead, but said nothing as he checked both girls for a pulse. He took a few steps back and shook his head. His eyes worried the teacher. They were devoid of all emotion, and she feared for all her students' mental health. Glancing away from him, she took in the rest of the girls huddled around Mrs. Hardsky. The woman was doing her best to hold on to Kara, who was trying to reach out to her best friend on the ground. Everyone remained frozen in place as Liam carefully moved the two girls to the side of the road. He walked into the field and kicked at the ground for a few minutes before coming back to join the group. His blank eyes searched out Mrs. Moore, and in a bleak voice told her, "I don't have a shovel. I need to bury them, but I don't have a shovel." Mrs. Moore gently lowered April to the ground and pressed a bottle of water that she'd taken from her pack into the girl's hands before approaching Liam. She put a hand on his shoulder and searched his eyes. "No, Liam, we don't have a shovel." She turned to take in the other girls before addressing them all. "I'm sorry, but we have no way to bury Molly and Ashley." The teacher's eyes welled with tears, and she took a bracing breath. "I'm so sorry that this happened. I didn't even think about this kind of threat. There's nothing we can do for them now. We can put them in one of these cars, but that's all we can do. I'm sorry, but we have to keep moving. There might be more animals out here, and they will be attracted by the blood. I'm so sorry that we can't do more for them." As if her words were a prophecy, a roar rang out, causing the girls to scream in panic. Everyone surged to their feet and prepared to bolt when the sound of a rifle shot boomed, and they all dropped back to the ground. The roar of another predator had snapped April from her shock, and she'd bounced to her feet like the others. The gunshot had caused her to drop into a crouch, but had also wiped all fear from her brain. Her eyes had been on Liam, so she knew he hadn't fired his gun. That meant there was someone else out there. All of the fear, sadness, and panic had pushed her brain to the limit, and she felt like a switch had been thrown inside of her. She felt cold and hard and ready to kill. The rage inside of her didn't burn. It was sharp like ice. Waving her hand to get Liam's attention, she hissed at him when he looked her way. "Where are the other guns?" Something in her face must have scared him, because he flinched back before pointing an unsteady finger at one of the bike trailers. She glanced at the gun in his trembling hand that was pointed at the ground and spat out, "Be ready." She didn't wait for his reaction, but started to duck-walk towards the bike trailer he'd indicated. It no longer mattered that she didn't like guns. She wasn't going to see any more of her friends die. April would do what she had to do to protect her friends. She had reached the trailer and was rummaging through its contents when a stranger's voice called out, "Hola!" Her hands froze as she felt the cold metal hardness of a weapon, and her eyes tracked to the direction the voice had come from. A man in his early 20s was walking towards them from across the field, and slung over his shoulder was a long-barreled rifle. The sight of the gun was all April needed to see. She pulled her own weapon from the trailer and ran over next to Liam. The man continued to walk towards them, but never reached for his weapon. When he got to about 10 feet from the two dead girls' bodies, he stopped and frowned down at them. Crossing himself, April heard him say, "Descanse en paz, los niños." He stood quietly with all eyes on him as he said a prayer for the two girls. April's grip on the gun relaxed slightly. She didn't think a bad man would say a prayer for their fallen and then try to hurt them, but she still kept the gun pointed in his direction. He finally finished his prayer and looked up. He took in all the cowering girls, and his face creased with confusion before his eyes settled on the carcass of the dead lion. He whistled softly and looked at Liam. "Damn, Esse, that felino is Swiss cheese. We won't be able to use its hide for anything." The man looked up at the group, staring silently at him, and sighed. "Oh well, at least you got her. We've been trying to kill these man-eaters for the past 2 months. When no one responded, just continued to stare at him, he went on. "I'm sorry about your friends, but what are you guys doing out here so far east? How did you get past our roadblock? We warned you guys about these big cats hunting along this stretch of road." When no one responded to him, he cursed in Spanish and turned back in the direction he'd come and waved over his head before turning back to the group. Mrs. Moore finally shook herself from the shock and confusion of his words and at the sight of 2 more men entering the field. They were headed their way and were dragging something behind them. She stepped forwards and addressed the stranger. "Sir, I believe you have us confused with another group. Who are you?" The man looked over the group of girls and Liam more closely and pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. He lit one up before answering her with the question. "You're not from the refugee camp, are you?" Mrs. Moore's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "There's a refugee camp near here?" The man gave a slow nod. "All of you are clean and healthy. If you didn't come from the camp, where have you been all this time?" Mrs. Moore gave a soft laugh. "The happiest place on earth. We were sheltering in the tunnels of a park in the city." The man's eyes widened in disbelief before he started to laugh. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to the teacher. "My name is Juan. I think you all better come with me." The 2 men that joined them mainly stayed silent as they collected the animal carcass and laid it on the cart they had brought beside another dead lion. Juan insisted that they could bring the 2 fallen girls with them for a proper burial back at their enclave.
Too many people never got the chance to be put to rest properly. We'll bury these girls and mark their graves so they will always be remembered.
Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Hardsky wrapped the 2 bodies in 2 of their precious blankets, and the men placed them gently on top of the cart. Once everyone had collected their packs, they pushed their bikes to keep pace with the men and headed west. Juan explained to them all that had happened in the past 6 months in the area, and the group of survivors listened intently.
The first month was hell on earth. No one knew what had happened, and people acted like animals. There was rioting and fighting everywhere for food and water. Hundreds of thousands of people just started walking out of the cities. It was chaos. People died everywhere and just dropped in place. Our group was very lucky. Our leader was home on leave from the military, and she knew exactly what had happened. She organized us right away and led us to where we set up our enclave. It was a gated community around a natural reservoir, so we moved all of our people in behind the walls and set up defenses. By the 3rd day, we had started to break ground for gardens, and by the end of the 1st week, we had crops planted. Strict rationing kept us all fed, and we scavenged everything we could. We had a lot of hard workers in our group, and strong leadership as well as a good location. Otherwise, we'd have died like so many others. We did lose people in attacks and from natural causes without modern medicine, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Mrs. Moore walked beside Juan and nodded at his words. "You thought we were from a refugee camp. Why is that?" she asked him.
Well, you guys all look healthy. Anyone from the cities that are still alive are usually pretty ravaged, filthy and sick-looking, not to mention totally loco. Anyone who walked east mainly died out in the deserts and mountains. If they came this way, they still mainly died, but some of them got far enough into the farmlands of the north. There's a lot of food grown that way, and with none of the machines working, they needed people to harvest it. There's a collective of camps set up that are full of thousands of people who work the land. I hear they are doing pretty good, but you couldn't pay me to move up there. We've had steady contact with them for the past 3 months, and the leaders are always trying to get our people to move north and join them, but it won't happen. We're self-sufficient here, and it's not so crowded. No, we worked our tails off to set up our home. We aren't going anywhere."
Mrs. Moore was frowning in thought. She was happy to hear that there were survivors working together, but she had one major fear. "Are people allowed to leave?" Juan looked at her in confusion.
"Leave? You mean the camps?"
At the woman's nod, he shrugged his shoulders.
"Sure, they aren't prisons if that's what you mean. I know they have some transportation set up to move crops around, but I don't know all the details. My wife would probably know more. She's our communication person for the group."
Mrs. Moore's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You have working radios?" Juan laughed at her expression.
"Oh yeah, old ham radios still work. If you guys plan on heading to the camps, we can contact them and get them to meet you and guide you in."
The teacher was about to answer when a foreign sound brought her head around. The clap of hooves on pavement got louder until a young girl on a beautiful chestnut horse came into view. She reined in the horse 10 feet from the group, and after studying the group, zeroed in on Juan. They spoke rapid-fire Spanish for a few minutes before Juan sent a grin at Mrs. Moore.
"Go tell Maya to put the soup on. Tell her I'm bringing some princesses and one Prince Charming for supper."
The young girl barked out a laugh and wheeled her horse around before galloping away. Mrs. Moore couldn't help but laugh at the description of her group. As they got moving again, she had to ask, "Where did all the horses come from?" Juan looked at her in surprise.
"Oh, well, just ahead of us is where the Rose Bowl racetrack is. We got some of them out of there before they were eaten. There's still a few running around here wild, but hopefully we'll catch them eventually."
A gasp came from the other side of him. He turned his head and glanced at April, who squeaked out,
"Eaten?"
Juan gave her a sad smile.
For a while there, people would eat anything. Not just animals. Anything.
A cold shiver raced down April's spine when she understood his meaning, and her hand went to the gun she'd tucked into her waistband. Juan followed her movement and shook his head.
Sorry, Chica, but that won't do you any good out here.
At the girl's confused frown, he told her,
It needs to have bullets in it for it to work.
April's face flushed red. All the determination of a few minutes before fled, and she once again felt helpless in this new world. The creak of the wagon drew her attention, and the two wrapped bodies of her friends brought the rage back. She would learn and she'd fight, and nothing would stop her. Chapter 14. It took the group over 2 hours walking with their bikes to reach the first roadblock set up on the outskirts of Pasadena. 3 men with rifles and a shotgun greeted them and looked over the newcomers closely. One of the men leaned over and whispered something in Spanish to the others before they all broke out in laughter. Juan chuckled as well and translated to the group what he'd said.
Carlos said you guys looked like you were all hit with a Disney stick.
All the girls looked down at their sweaters and T-shirts with embarrassment. Every one of them had some sort of Disney character displayed on their clothes. April didn't care. She studied the men and looked closely at how they held their guns. That was way more important to her than what she was wearing. The town they walked through to get to the survivors' enclave hadn't escaped the destruction that they had seen elsewhere. Smashed-out windows and burnt-up businesses and homes lined the streets they walked. The main difference April and the others saw was the lack of dead bodies. When Mrs. Moore commented on it, Juan explained that after the main rioting and exodus had ended, the people that had stayed worked together to clear the streets of the dead and had burned them away from the town. They had 2 doctors in the enclave that had stressed the dangers of rotting bodies, and the group took sanitation very seriously. He also talked about how careful they were with the only water source they had. The people here had also cleared the roads by pushing all the vehicles to the sides, making it easier to use the streets. April was happy that these people seemed to know what they were doing, and she hoped they would help her group get that much closer to home. When her small group finally made it to the main gates of the enclave, they were exhausted and very hungry. They hadn't taken a break since the lion attack, and the walking instead of biking had given many of them blisters and sore feet. The walls that led from the gate were stucco, but you could see where they had been modified. Bent rebar angled out from the top, and April guessed there was a platform erected on the inside because she could see a few men and women walking back and forth, keeping watch over the walls. The decorative cast-iron gate had been covered with metal sheeting, and there were concrete traffic barriers staggered in front of it, making them zigzag to reach it. When Juan called out a greeting to the guards on the wall, a screech of metal on metal rang out before the gates opened to let them in. As the group passed through, the landscape changed, and April was amazed to see none of the damage of the collapse had touched the community. Large, pristine homes lined the wide boulevard. All glass was intact, and no fire damage could be seen. It would have been like stepping back into the past, if not for the lawns. Instead of golf course manicured lawns, in their place was garden after garden of growing crops. April's stomach clenched at the sight of so much food growing, and she prayed that these people would share a small amount with her and her friends. The other main difference was the people. They were everywhere, working on gardens, hanging laundry, or just chatting on the sidewalks with neighbors. As nice as it all looked, the thing that made April break out in a huge grin was the shrieks and laughter of children who played in a small park with playground equipment. Seeing the kids playing so carefree in the sun filled her with hope. Something that had been missing as they biked through the gutted cities on the way here. The road they had followed ended at a large building that looked like a clubhouse or recreation center of some sort. As they entered the parking lot, the main doors swung open and 2 women walked out to greet them. One was older, with long silver hair and kind eyes. The other woman was younger, and April guessed her to be in her late 20s. Short, cropped black hair framed a strong face and cold brown eyes. The older woman stayed back and let the younger woman take the lead. Those cold brown eyes studied April's group with slight annoyance before exclaiming in exasperation, "Ay, Dios mío, do you people never give up? We told you we wouldn't come." She saw the 2 bodies wrapped on the cart, and fury filled her eyes. She focused on Mrs. Moore and vented her disgust. "What were you thinking, bringing these children out here? Did you think this would convince us to move into your camps? 2 dead, for what? For nothing." The woman cursed in Spanish and was about to rant some more when Juan held up his hands and barked back at her in a harsh tone. April had no idea what he said to her in such rapid-fire Spanish, but it only took a few seconds for her eyes to flare wide in shocked surprise, and she looked over the group with softer eyes. "You came from the city? How? How did you survive?" she asked in an awe-filled voice. Before anyone could answer, the older Hispanic-looking woman interrupted with a soft but firm tone. "Valentina, their story can wait. Can't you see how exhausted and grief-filled these niños are? They must rest and have a good meal. Your questions can wait." The younger woman backed off with a quick nod and moved to the side as April and her group were led into the big building by the older woman. Before she entered, April glanced back at Juan and Valentina. The woman had a gun strapped to her hip, and April wondered if she might be willing to teach her how to use it. The older woman introduced herself as Maya and settled them at long tables in a large common room that was filled with late afternoon sunlight from floor to ceiling windows. Enticing aromas filled the room from the adjoining kitchen, and it wasn't long before trays of homemade tortillas were brought out and served. The spicy meat filling was a welcome change from the bland canned food they had all been living on, and the meat and fresh vegetables were devoured in minutes. Maya hovered over them while they ate and refilled plates with soothing words and encouragement. Halfway through the meal, Kara broke down and started to sob in grief for her lost best friend. Maya was quick to gather her into her motherly arms and rock her to comfort. Everyone had tears in their eyes as they processed what had happened on the road and the loss of 2 more of their small group. Mrs. Moore stood and met Maya's eyes over the crying girl in her arms. The look they shared was filled with sadness and understanding for all the terror and loss in this new, cruel world. With a nod at the teacher, Maya drew Kara away and settled with her on one of the many couches that lined the outer walls of the room. The rest of the meal was eaten in silence. As they finished their meal, women started to bring out huge platters of steaming food and place them on a buffet table. It wasn't long before the residents of the enclave started to file in and fill plates with their evening meal. The people studied the new group with curiosity, and whispered conversation filled the room, with many people pointing at the new group. April and the others were all starting to feel uncomfortable with all the attention until Valentina swept into the room and, with a brief glance at the newcomers, jumped up on a small stage at the end of the room and addressed the crowd. "Attention! Attention, everyone! As you can see, we have some new faces with us tonight. These people have come from the city and have had a very hard time of it. They lost 2 of their members on the road to a lion attack and are exhausted and grieving. We welcome them into our home and will help them any way we can. I'm sure we'd all like to hear their stories, but let's let them settle in and rest." She focused on the group of city survivors. "My people welcome you and we're sorry for your loss, but we'd also like to thank you for killing the lion that attacked you. Juan and his men were able to kill its mate as well, and we'll all sleep better knowing that the threat from those beasts will no longer plague us. Please know that you're safe here and are among friends." The crowd in the room started clapping and cheering when she finished her speech, and many spoke words of welcome to the group. April and her group smiled back and thanked them for their kindness, but most were still stunned by what they had gone through in the past few days. Maya waved away people who wanted to hear their stories and gathered the teens and their 2 adult chaperones and quickly ushered them out of the hall. Once they had assembled out on the lawn in the cooling early evening air, she addressed them.
"We have made a house ready for you all to rest in. There are beds for all of you and clean water to bathe with. Once you're settled, Val would like to meet with you to hear about your journey and to help make a plan for going forward. Like she said, you'll all be safe here and can sleep soundly. Our people patrol all night long. Please follow me."
The group of weary teens shuffled along behind Maya as they made their way to the house they would spend the night in. April fell behind as she craned her neck around to take in the streets and homes they were passing. Liam held back and joined her, gently bumping up against her shoulder with a friendly grin.
"Pretty slick setup they have here, don't you think?"
April nodded and shot him a tired smile. "Yeah, these people have done a great job. Can you believe the sizes of some of these houses? This must have been a very wealthy neighborhood before the crash. I wonder how many of these people lived here before."
Liam shrugged. "I can't get over how much food they have growing here. Every lawn is a garden."
April sighed. "Do you think they can really help us get farther home? Juan said that the farm camps have communication and transportation. It'd be amazing if we didn't have to bike the whole way."
Liam shrugged again. "I guess we'll find out. I'm just happy we can sleep in a real bed tonight. I think we need to take one day at a time and be grateful for every bit of help we can get."
He reached out and slung an arm over April's shoulder.
"Home is the long goal. Let's concentrate on the short one. A bed."
April smiled at his enthusiasm and leaned her head against his shoulder as they followed their group up the front walkway of what could only be called a mansion. Soft lantern light glowed out from the open door that a young girl was holding open for them. As they filed in, April stared in wonder at the sheer size of the front entry that soared up to the second story with vaulted ceilings. 2 other girls were waiting inside and started to lead the teens up a majestic staircase to the bedrooms above. April turned to the girl holding the door for them. She had noticed that the majority of the people she'd met were Hispanic, so just assumed that this neighborhood must have been mainly Hispanic before the crash. She smiled in gratitude at the girl and said, "Thank you for sharing your home with us. I hope your parents don't mind." The girl stared at her for a second in confusion before she started to giggle. She waved her free hand around the entryway.
"You're welcome, but this isn't my house."
At April's confused look, she started to laugh again.
"None of these houses were ours. My mom was the domestic here."
April looked around the large entry again. She knew she was tired, but she just didn't understand what the girl meant. It must have been written on her face because the girl shrugged her shoulders and with a grin explained again.
"Our parents. They were the maids."
April just nodded and followed Liam up the stairs. She wondered where the owners were and if they had been made to leave when these people had taken over the gated community. She hoped that wasn't the case, but it was just one more question she didn't have an answer for. At the top of the stairs, another young girl directed Liam down a hall and April in the opposite direction. The bedroom she entered was as big as her family's main floor at home, and she could see where the furniture had been rearranged to fit 2 extra queen-size beds. Even with the 3 beds in the room, there was still plenty of floor space. 2 of her fellow students were already in the room. Susan and Cindy had both claimed a bed each, and they were flopped out on them. Susan raised her hand when April came in and gave a half-hearted wave towards a dresser that had 2 basins of gently steaming water on it.
You can clean up if you want. We just couldn't resist the beds.
April looked back and forth between the warm water and the open bed. She wanted nothing more than to sink into that soft mattress, but the sweat and grime that covered her body itched, so she turned to the water and dropped her pack. Pulling out her one clean change of clothes, she was surprised and happy to see a travel-sized set of toiletries sitting beside the basins of water, as well as fresh washcloths and towels. She stripped off her dirty clothes and left them in a pile at her feet. It wasn't a hot bubble bath, but being clean again revived her and gave her a boost of energy. Once she was dressed again, she turned and saw that both the other girls had fallen asleep. She glanced at the soft, clean bed, but the urge to crash had passed, and she was more interested in getting some answers than sleeping, so she quietly left the room. April walked down the hall past closed doors until she came to the top of the stairs. She could hear the faint sounds of people talking coming from below, so she went down and followed the sounds deeper into the house. She walked past a formal dining room with the biggest table she'd ever seen. It could have easily seated 20, and she shook her head at the scale of everything in this house. The talking grew louder until she turned a corner and entered a kitchen that would be better suited to a hotel. A long granite island dominated the room, and surrounding it were Val, Juan, Mrs. Moore, Liam, and another woman April hadn't met yet. Mrs. Moore was just finishing up telling them about her group's journey when she walked in. Liam saw her in the doorway and pulled out a chair and waved her over. She settled in beside him and studied the expressions of the 3 strangers who were engrossed in Mrs. Moore's tale. When her teacher came to the end, Val shook her head in disbelief, and the woman April didn't know reached out and squeezed the older woman's hand in sympathy, before getting up and retrieving a stovetop percolator coffee pot and refilling everyone's cups. She offered some to April, who nodded eagerly. "I'm Camilla, Juan's wife," she introduced herself. April told her name to the others and sat back. Her eyes flared in surprise when Liam nudged a pitcher of what looked like fresh cream towards her coffee cup. As she added it to her coffee, she again marveled at how well these people were doing. Val pushed back from the table and started to pace. She took in the faces of her guests before speaking. "That was brilliant thinking going underground in Disneyland, and it definitely saved all your lives. But I don't understand why you stayed in the first place. If you knew right off what had happened and you sent some of your students out of the city so early in the crash, then why didn't all of you leave?" Mrs. Moore shot a quick glance at April before looking down at her hands and sighing before answering her. "Not everyone was willing to leave. Some of our people had a hard time accepting that help wouldn't be coming. The students that left were naturally independent and didn't hesitate to go. I couldn't leave the rest of my students alone, so I chose to help them shelter in place. That decision cost 2 adults and 5 students their lives. It's something I'll have to live with for as long as I have left on this earth." April shoved back in her chair and went to her teacher, grasping her hands.
"No, nothing that happened was your fault. You're the only reason so many of us are alive."
She turned to face the others and explained, "It was my mother. She fought Mrs. Moore at every turn and convinced the others that they couldn't leave. 2 of the boys ran away at the first sign of trouble, and Marco and his men caused the other deaths. What happened today to Molly and Ashley was beyond anyone's control." She turned back to her teacher. "You saved us. You got us this far, and you will get us home." The older woman brushed a silent tear off her cheek and gave April a grateful hug. Val leaned against the counter beside them and asked April, "Where is your mother?" April sniffed back the tears in her throat and explained what had happened when they tried to escape from the tunnels. Val gave a sharp nod. Then she died a hero. April nodded in agreement, and with a final pat for her teacher, returned to her seat. Everyone was silent as they thought about what they had just heard. April wanted answers, so she asked them about what the young girl had told her. Val seemed to look inside herself as she remembered those first days. Yes, that's true. Almost all the people who are here now didn't live here when the crash happened. A lot of the women worked in these homes as domestic staff or maids. I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong. There are still original owners living here, but there aren't many, and we didn't force anyone out and take over their homes. My background is military, and I was home on leave when it all happened. I knew exactly what had happened when everything went dark. I knew that the apartments my friends and family lived in wouldn't sustain us, so I gathered as many as I could, and we came here to get the rest of our people. We had planned on heading up into the mountains, but once we got here, I saw how we could use the wall and gate to our advantage, as well as the reservoir. Almost all the residents of this neighborhood that were here that day were wives. Their husbands were stuck in the city, and not one made it back. They were grateful that someone took charge and blocked the gate. None of them knew anything about surviving without modern conveniences. We helped them to survive and live. A few couldn't take it and left of their own free will, but most stayed and learned how to help us survive. I'm not a dictator. We vote as a community on all major decisions, including all the former residents. A lot of the ladies chose to move in together so they wouldn't be alone, and they opened their doors to the rest of us. Mrs. Moore leaned forward. You were more than lucky. Strong leadership and a willingness to work as a team helped you all. We're grateful to you for taking us in. But how do we go forward? Juan had mentioned a refugee camp farther north? Val sent a look at her two friends before answering. Yes. I don't know their total numbers, but we do know there are over 100,000 people spread out through the valley in camps and towns. April and Liam both gasped in shock at the number, but Val just shook her head. I know that sounds like a lot, but think about how many millions of people lived in California before that day. That's less than 3% who survived. I'm sure that others got out in different directions, but what's left is just a drop in the bucket compared to how many died in the first few weeks. Mrs. Moore nodded. What do you know about what conditions are like there? Val snorted in disdain. I know you couldn't force me to move my people up there. At the teachers' and students' concerned looks, she sighed. Look, it's not like they're bad people. It's just they're still trying to run things like the old days. They've got politicians running things, and maybe that's what they need with so many people there. But they're constantly trying to get us to move, and they just don't get why we wouldn't want to be governed by them. It really bugs a few of them that we don't want to have to carry around ration cards for every meal and water, or have a curfew imposed on us. We have a really good thing going here, and we work hard every minute to keep it. There's no way any of us would give that up. Mrs. Moore smiled in agreement. I would feel exactly the same way if I was in your shoes. But unfortunately, we can't stay here. It's my responsibility to get my students home, so we'll be forced to travel through that area. Camilla joined the conversation for the first time. I should be able to help you with that. My job is communication, and I monitor the ham radio we have set up here. I've gotten to know a few of their radio operators. From what they've told me, I know that they've set up a trade route that runs north into Oregon and up into Washington. Last time I chatted with one of the girls, she said something about pushing into Idaho. I haven't heard anything about Canada, but if they have secure routes that far north, it's one step closer. I'll get on the horn first thing in the morning and feel them out. I can't promise anything, but we'll have more information after I talk with them. You should consider staying for a few days while I put something together. Also, we'd like to hold a funeral for the two girls you lost. Mrs. Moore bowed her head. That would be very kind of you all. We can't thank you enough for your help. Val, Juan, and Camilla all rose from their seats. Val reached over and placed her hand on Mrs. Moore's shoulder. There aren't very many of us left, so it's our duty to help when we can. April took that opening and asked, "Will you help me?" At Val's questioning look, she squared her shoulders. "Will you teach me how to shoot a gun?" A smile spread across Val's face as she started to nod her head. "It would be my pleasure. That's one of the most important skills you can have these days. Tomorrow, after the funeral, I'll teach anyone in your group who wants to learn." After that, the 3 leaders took their leave and the rest said goodnight. After April went back to her room, she lay in the soft, clean bed and thought about what they had learned that night. She'd always had hope that they would make it home, but now that she knew more about what was ahead of them, she had more certainty. Chapter 15. The next day dawned gray and overcast, as if the sun was in mourning with them. The group of city survivors gathered at the community's new cemetery that already had far too many graves. The group was surprised and humbled that so many people joined them to say goodbye and pay their respects to the fallen girls, even though they hadn't even known them. April and Liam stood together as a local minister read from the Bible. The other girls wept softly, but all April could feel was anger. She felt hollowed out inside, as if the only thing left for her to feel was the rage of injustice. When the minister had finished his reading, Mrs. Moore stepped forward and scanned her remaining students' faces before beginning to speak. "Ashley and Molly were my students, but in the last 6 months that changed into so much more. We've become a family that is united in survival. We'll all feel the loss of our sisters for as long as we live, and we'll carry them in our hearts forever. Our whole existence has changed, and we find ourselves in a new, harder, crueler world that sometimes takes lives too soon. Ashley and Molly wanted to go home, so we'll carry their spirits with us, and all the others we have lost as we fight every step of the way there. We'll not give up. We'll not quit until we have carried them home." With tears in her eyes, she reached down and picked up a handful of dirt and dropped it down into the first grave before repeating it at the second. One by one, the fallen girls' friends repeated the ritual and walked away. April felt Liam take her hand as they walked towards the hall where lunch was being set up. She acknowledged him with a brief smile, but her mind was elsewhere. She was thinking about numbers. They had gone down into the tunnels under Disneyland with 17 people from home, including her mother. They had left the park with 13, and now they were down to 11, and they hadn't even made it out of the first state. Odds were against them all making it home, and April was more determined than ever to change those odds. She looked around the busy hall and zeroed in on Val. The woman looked up from her conversation and must have read what April was feeling, because she nodded her head and patted the gun she'd holstered on her hip. Satisfied the woman hadn't forgotten, she headed towards the food tables and filled a plate. They settled at a table filled with their fellow students. April took in all their faces and sighed. She understood how sad they all were, but she'd hoped to see a few with the spark of anger as well. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the other students. "After lunch, Val has promised to teach me and anyone else from our group who wants to learn how to use a gun. We need to learn how to defend ourselves. We've already lost 6 of our group to violence, so we need to learn how to counter that." Kara stared across from the table at April in disgust. "How can you be so cold? I just lost my best friend, and you want us to learn how to kill? What is wrong with you?" April stared back at her with hard eyes. "What's wrong with me is I don't want to be the next one to die. Maybe if we all knew how to handle a gun, we could have saved Molly and Ashley." When Kara broke the look and lowered her head, April scanned the faces of the rest of her group. Mrs. Moore was at the end of the table and gave the slightest of nods for her to continue.
I'm beyond sorry that we lost 2 of our friends. Don't forget my mom died a few days ago as well. I'm not cold. I'm mad. I'm furious that I can't spend the next month under my blanket sobbing for all that we lost and posting my feelings on Facebook because this world won't let me. There are 100 different ways that we can die every day now, and I have to face that. We all have to face that. Learning how to shoot a gun and how to defend myself is the only way I know how to try and control what I can't control.
April threw her fork down on her uneaten meal and shoved back from the table. Standing, she glared at the other girls and declared, "I will fight to get home and to live. Will you?" The teenage girls that had been protected all their lives stared back at April in silence until Jessica slowly stood. April gave her a nod of encouragement. Jessica's face was filled with anguish when she spoke in a harsh tone.
It's not just about dying. It's about how you want to live. One of Marco's men raped me before we left the tunnels. I had to lay there and take it because I had no way to fight back. Now I have to live with what he did to me every moment of every day. I will learn to shoot a gun, and I will fight.
The sadness and shock that the girls had been consumed by slowly started to clear, and in its place grew anger and determination. One by one they stood and vowed to fight, until they were all on their feet. Mrs. Moore finally stood up at the end of the table, and her expression showed pride. "Very well, students. Let us learn to fight." She nodded towards the other end of the table where Val stood with her hands on her hips. The military woman nodded grimly to the teens. "Follow me." 2 hours later, April's ears were ringing and her arms, neck, and hands ached from the recoil of the handgun she'd practiced with. She felt good about her results. She was far from a crack shot, but she now felt more comfortable with handling a weapon. Susan, Kara, and Megan were a total mess. All 3 of them would scream, squeal, and flinch every time they pulled the trigger. They also refused to keep their eyes open when taking a shot. Val eventually gave up and deemed them too much of a threat to themselves and those around them, and dismissed them from the training. Jessica had been downright scary with a weapon in her hand. Her face had been cold and hard, but her eyes were filled with rage as she pulled the trigger again and again, even after she was out of bullets. Val had to talk her down and pry her fingers off the weapon. She was escorted away by Mrs. Moore and Maya. April could only hope the 2 women could get her to open up about the rape and release some of the pent-up feelings she had about what happened to her before they left the tunnels. Mrs. Hardsky and her daughter Ginny did well and kept calm as they practiced. April, Liam, and Emma were the only other students that showed they could handle the weapons, so counting Mrs. Moore, they had 6 people that could help defend the group. Val wasn't sure about Jessica. After they had all finished shooting, Val brought them to a table and looked over every weapon that the city group had brought with them. She added one from her own stock and then showed the group how to oil and clean the weapons to keep them in good condition. "Never point a gun at someone unless you're willing to shoot it. It's important for you all to face the reality that the old laws are gone. There's no 911. There's no police to come save you. If you want to survive, you have to protect yourselves. Your whole lives you've been told it's wrong to hurt others, but you have to harden yourselves against that. We're at war. Until the world settles back into some form of civilization, you must think like a soldier. If someone is trying to hurt you or your group, it's up to you to stop them. If that means taking a life, then that's what you have to do, and then you need to move on. Follow your instincts. Trust your gut. If it's screaming danger, then believe it and act accordingly. I'm not saying you should pull your weapon at every encounter. Sometimes just having it in plain sight is enough of a deterrent. There are a lot of good people still left in this world, but there are also a lot of bad ones that are reveling in the chaos. You're all good people, so follow your instincts and you should make the right choices. Now, weapons we have a surplus of. Ammunition, not so much. I can give you a few boxes, but that's all. They all thanked Val for her help and went to get cleaned up. April rubbed at her ears and rotated her neck to ease the tension in it as she walked with Liam back to the house they were staying in. He gave her a nudge with his elbow and cracked a smile.
"What do you want to do now, Annie Oakley?"
April snorted a laugh. Oh, I don't know. Let's go to Starbucks for a latte, then catch an afternoon matinee and end with dinner at Applebee's, she joked.
Liam chuckled. "Yeah, not seeing that happening."
April agreed with a wistful sigh. She wondered if any of those things would ever come back in her lifetime. As they climbed the front walk, her thoughts were lost in all the things she'd never have the chance to see or do or have now.
She laughed a little inside when she realized that none of those things made it to her top once list.
Being home with her dad was number 1. Being safe and fed was number 2 and 3. With all the things in the modern world disappearing, the basics became the most important again. Family, love, safety, and health had way more value than anything that had been taken away. The two teens split up and went to their rooms to wash away the smell of gun oil and powder. April's 2 roommates were in the room, sprawled out on their beds, flipping through very outdated magazines. She looked at them and then looked at her own bed and contemplated crashing on it when she realized that Cindy hadn't been at the weapons training class. Hey, what happened to you today? Why weren't you with us? Cindy tossed aside her magazine and focused on April. Not gonna happen. My dad used to take me hunting, and I was always a wreck. I figured it would be a waste of time and bullets for me to try again, so I talked to Mrs. Moore and Maya about it. What I did do was go to the little medical clinic they have set up and took a crash course in first aid. At April's raised eyebrows, Cindy explained further. I could never shoot poor Bambi, but I never had a problem helping to field dress him. Weird, I know. Anyway, blood and guts don't bother me, so I figured I could be our medic. They have a doctor and a few nurses here, so they set me up with a needle and thread and taught me how to do stitches. I'm going to go back later for some more practice and whatever else they are willing to teach me. I heard what you said, April, and I agree with all of it. But my strengths don't include firing a gun, she finished defensively. April was so happy she could barely speak. That's awesome! Cindy, that's so amazing that you can help like that. Cindy grinned back, but swung her head around at Susan's snort. The girl was leaning on her elbow, and with her head cocked to the side, she gave them a bland look. How nice. Now we have a mercenary and an EMT. I guess that means I'm useless. April and Cindy shared a look before Cindy bounced down on the bed beside Susan. She gave her a playful shove before saying gleefully, Nope, when I go back to the clinic, you're coming with me. They said they'd teach me how to take out a bullet from a pig. April and Cindy dissolved into giggles at Susan's shocked expression. As the two girls laughed, Susan was shaking her head. What's so funny? Asked Liam as he leaned against the frame of their open door. Susan rolled off the bed and aimed a look of disgust at her two friends. As she pushed past Liam, she informed him, Cindy wants me to operate on a pig. Liam's horrified look made the other two girls double over with even more laughter. The poor boy could only stare at the girls in complete bewilderment before finally shaking his head. Okay. Well, when you guys are done with your swine surgery, Mrs. Moore wants us all down in the kitchen. Camilla talked to the people at the refugee camp, and they've worked out a plan for us.
April was gasping for breath from her laughter, so all she could do is nod with a big smile. She couldn't help but feel 10 pounds lighter. It had been over 6 months since she'd laughed that much or that freely, and it made her whole body feel lighter somehow. As the girls followed Liam down the stairs, April mused that the old saying was true. Laughter is the best medicine. Everyone was gathered around the kitchen island when the teens came into the room. Camilla and Val were talking with the older teacher, but turned when the last 3 seated themselves. Camilla smiled at all the girls and Liam before she began. Well, I had a busy morning on the radio. I talked with quite a few people about your situation, and I think we came up with a solution to get you guys closer to the border. Val laid out a map of the states and folded it so only California, Oregon, and Washington showed. She uncapped a yellow highlighter and marked the route as Camilla explained the plan. We trade salvage from the city with the camps for grains and beef that they trade for with Oregon for fruits and vegetables. Our scouts and traders will take your group with them when they meet for the next trade and pass you on to them. You guys will have to ride your bikes, but you'll be protected with our people. The camp people said they would send transportation so you won't have to bike to their area. That gets you to here. She pointed her finger at the city of Bakersfield. That's the start of their territory, and they have a network of camps that run all the way up the Central Valley. You guys will ride on their transport route all the way up through Oregon and into Washington until it ends at Spokane. From there, you'll have to talk to the locals and see what they have in place, but you'll probably have to go on alone. No one I talked to has any contact farther north. The distance between Spokane and the Canadian border is just over 100 miles. Sorry, guys, that's as close as we can get you. Mrs. Moore stared at Camilla in complete shock. That's over 1,000 miles! How? April knew they were far from home, but the teacher's words made her realize just how far. She tried to figure out how long that would take them to bike, but it was just too big a number for her. She raised her hand before Camilla could speak again and asked, "Do you think we'll be safe biking through their areas?" Val and Camilla looked at each other and laughed before Camilla started to shake her head. "Oh, sweetie, you guys won't be biking all that way. You'll be riding in style." April looked around at her friends in confusion, but no one understood. Camilla had a huge grin on her face when she explained. "You'll all be riding on a train, a steam train." There was a beat of silence before some of the girls started to cheer and dance around. April and Liam couldn't help but smile at each other as the reality of a faster journey set in. April was still a little hesitant to believe, after everything that had happened, they could simply get on a train and get that close to home. So she turned back to Camilla and asked her to explain how that was possible. I know the general story of how they did it, but not all the details. What I was told was that around the end of the 2nd month after the crash, the leaders of all the refugee camps and towns started to send out scouts to make contact with other areas farther north up the coast. Once they had ham radios set up and they started to communicate with each other, they realized that they all had different goods that the other areas could use, so they hammered out some trade agreements and routes to use. The problems they had were safely moving enough of the stuff and people to make it worthwhile. I had no idea before the crash, but apparently there were a lot of restored steam trains in the Pacific states that were used for tourist attractions. Once again, I don't know all the details, but it took them 2 more months to get the trains where they needed them, and thousands of people helped to clear the tracks on the main routes they wanted to use. They've been up and running now for just over a month, and they say it's working great. The last trade we did with the farm camps, we got 2 beef cows from somewhere called Bend, Oregon, as well as 20 bags of flour from up there. The city survivors could only shake their heads in amazed awe, which made Val laugh again. She looked proud when she declared, "Hey, this is America.
They might have knocked us down, but there's no way we would have stayed down. We might never get back to where we were 6 months ago, but we'll rebuild and be stronger for it." Mrs. Moore slowly started to nod her head and laugh before turning to her charges. "Students, we're going home." Chapter 16. Everyone was in a celebratory mood that night at supper, and after the main meal was served and the tables cleared away in the dining hall, a band set up and played music. People danced and sang along to popular songs. April and her friends hadn't heard music since the crash, and they all joined in whirling and spinning to a slightly Spanish-accented Lady Gaga cover. It was the first real fun any of them had had since it all began, and the girls threw themselves into it fully. April took a break from dancing and watched from the sidelines while sipping a weak-flavored cup of Tang. She was so happy and so sad at the same time. She couldn't help thinking that her mom might have gotten better if she'd made it this far with them. The kindness of these people and normality of the night might have brought her back to her old self. Jessica was smiling as she left the dance floor and leaned against the wall beside her for a break. It was the first time she'd seen her friend smile since they had left the tunnels, and April hoped her friend was healing from the rape. "How are you doing? We haven't really had a chance to talk much since we got here," April asked. Jessica gave a half shrug, swiped April's Tang, and took a sip before gagging and handing it back with a chuckle. "God, that's horrible. Is that juice or just the water they used to wash the oranges with?" April laughed and nudged her friend. "Seriously, how are you?" Jessica wiped her sweaty face and watched the dancers for a minute before finally answering. "Better, I guess. I talked about what happened with Mrs. Moore and Maya, and that helped a little. Maya took me to a house that had a bunch of women and girls, and they had, like, a support meeting. I guess there were a lot of women who got attacked like me, and they do counseling there. It helped a little to know I wasn't the only one, and they understand how I feel. So that's good." April bit her lip and asked quietly, "How do you feel?" Jessica breathed deeply. "Honestly, I feel pissed off, but in a quiet sort of way. Not like I want to go scream, but more like a simmering rage that never goes away. I'm not scared of men or hate them. I know it's not all men who would do that, but I think it'll always be there now, a possibility in the back of my mind, and that sucks." She looked over and smirked at April. "I liked the gun training. Bullet therapy." April held up her hands in mock surrender. Yeah, you were totally terrifying with that gun." The two girls were laughing when Liam came and pulled them both back onto the dance floor. The next few days passed quickly with the group resting and getting in more gun and medical training until the morning came when they were ready to leave. There were a lot of hugs and some tears when it came time to say goodbye. It meant a lot to the group that these people had taken them in and provided a safe haven and so much help. Everyone was nervous about leaving the safe community, but they were all ready to move on to the next leg of their journey. Everyone's backpacks had new supplies that Maya had gifted them, and for the first time in months, most of the girls no longer wore Disney-themed clothing. Quite a few of the mothers in the community had traded non-logo clothing with the girls so they could have the cartoon-covered fabric to make fun clothes for their younger children. Getting back on their bikes, the group gave a final wave goodbye to the crowd that had come to see them off, before following Juan and 4 of his scouts out of the gates. The 5 men were also mounted on bikes, and the plan was for all of them to ride to a warehouse where they had one of the few functioning trucks loaded with the scavenged goods that the community was trading. From there, they would follow behind the truck to the designated meeting point with the refugee traders.
The group on bikes had no problem keeping up with the truck, as it was slow going in a lot of places where many wrecked and stalled cars still covered the roads. They had started out from the gates very early in the morning, and by 10 o'clock they were all drenched in sweat. Juan came to a halt, and everyone gulped at their water bottles. They had been on the road for almost 3 hours and still had another 3 to go. April fanned herself as she looked around at the scenery. It was a curious mix of suburban homes and nature. There were canyons and hills, as well as suburban tracts of housing. They had passed huge areas that had been swept through with a fire that left nothing but charred remains of foliage and twisted frames of buildings. Juan had told them that fire was one of his people's biggest fears, and the guards on their walls scanned the hills constantly for the threat. There wasn't a lot his community could do but evacuate if a fire swept through their area, and it was a huge concern. April twisted and turned, trying to stretch out her back, and daydreamed about riding in a comfortable seat as the train sped over the miles. She was smiling to herself when the sound of faint barking reached her ears. She barely registered it until she saw Juan and his men tense up and tighten their grips on their weapons. The men scanned the surrounding area as Juan called the students to move in closer to the truck. April was confused, but unholstered her gun and flicked off the safety. She didn't know what the threat was, but she trusted the reactions of the men, so she readied herself for whatever was to come at them. The barking became louder until a pack of dogs spilled out from between 2 buildings ahead of them. Surprise had April lowering her weapon as she saw over 10 dogs of different breeds and sizes come barreling towards them. The dogs were in poor condition, with matted fur and ribs showing, but their barking and growling was fierce and savage. She couldn't help but notice that each and every one of the dogs had a collar on. The loud report of gunfire had her bringing up her weapon, but she just couldn't fire on the pack. One of the men had fired into the pavement in front of the pack, causing most of the dogs to scatter and run away. 2 of the biggest dogs still headed towards them, so the man fired again, causing the lead dog to squeal and tumble to a stop before it and its companion ran back the way it had come. The tinkle of dog tags had them all swiveling around. Standing in the road behind them was a golden lab with a pink collar. It was also in bad shape, with part of its ear torn away. The group of people stood with weapons pointed at it before the dog let out a whine of sorrow and turned and bolted around a corner. April didn't even feel the tears trickling down her face until Liam stepped over to her and held out a crumpled bit of toilet paper. She hadn't thought that there was anything else in this devastated world that could break her heart, until she realized that all those dogs were once people's beloved pets. Her mind flashed to her own dog, Lucy, and she wondered if her sweet pet had been left to fend for itself. Liam squeezed her shoulder. "They've all gone feral. All those pets not locked into homes would have formed packs. When their owners never came home to feed them, they would have started to hunt for food. Man's best friend is now an enemy." April blew her nose and shoved her sadness to the side and let the anger fill her. This was the new reality, and tears wouldn't help her or her friends survive. She threw her pack back on and climbed back on her bike without a word. The only thing they could do was press on and try and find happiness wherever they could. April kept her head down and followed the truck with the others for the next few hours. She let her anger at what the world had become fuel her muscles and tried to block out the destruction they passed. She trusted Juan and his men to alert them to any dangers they might encounter. She was so focused on moving that she had to jerk to the side to avoid crashing into the bikes in front of her when they slowed to a stop. When she brought her bike under control on the side of the road, she had a good view of what was ahead of them. The landscape ahead was different than what they had been traveling through since they left Disneyland.
Fields spread across the distance, and it had an almost prairie-like quality. Her heart gave a lurch of homesickness as the fields rose up to meet mountains in the far distance. She pulled her gaze away from the familiar-looking view and focused on the road ahead of them. 2 vehicles with a small group of people waited in the middle of the road. Both trucks were older models. One was a heavy-duty transport-looking truck that had a flatbed trailer attached to it. The trailer had crates and boxes strapped down to it, and April assumed it was the trade goods. The other truck was just plain weird. The panels on it were painted with old-fashioned cartoons of children eating ice cream cones. April sent Liam and Jessica an inquiring look, but they just shrugged with bemused expressions. Juan had walked out to meet the other group halfway between the 2 convoys, and after a few minutes came back with a man from the other group. The other men in both groups worked on unhitching the flatbed trailers from the transports.
"This is Kevin. He will be taking you guys from here to the main farm camp."
Juan introduced the new man, and he shook hands with Mrs. Moore and looked over her students.
"It's nice to meet you all. Always good to meet survivors from the city."
He gave them a warm smile and waved at the bikes they were all standing by.
"You can just leave those by the side of the road. You won't need 'em anymore. We'll drive you to the camp for processing and send you to where you'll all be living from now on."
April and her friends took an alarmed step back from the man. Mrs. Moore was shaking her head and looking at Juan in confusion. Juan held up his hand to intervene.
"Oh, Kevin, these folks aren't moving into the camps. They're just passing through on their way home."
Kevin looked over the 2 adult women and the teenage girls before zeroing in on Liam.
Okay, but how far is home to you folks? Do you know how dangerous traveling is now, especially for girls?"
Mrs. Moore stepped forward. "Sir, we do understand just how dangerous the world is now. We thank you and are grateful for the transportation, but we'll travel on to our home in Alberta, Canada. We were informed that there was a train that would be able to take us almost to the border. Once there, we'd continue on our bikes, so we'll need to transport them with us. Is that a problem?" Kevin just stared at the teacher with a blank face before he broke out in laughter. When no one else even smiled, he turned to look at Juan incredulously.
"Are they for real? Do they seriously think they can travel all the way to Canada?"
Juan stared back at him with a hard face, making Kevin turn away and mumble,
"Why not? What are a few more dead people nowadays?"
He stared at the group with a disgusted look before shaking his head.
"So what do you have to trade for passage on the train? It's not a free ride, so do you all plan to work in the fields? Do you know how long that will take to make enough for the ride?"
Mrs. Moore glanced at her students with worry before taking a deep breath and asking, "Exactly how much does it cost per person, and what form of currency are they accepting?" Kevin started to smirk and opened his mouth to answer when Juan stepped in and held up his hand to interrupt.
"Camilla has already spoken to your leaders, and it is all arranged. Their passage will be paid all the way to the end of the line. They'll not be working in the fields," he said in a hard voice before turning to Mrs. Moore and holding out a set of keys. He pointed at the flatbed trailer they had traveled with. "The first 3 pallets are our trade goods. The last 2 are yours and the kids. These keys work on the padlock, strapping the chains down. There's a pallet of sugar and 1 of vinegar. Those are very high-value items and worth a lot. It'll get you passage on the train as well as lodging and enough food for the trip, and farther once you get off the train. Give these keys to Len Olsen and no one else. He will see to everything and make sure you're not cheated." Mrs. Moore stared down at the keys in her hand for a minute before looking up at Juan with tears in her eyes. "Juan, we can't thank you and your people enough for this gift, but you have already helped us so much. Why are you doing this?" Juan made eye contact with all the students before coming back to the teacher and answering her in an emotional voice. "We saw so many people die, and so many of our friends and family just never came home. We'll never know what happened to them. Helping you all get home, it was an easy decision. Maybe somewhere someone's helping our family."
He sniffed back his emotions and leaned in closer to her and grinned.
"Also, we have a whole warehouse full of this stuff. We secured a wholesale distribution center at the very start of the crash. Don't tell them that, though," he ended with a laugh.
Mrs. Moore shook her head with a smile and leaned in to embrace him. "It's people like you and your group that will make your country strong again. Thank you, and please thank all of your people for us." Juan gave her a wink and hardened his face before turning back to Kevin and waving him over.
"We'll help you and your men load all of the bikes onto the trailer. We brought extra straps to secure them. When you get to the camp, take them to Len. He will be expecting them."
Kevin rolled his eyes and shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever, man. I'm just the delivery guy." Juan's face hardened even more, and he leaned in and gripped Kevin's shoulder hard.
Yes, you're the delivery guy, and you will deliver these people and our goods to Len. Do we understand each other?"
Kevin winced at the pressure of Juan's hand and started to nod quickly. "Hey, man, no problem." He backed away and turned to his waiting men and waved them over. "Let's get these bikes loaded pronto." The girls and Liam pushed their bikes over to the transport and handed them off to the waiting men. April and Liam went to Juan, and after a hug and a handshake, followed Mrs. Moore to the old ice cream truck. Kevin had opened the back doors, and the girls were climbing in with nervous looks. April looked inside and saw that the interior had been stripped of everything and replaced with benches along the sides. It was dim and hot, with no windows, but she just shrugged and climbed in. It was better than biking for the next 4 hours. The truck gave a lurch as it did a U-turn and started north. It quickly became stuffy and hot, with barely a breeze making it back to them from the front seat windows. The group tried to get comfortable on the hard seats, but every time the van swerved around a car or wreck in the road, everyone went sliding. After 3 hours, they had drained all the water they had brought with them, and April had decided that biking to the camp would have been better. It was a huge relief to everyone when the van started to slow down and they entered through some kind of gate. It was impossible to see where they were or what they were driving through from the back, and everyone was getting anxious after 2 more stops and starts as they passed through checkpoints. When Kevin finally came to a stop and shut off the engine, April was ready to leap out of the back doors. After so long in the dim interior of the van, the bright afternoon sunlight seared into their eyes and blinded them when he opened the doors. They all needed to be helped down, and April bumped into Liam as her eyes started to adjust. There was a strange sound all around them, and it was a complete shock to them all when they could finally see what was causing it. All around them, on every side, were people. More people than April or her friends had seen since before the crash. Chapter 17. It was overwhelming and hard to take in all the noise, smells, and motion that bustled around them. After traveling through the empty, silent city and suburbs, even Juan's small community couldn't have prepared them for this camp. April clutched Liam's arm as her head turned from one direction to another. As far as she could see, there were campers, mobile trailers, and tents in rows, with a few permanent buildings thrown in. People were everywhere. They were walking and talking or pulling carts. Children ran around playing games, while some women hung laundry on lines or tended small campfires with pots hanging above them. Dogs barked and chased after kids with their tails wagging in joy, while people called out to one another. The smells were just as overpowering. April could smell campfire smoke, food cooking, body odor, and sewage. She was in a daze when Liam nudged her away from the van and ended up pulling her along as their group was led to a 2-story building with a wide covered wraparound porch. She finally snapped out of it when she stumbled over the first flagstone rock that led up to the house. There was a man and woman waiting at the top of the stairs with their arms linked and welcome smiles on their faces. The man was tall and beanpole thin, with silver hair and a huge mustache. The woman was half his height, and her hair was a faded blonde color. They looked like they were in their 50s. When April's group arrived at the bottom of the stairs, the man called out to them.
"You all must be the Disney princesses that Camilla told us about. Welcome to Camp Grapevine. I'm Lynn Olson, and this is my better half, Kathleen. Come on into the house, and we'll chat about how we can help you all."
The students climbed the stairs and shook their hosts' hands before entering the house. They were led into a large family kitchen where they sat at a long, weathered oak table that was lined with cushioned benches. Kathleen passed out glasses and filled them from pitchers of fruit juice. After the long, hot ride in the back of the van, the girls and Liam were parched, and they all gulped down the juice. April savored the treat, but wondered why these people were being so generous. Mrs. Moore made the introductions of her students and then filled the couple in on where they had been and what they had done to survive the crash. After she'd concluded the story of their journey, Lynn leaned back in his chair and shook his head in admiration. He had a deep, gravelly voice when he spoke.
"You all were very fortunate and smart. So many people just up and ran that day with no supplies or thoughts on where to go. Others just sat and waited. Most just died either way. The people here in the valley were lucky. We moved pretty fast and got organized. It helped that we already had a lot of crops planted and food on hand, but we knew we'd be flooded with refugees from the cities. There's a lot of huge farms in the valley, and we all had field hands and their families to help, but without modern machinery working, we knew we'd need more help. The first month was insane, and we came close to pure anarchy, but we managed to hold it in check. We got checkpoints set up at almost all the roads leading into the valley, and started to process the people coming in on foot. It was ugly, and a lot of refugees expected us to just take care of them. It took a hard line to get through to some of them that they would have to work in order to eat. So many people came together to make it work. We had fields and fields just full of people sleeping on the dirt until we could get the logistics set up to move them to where they could stay permanently. There were 11 ham radios that made that possible. If we hadn't been able to communicate up and down the valley, we'd have lost everything. What you saw outside is the first of a dozen camps that we managed to set up. There are smaller ones here and there throughout the valley, but the main camps follow Highway 99 and Interstate 5.
He paused in his story to take a drink, and they could all see the haunted look in his eyes as he remembered those early days. When his wife rubbed his shoulder, he cleared his throat and continued.
It was as close to hell on earth as you can get. We had to guard as many fields as possible, or the refugees would have eaten them bare. Whole families would just lie down in the dirt and die before we could get to them. Food rationing was so strict, and parents would give their portion to the kids and then starve themselves. I can't tell you how many orphans we have in the valley, but it's in the thousands. I don't remember when we turned the corner, but the last 3 months have been a lot better. When the steam train guys came to us and laid out their plan to get the tracks operational again, it seemed to lift every person in the valley up with hope. We had so many volunteers to help on the project that it seemed to happen overnight, and when that first train came through, there were celebrations everywhere.
He lost himself again in thought, and Mrs. Moore leaned forward.
"Mr. Olson, what you and your people have done here is nothing short of amazing. It might take decades, but you and other communities just like this one have taken the first step in putting your country back together again. You'll go down in the history books as a hero. Thank you for welcoming us into your home and sharing your story. My students and I had no way of knowing what had happened to the rest of the world as we hid underground. But your story has given me hope that our own homes and town might have come together and survived as well."
He nodded his head with a thoughtful expression before asking,
"Central Alberta had a low population, didn't it?"
At the teacher's nod, he went on,
"Well, I'm not familiar with the entire province, but I have been to the Calgary Stampede a few times. There's a lot of agriculture and beef in that province, and couple that with a lower population, it stands to reason that they might have fared better than other places. Now, we'd love to put you and your kids on the train and send you home out of the goodness in our hearts, but there are a couple of issues. One, it only goes as far as Spokane, and two, there are a lot of people who want passage on that train, so there needs to be payment. If it was up to me and Kathleen, we'd just put you on it and send you on your way, but it's not. There's a council that runs the valley, and we're just two of them. If not for Camilla contacting us first, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We've developed a very good relationship with her and her people, and they supply us with much-needed salvage from the cities."
Kathleen interrupted her husband with a question.
"I spoke with Camilla this morning, and she told me you would have something to give us to convince the council to provide passage for all of you. What did you bring?"
Mrs. Moore smiled and held up the keys Juan had given her.
"Again, I would like to thank you both for speaking with us and helping with this arrangement. But before I hand these over, I need assurances that will be taken to at least Spokane. I was told that what we have to trade would be enough for passage the whole way, as well as any lodging and food supplies for the journey. These students are my responsibility, and I must do whatever I can to get them home safely."
Lynn scowled and was about to speak when his wife interrupted him with a fierce look and a raised hand.
"I'm a mother of 3 daughters. I understand your concern, and I want to thank you for what you have done to keep these girls safe. If my girls were lost, I would be insane with worry, and I would pray that they had someone like you to guide them and help protect them. I'm going to ask you to trust me that I'll do everything I can to make this trade work and get you and these girls and boy as close to home and their mothers as I can."
Mrs. Moore studied Kathleen's face for a few seconds before nodding her head. She held up the keys again and said,
"1 pellet of refined sugar and 1 pellet of vinegar."
There was a beat of silence before Kathleen started to laugh. Mrs. Moore kept her face blank, but all her students looked at each other with worry. Kathleen's words had them all breaking out in smiles.
"Would you like to go in the first-class cabin?"
Lynn Olson snorted a laugh and shook his head. "That Camilla must really like you guys. Sugar and vinegar are worth more than gold here. Even with all these people to feed and being able to move the fruit and produce by train, we still have a lot spoiling. We need those 2 things to preserve it. 2 pallets aren't going to go far, but it's more than enough to trade for what you and your students need. I'll get on the radio and talk to the others in the council. We'll have paperwork put together with your passage rights on it by the time the train leaves in 2 days."
He held out his hand for the keys, and at a nod from his wife, Mrs. Moore handed them over. He got up from the table and left the room, leaving his wife to handle the other details. She smiled at the group and stood.
"I'd like you all to stay here with us for the next couple of days until you leave. The camp is fairly safe. Most of the savages from the early days have either died or been hunted down, but I would feel better having you all here. My 2 oldest girls are married and live close by, but my youngest was at the university when the lights went out. She was hurt by some men as she made her way home."
Kathleen swallowed hard before going on.
"Thankfully, her father found her and got her home, but she's not the same girl anymore. I've seen a lot of people die in the last 6 months, and I've seen a lot of women abused. I couldn't help very many of them, but I can help all of you."
There were tears in the woman's eyes as she waved them to follow her, but her shoulders were back and her head was held high. She took them to the second floor and directed them to a bedroom and explained where they could get cleaned up before leaving them to settle in. April and Jessica shared a room, and they both dropped their packs and flopped down on the bed they would be sharing and stared at the ceiling. April could only lay there for a few minutes before she rolled off and went to the window. She just couldn't get over how many people there were at the encampment.
Can you imagine what it would have been like here at the beginning? How scary it would have been with all those thousands of terrified people?
Jessica scrubbed at her face in weariness and rolled off the bed to join April at the window. She took a long look at the rows of tents and campers before turning away and leaning against the wall.
What I can't believe is how amazingly lucky we were. We should be dead. All of us should be dead.
At April's confused look, she explained.
Think about it. We were a bunch of teenage tourists in one of the biggest cities in North America when the crash happened, and somehow we've made it for 6 months. None of us really went hungry, we didn't really have to fight anyone, and we managed to bathe pretty regularly. Stupid lucky, that's what we've been. And after all that, we have managed to stumble onto a bunch of amazingly good people that want to help send us home. Stupid lucky.
April chewed on her bottom lip as she thought about her friend's words. She was right. So many people that were better prepared or smarter had died. She shook her head at the senselessness of it.
It's like those clips you see on the Weather Network when they show the aftermath of a tornado swathing through a town. It's destruction everywhere until that one house that's perfectly fine except for a few shingles lost from the roof. There's no explanation for why it wasn't destroyed like the rest of the town. It just survived. I guess that's us.
A voice from the doorway added, "And one very smart teacher." The two girls looked over at Mrs. Hardsky, who was standing in the door. The woman gave them an understanding smile and came into the room and sat on the bed. "It's natural for you to question why we lived when so many people died. And yes, we were very lucky, but it was more than that. Norma Moore is a strong woman, and she didn't let fear paralyze her when this all started. She knew exactly what was going to happen, and she guided us all so we'd have the best chance. She did the exact right thing by making us hide for so long. None of us were ready to face what was happening during those first days, and with a group as large as ours, we'd just have been more refugees to turn away if we had made it here. The people that have helped us so far had to turn a lot of people away at the start. Now that things are a bit more under control, they want to try and make up for that a little. Norma knew this would happen, and that's why she made us wait so long before we left the city." Jessica nodded, but her expression was uncertain.
Then why did she tell the other kids to leave? Do you think they're all dead?
She said the last word in a whisper. Jan thought about it before answering. "I don't know, and we won't know until we get home. But no, I don't think they're dead. Those kids had different personalities than you guys. They were used to being more independent, and they had different skills that would have helped them survive. I think they got out of the city before it went totally mad and made it to the rural areas where they had a better chance. I honestly think that most of them will be waiting at home for us when we get there." She stood up from the bed and took one of both girls' hands. "Now, I don't want either one of you to feel guilty about surviving. You both had horrible things happen to you, and it was you who decided to keep going. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Feel grateful and hopeful and happy because we made it this far, and we have a plan to go farther safely." April and Jessica stepped into her arms when Jan pulled them close and enjoyed the hug. It was the closest they were going to get to having a mom hold them. After a minute, Jan pulled back and looked them over. "Okay, let's go get cleaned up and see if we can lend a hand around here. We might have traded for passage on the train, but that doesn't mean we can't show our gratitude." The girls nodded and grabbed clean clothes and toiletries before following Jan out of the room. Chapter 18. April, Liam, and the other girls followed Mrs. Moore and Jan through the crowds as they walked to the camp's marketplace. Kathleen had shooed them out of the house when they had asked for any work they could help with, telling them that she had more than enough hands around for chores. She'd suggested they go out for a walk and gave them directions to the market that had been set up. The market was similar to a flea market, with tables filled with clothes, toys, and personal items. The busiest tables by far were the ones that were covered in books. With no TV or internet, reading was the main form of entertainment. They maneuvered around the lineups and came to an interesting sight. A long table had been set up with cutouts of every state taped in place, and a clipboard and shoebox on each one. A homemade sign proclaimed it the post office. April and Liam walked up to the table to see how it worked, and a young woman with tired eyes greeted them and gave them an explanation. If you're from a different state, then write your names on the clipboard for that state. If you're looking for someone, then check the names. If you want to write a letter, then put it in the box. If you're planning to travel out of state, then let me know where, and I'll give you the letters that people want sent there. You carry them with you and hand them over to locals in that area with the hope that they will pass them on. She had obviously said the same speech many times by her automated delivery and waited with raised eyebrows for them to tell her what they wanted. The two teens looked at all the shoeboxes filled with letters and shook their heads in disbelief. "Do letters ever make it here?" April asked sadly, thinking of all the people that were trapped so far from home. The woman shrugged. "A few, but mainly just what the train brings back from up and down the route." Liam looked at the boxes from the western states and saw they had the least number of letters in them. He assumed that the train carried those states' letters more often. He smiled at the woman. "This is amazing. It's like the olden days in the Pony Express. You're doing a really great thing here." The woman's eyes warmed up for the first time, and a soft smile crossed her face. "Thank you. It's so hard sometimes to see people put their letters in the boxes for the eastern states. Hardly anyone goes that way, and it just wears me down after a while. Do you guys want to put your names down anywhere?" They shook their heads, and April explained, "We're taking the train all the way to the end and then traveling up into Canada." The woman's eyes grew big, and she held up a hand for them to wait before turning and rushing over to the stack of boxes set up behind the table. She hefted one up into her arms and brought it to the table. With a game show hostess smile and a wave of her hand, she proclaimed, "Canada." April's mouth dropped open at the amount of letters in the box, but Liam just grabbed the box and pulled it towards him. "We'll take it," he said with excitement. The woman laughed in delight and looked over Liam's shoulder. April turned and saw that her group was all standing behind them. Mrs. Moore came up to the table and asked what was going on. After a quick explanation, she patted Liam on the shoulder. "Of course we'll carry these precious letters home with us. Can you imagine the happiness and relief it'll give people to know what happened to their loved ones? What a wonderful thing you're doing here, miss." The woman's eyes had misted over, and she sniffed back her tears. This is why I do it. It makes it worth all the sadness when someone like you comes along." Liam pulled the box closer to his chest and met the woman's eyes. "What you're doing might seem hopeless, but it's not. It's just the first step in connecting all of us again. I would be honored to help deliver these letters as best as I can. Thank you for doing this." The woman was beaming as she waved when they walked away, with Liam carrying the box of letters. April was surprised at her friend's reaction to the woman and asked him about it as they headed back to the house they were staying at. He tried to find the words to explain.
You used to be able to talk to anyone anywhere in the world with a call or click of a mouse, and now we're basically all alone. Just living through another day is the main focus of every person left alive. That woman, she somehow survived, but now she's trying to put us all back in touch. It's a small effort in a huge world, but it's the first step in getting back some of what we lost. That's what it's going to take. Lots of small efforts that will one day join together to reclaim our world. Getting the trains working, setting up a mail service, I admire that. It gives me hope for the future, and I'm proud to add my small effort to it. Mrs. Moore laid a hand on his shoulder. Well said, Liam. It'll take all of us to move ahead. It'll be people like you and the good people who we have met on our journey that'll make it happen. I have no doubts at all on that score. When they got back to the house, the girls helped Liam sort the letters by province. The largest pile by far was for the province of Ontario, where Canada had the highest population. There were piles for almost all the provinces, and the girls divided them up and put them in their packs so Liam wouldn't have to carry them all. They all knew that most of the letters wouldn't reach the people they were written to, but they would pass them on once they made it home and hope for the best. It wasn't long after that when Lynn and Kathleen led the group to the main dining tent for the evening meal. It was the biggest of 3 dining tents set up in the huge camp, and the setup was cafeteria style. They were served a meal that consisted of vegetable soup with tiny slivers of meat in it, as well as a full salad, a wedge of cheese, a dish of fruit, and another dish of nuts. There was a closely guarded milk station where only children and pregnant women were given a glass. April's entire group devoured the fresh produce, and the cheese and nuts were a real treat for them. Kathleen talked about the food as they ate. Meat and bread are the most needed food staples here. We have plenty of produce, and we get most of our protein from nuts. There was a large cheese factory not too far away, so we do get some dairy, but we're very careful to ration it. Things have gotten so much better since the trains started to run again, and we hope to build up our cattle stock with what we're trading to Oregon. Potatoes from Idaho are due in when the train gets back, so everyone's excited about that. All in all, we're doing much better than a few months ago. We've been in talks with a few groups closer to the coast about trading for seafood, but it'll take a while to put in place. That area is still very dangerous, with roaming bands of refugees that attack any supply convoys, and right now we have the army focusing on protecting the trains. Jessica looked up sharply. Army? As in the U.S. Army? Lynn nodded grimly. Well, what's left of them anyway. California had 11 military bases and a huge amount of personnel, but most of them were overseas or didn't report to base when the crash happened. A large portion of personnel moved from the cities to the Central Valley. The higher-ups knew that this would be the best place to feed their men and families. We have around 3,000 soldiers spread through the valley, and they were a big reason a lot of people lived through that first month. They helped secure and defend most of the major commercial farms, and they hunted down a lot of gangs that were preying on refugees. Their administration helped us get organized, and they had working trucks that had been safeguarded against the EMP that let us move people and supplies around easier. Each and every one of those soldiers are true American heroes. Kathleen smiled reassuringly at the group. The soldiers guard the trains and the track, so you'll all be safe on it. They even have planes that fly ahead, scouting for trouble. Liam's mouth dropped open, and he gushed in surprise. You even have planes? Lynn laughed at his tone. Yup, there were 2 military aircraft museums in the valley, and those boys got quite a few old planes working in no time. Liam started to laugh and looked at Mrs. Moore. In 6 months, these people have set up homes for thousands of people, got trains and airplanes working, and started trading in 3 other states. Maybe we should just stay here.
There was laughter around the table, and the teacher gave him an indulgent smile. "I believe your parents would object to that, Liam. And don't forget that Canadians are also resourceful people. I'm sure there are plenty of people putting the pieces back together in our country as well." Liam shook his head. "Of course, Mrs. Moore, I was only joking. I'm just as anxious to get home to my family as the rest of you. I'm just so impressed by what they have accomplished here already." Shortly after that, the group went back to the house and settled in for the night. They'd had a long, tiring day, and most people retired for the night when the sun went down, now that there wasn't electric lighting or primetime TV to watch. The next day was spent washing clothing and repacking supplies in their packs and the 3 bike trailers. Lynn had assured them that their bikes would be loaded on the train so that they would have them when they got off in Spokane. The trip would take 7 days to get to the end of the line. It had many stops to make to transfer supplies, and it didn't travel at night for safety. Before the crash, that trip would have taken 40 hours to complete on a higher-speed modern train, but the steam train had to make stops to take on water, and without a communication system to tell them if there was a blockage on the tracks, they had to rely on the scout planes, which could only fly during the day. Even with the Army guarding the train, there were still attacks, so daytime travel was all it could do. By the time the next morning dawned, the whole group was more than ready to get going. They were all excited to start the next leg of their journey, especially since they would only have to ride their bikes as far as the closest station, which was an hour away. Kathleen made them a filling breakfast in the house so they wouldn't have to go to the dining tent, and then handed them all a food bag with sandwiches, fruit, and vegetables in them. It was an unexpected kindness, and they all hugged and thanked her as they left. She stood waving from the porch, calling out good luck and best wishes, as the group followed behind Lynn in an antique car. It was an easy trip for them in the early morning sun, and many people who were working in the fields would stop and wave as they rode by. The hour passed quickly, and soon they could see the beginnings of another camp come into sight. The road became busier with everything from horse-drawn trailers to old rusted tractors pulling hay wagons piled with crates and boxes. They were all headed to the station, and the group of Canadians stayed close together behind Lynn's car until they got as close to the station as possible. April's eyes swiveled in every direction as they walked their bikes through the crowds, and she noticed that the majority of people around them had some sort of firearm with them. She was glad that Mrs. Moore had insisted that all the trained students carry their guns on them and not packed away in their packs. As they finally broke through the crowd, the train came into view, and it was straight out of an old movie. The engine was an iron monster that had steam gently rising from its stack. The next 3 cars looked just as old as the engine, and they were clearly passenger cars. After that came at least 20 flatbed and cargo cars that were either filled with tarped-over cargo or being filled. Lynn led them to an elderly man in an old-fashioned conductor's uniform. They had a brief conversation, and the conductor scanned the paperwork that Lynn handed him before he nodded, wrote something on the paper, and handed it back. He blew a whistle that pierced the air, and within minutes 3 men rushed over and started to stick masking tape on the bikes before writing a number on it with black markers. After all the bikes and trailers had been marked, they pushed them away from the passenger cars and handed them up to be loaded into a cargo car. Mrs. Moore, Mrs. Hardsky, and Liam had removed the biggest backpacks from the 3 trailers and kept those. The conductor instructed the group on what would happen on their journey. His voice was rough with age, but it was loud and firm.
"All right, listen up. My name's Albert, and I'll be your go-to guy on this trip. Your group is cleared all the way to the end of the line, so I would advise you to find a section of bench and keep it for the whole trip. There's no food provided, so I hope you've brought enough to see you the whole way. If not, you can send people off when we stop for the night and try and trade for some. Water we'll provide. There are no sleeper cars on the train, so most passengers who are traveling sleep on the floor. That's why it's a good idea to claim one area so you can all sleep together. Now, if you get off the train, be quick. It's not going to wait for you if you don't get back on time. Next up is weapons. The soldiers are here to protect us, but in case of an attack, be prepared to help them defend the train and watch your shots. We don't want any accidents from friendly fire. Other than an attack, keep your weapons holstered or slung. Anyone waving a gun around or making trouble will be ejected from the train, and it probably won't stop while we do it. Any questions?
Jessica raised her hand and at his nod asked, "Are there bathrooms we can use, or do we hold it until we stop?" The serious-faced conductor gave a sharp nod.
Good question. There are portable bathrooms stationed at both ends of the cars. Fronts for ladies, backs for men. They aren't the nicest, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. If that's it, then load on up and keep your paperwork with you. You'll need the number on it to claim your bikes when you get off at the end.
When they all just stood staring at him, his face split in a wide grin before he bellowed, "All aboard!"
Then turned to Lynn and cackled a laugh. I never get tired of yelling that.
All the students gave their thanks and said goodbye to Lynn as he gave them a hand up onto the train. Mrs. Moore shook his hand and thanked him as well before following her students up the steps. The interior of the car had 2 sections for seating. There was an area that had bus-style seating with benches that could sit 2 people side by side, facing towards the front of the train, and then a long bench on either side. Mrs. Moore had her students divide in half, and they took up a section of the long bench at the very front of the train, facing each other. This gave the group the first 10 feet of the passenger car to claim as their own, and they could sleep on the floor in the middle without having strangers on both sides. It was the best they could do to keep together, but it also meant that any woman that needed to use the portable toilet would have to walk through their area. The bench seat was deep and had old leather covering the hard padding. It wasn't the most comfortable, but April was glad it wasn't a bicycle seat she'd be riding on. Liam and Jessica settled on either side of her, and they all pushed their packs under the bench between their legs. The group sat quietly as the rest of the passenger car slowly filled up with other passengers. Some of the people entering the car looked completely normal, with clean clothes and bags, while others clearly had a rough time, with dirty, ragged clothing, thin bodies, and haunted eyes. Most of them carried tattered grocery bags with what little remained of their possessions. April had to turn her head away to keep from staring at one family. The parents were gaunt, their clothing hanging off of their bodies. The father carried a small girl that looked around at the other people on board with lifeless eyes as her head wobbled on a pencil-thin neck. The mother clutched the hand of a boy who looked around 8 years old. His eyes never stopped darting around as if he was searching for a threat. Before looking away, April noticed that all they had between them was one ripped black garbage bag with a small bulge in the bottom of it. She couldn't imagine that there was enough food in it for one meal, and she hoped they didn't have far to travel and that there was help waiting for them wherever they got off. More and more people piled onto the train until all the seats were taken and new passengers were forced to stand in the center aisle. Most of the standing passengers were men, and only a few women. They were wearing work clothing and carrying small sacks. April wondered if they were traveling to other areas in the valley for work. A long, piercing whistle screamed out, causing most of the students to jump or flinch in their seats. Seconds later, the train gave a lurch, making everyone sway as it slowly started to move. Liam and Jessica looked at April, and the grins on their faces were contagious. April saw that a lot of people were smiling as they pulled away from the station. After 6 months of feet power being the only form of transportation, it was thrilling to know that they were going somewhere in something close to what they had all traveled in their whole lives.
The passenger car quickly became warm, and soon passengers were dropping open windows to get the air circulating. By the time they were slowing to the first stop, everyone on board was sweating. Lynn had told them that the train stopped every 90 miles or so to take on more water and drop off and pick up passengers and goods. Some of the stops were at proper pre-crash stations, but most were just wooden platforms where a water tower had been set up. Throughout that first day, passengers came and went, and Albert came around with buckets of drinking water to refill bottles or canteens. Mrs. Moore had informed her students that in order to conserve their supplies, they would only eat 2 meals a day. They'd all had a wonderful breakfast supplied by Kathleen, so their next meal would be supper, and as the sun started to set, they were all looking forward to the train's last stop so they could stretch out and eat their supper. As they pulled into their destination for the evening, April could see that it was a large camp similar to the first one they had been taken to. The fields along the tracks were crammed with more tents and camper trailers, and once again, people were everywhere. Almost all the passengers in their car got off when they came to a stop, leaving April's group, the worn-down family, and 6 others to spend the night on the train. Albert came through and spoke quietly to each group while filling up their water. After he spoke to the family, April saw the father pass the sleeping girl to the mother, and he got up and left the car. Albert came down to them and spoke with Mrs. Moore as he topped up their water. He started to shake his head.
"Nope, sorry, you can't cook anything on the train. Too much of a fire hazard. The platform is empty this time of night, and there are plenty of soldiers guarding the train, so it would be safe to cook out there and then bring your food in to eat. When you're done with your meal, I'd lay out any blankets you have and claim this area of the aisle for sleeping. We start loading passengers back up at dawn, so you'll all have to be packed up by then."
Mrs. Moore nodded her understanding, and she and Mrs. Hardsky started to unload the 2 candle stoves and pots. They had Albert fill the 2 pots with water, and along with a small bag, Mrs. Moore and Liam carried them down the steps to the platform where they got them set up to cook. Supper would be a simple meal of soup made from a bulk-sized powdered soup packet that had dried veggies and beef in it. They had quite a few of the packets from Disneyland, and it was easy to prepare. Kathleen had given them some fresh vegetables and fruit, as well as other supplies. Looking out the train's window, April could see her teacher cutting up a zucchini that she added to the pots of soup. Mrs. Hardsky was setting out bowls, and beside each went little piles of crackers, a handful of almonds, and cut-up melon wedges. Some of her friends were using the time until supper was ready to clean themselves up with damp washcloths and towels, after which they hung them to dry over the open window. A few other girls had pulled out a deck of cards and were playing a game on the floor. April was feeling cooped up after being in the train all day, so after letting Mrs. Hardsky know what she was doing, she climbed down onto the platform to get some fresh air. The air had the smell of campfire from all the fires in the nearby camp, but it was still more refreshing than the inside of the passenger car. A scuffing sound above her had her looking up, and she was a little surprised to see a soldier standing on the roof of the car. He was looking away from her, but she could make out the rifle he held in his hands. Turning around, she looked down the length of the train and saw that there was a soldier stationed on top of every car. Turning back, she walked towards her teacher and Liam, feeling relieved that they would be able to sleep well that night, knowing they were being well guarded. April caught the smell of their soup, and her belly made a loud grumble, causing Mrs. Moore to smile and Liam to chuckle. Movement caught all their attention as the father from the train stepped up onto the platform. He was staring down at the cucumber and half of a cantaloupe he had in his hands as he walked. He looked up just as he was a few steps away from them, and it was clear to see the despair in his eyes. The man looked at all 3 of them before glancing down at the 2 pots of steaming soup before his face flushed red and he mumbled in, "Excuse me, before going around them and climbing back onto the train. All three of them watched his stooped shoulders until he disappeared inside. No one said anything as they all looked back down at the soup. April finally couldn't take it, but all she got out was, "Mrs. Moore?" before her teacher said, "Yes," to the unspoken question. "We can't feed them for the whole trip, but we'll share what we can. We've had too many people help us to not pay some of it forward." April felt something unclench in her stomach and gave her teacher a relieved smile before she ran back to her car's steps and jumped up them into the interior. She passed the family to go to her group's area and whispered for them all to gather around. In a low voice, she explained what she wanted to do. "We've been very lucky since this all began, and we've had enough food and never had to go very long without a meal. There have been a lot of people who've helped us so far, and I think we should pay it forward. I saw that man come back with 1 cucumber and half a cantaloupe to feed to his whole family for their supper. They already look half-starved, so I think we should try and help them. We all had a good breakfast, and we didn't really do anything today but sit on this train, so we should cut down on our meal and give it to them. I vote we all have our soup and crackers, but give them the nuts and fruit and some soup that's left over. What do you think?" Mrs. Hardsky winced and said, "Oh, April, sweetie, I know you want to help, but—" All the other students stared down at their little pile of food silently until Jessica spoke.
Karma, people. Karma. You give to get. We've been helped, so it's time we did some helping back."
She pushed her dish of nuts and fruit into the middle of the circle and looked at April with a nod. April smiled in gratitude and pushed hers in as well. One by one, the other girls added their dishes to the center. Just then, Mrs. Moore and Liam carried in the 2 pots of soup and set them down on the floor. Mrs. Moore asked Mrs. Hardsky to get 2 more bowls, and with a slight frown, she added them to the lineup of bowls. As the teacher filled each bowl, April explained what she wanted to do with the rest of the meal. Mrs. Moore looked at the dishes clustered together and shook her head. "Take back your fruit, girls, and we'll give the family soup and crackers and all the nuts for now. They have some fruit already, and after supper Mrs. Hardsky and I'll make up a care packet for them with items that will keep longer." The older woman looked at each of her students in turn and told them, "I'm proud of you all for being willing to share. Just like the people who have helped us, we must be thankful for how lucky we have been and try to help others when we can." Once all her students had started eating, she rose to her feet with 2 of the bowls and an almost empty sleeve of crackers. She asked April to gather the nuts into a small Ziploc sandwich bag and carry it to the family. As they walked down the aisle, some of the other passengers eyed them with curiosity, and April saw Albert standing near the back of the car watching them. When they stopped in front of the family, the father looked up from trying to tempt the small girl to eat a portion of melon, and he squared his shoulders. Mrs. Moore held out the soup to him and his wife. "We had extra soup to spare, and we can't keep it or it'll go bad, so we thought your family might enjoy a hot meal." The man looked from the bowls in her hand to his wife and seemed like he might refuse until his son made a small whimper. His shoulders sank and he nodded with downcast eyes. His voice was hoarse when he spoke. "Thank you. We're very grateful for your kindness." His wife had tears in her eyes as she took the bowl and immediately handed it to her son before taking the other one and using the plastic spoon to feed the little girl. Mrs. Moore held out the crackers and April the bag of nuts. The father reached for them and finally met their eyes. "We're doing okay. We made it out of the city safely to the mountains and found a cabin. I know how to trap, so we had meat, and there's plenty of wild foliage that's edible if you know where to look. We were doing okay. Maybe not thriving, but we were surviving there, until a fire tore through the area and we had to run with only the clothes on our backs.
It took us 4 days to walk down the mountain into the valley. Some people who were working in the fields took us to a camp, but we had nothing to trade for food or a tent. I'm originally from Oregon, and my family is still up there. When they said they would radio up there to see if they had survived, I was shocked. Turns out they did, and they promised the camp people to pay the fee for us to get up there on the train. We just have to make it 1 more day, and then my folks will help us from there."
Mrs. Moore smiled kindly at him and patted his shoulder. "You did well, sir. You protected and provided for your family when many couldn't. Well done." The man's shoulders squared up again at her words, and he looked at his family with loving eyes before turning back to her.
"Thank you. Thank you very much."
As they turned to go back to their group, April met Albert's eyes, and he gave her a slow nod before turning and leaving the car. April and Mrs. Moore settled back with their group and quickly ate their meal before passing the bowls to one of the other students to be cleaned and stored for another day. After everything was cleaned and put away, they all laid out the few blankets they had and spread out on the floor to sleep. Mrs. Moore and Mrs. Hardsky lay at the end of the group, creating a wall between the students and the rest of the passengers. April was lying on her side, facing down the length of the train, so she saw when Albert climbed back aboard their car, his arms full of blankets. He quietly handed them over to the family they had helped, and as he turned to leave, their eyes met and he froze for a second. A brief nod came from him before he turned and left again. As April closed her eyes to sleep, a small smile graced her lips. She fell asleep, thinking that kindness was contagious. Chapter 19. The sun was just giving a hint of its arrival when a bell on the platform rang out, waking all the people in the passenger cars. It was the signal that the train would be moving on soon, and the 2 adults of the group got their students up and moving quickly. All the blankets were rolled up and packed away as Mrs. Hardsky and her daughter Ginny quickly set up the stoves on the platform to heat water for instant oatmeal and fruit that would be the group's breakfast. 2 more bowls were handed over to the struggling family, and shortly after that, new passengers started to board the train. April watched the scenery pass by and was again amazed at how many people were in the area. Every field they passed had workers bent over as they tended or harvested the food growing in them. Old-fashioned windmills had been erected all over the place to pump the water needed to grow the food, and she dreamed of seeing the same effort around her own home. April tried not to think of her dad too often, as the uncertainty of his fate caused her to fall into a deep depression. He was the only person left in the world for her since her mom had died. So when she did think of him, it was of him working on growing food and waiting for her to come home. The day passed with starts and stops, people getting on and off, and miles being eaten away. They had another quiet night sleeping on the train at the last stop it would have in California. The next day had the landscape changing as they climbed through a small mountain range. The tracks went over bridges of rushing water, and there were almost no people in sight except for a few fishermen on the banks of rivers. The first time the train stopped in the middle of nowhere beside a lake, the students looked around anxiously, and those with weapons feared they would have to use them. When they saw men dragging long hoses to the water, they calmed down and watched with fascination as the men took turns on a 2-sided lever to pump it and force water from the lake into the train. They did this on 2 more stops that day before finally stopping for the night in a medium-sized town. They had passed the tent camps they were used to seeing on the outskirts of the town, but the station was in the town's main core. For the first time since boarding the train, the family of 4 stood up all together and made to disembark. The parents looked down to the end of the train that April's group had claimed, and the mother covered her heart before gesturing with that hand towards them. The father gave a half bow with a smile of gratitude, and then they got in line to leave the train. April rushed over to the window and scanned the people on the platform. Many were coming and going, but she finally spotted an older couple standing off to the side, clutching each other's hands. Their eyes were glued to every passenger that climbed down from the passenger cars. April couldn't hear through the glass, but it was clear from the older woman's expression that she let out a sob of relief and covered her mouth with a shaking hand when her loved ones came off the train. The small family rushed across the platform and collided with the older couple in a huge, clutching group hug. April turned away with a huge smile on her face. Her heart was light with hope. Hope for her and all of her friends that they would have their own reunion with loved ones. They fell into their routine of setting up the stoves once the platform had cleared of all people and making their small meal. They all got off the train to stretch out their legs and to use the less smelly washrooms in the terminal. The water wasn't flowing in the toilets, but a bucket of water was beside each so that they would flush. After the small meal was finished, they again laid out their blankets and settled down with cards or books until the light became too dim for anything but sleep. April was staring up at the dark ceiling of the train. She wasn't really tired after having not done anything other than sit all day long, and the hard wooden floor didn't make it any easier to drop off to sleep. She heard a voice call out on the platform, and another sent out a challenge. A lamp came to life, sending a touch of light through the windows. She could hear the murmur of conversation out on the platform, but not the words. So when the door to the car opened, she sat up and stared in concern as the lantern came up the stairs, followed by Albert holding it. He came towards her end of the car, and when he saw her sitting up, he waved her towards him. April looked around at her sleeping friends and chaperones to see what they thought, but they were all sleeping. Albert waved her over again. He'd been nice to them, and she didn't think he would do anything to harm her, so she carefully stood up and stepped over her friends and teacher and made her way towards the man. He held the lantern up to better see her face and then nodded.
"Someone here to see you. Follow me."
April's mouth dropped open in confused shock. She didn't even know the name of the town they were in, let alone anyone who lived here who would know her. But Albert had already walked away and climbed down the stairs, so she was forced to follow. She hesitated at the top of the steps, but her curiosity made her climb down to see who was there. Albert raised his lantern up higher so the other person's face was better illuminated, and April recognized the older man that had been waiting for the family earlier when they had stopped. He had a serious expression as he searched her confused face.
"You and your group helped my boy and his family. You gave them food for 2 days.
It was a statement, not a question, and April stumbled over her words. Well, yes. They needed a little bit of help, so... She didn't know what he wanted her to say, so she left it at that. He gave a sharp nod and reached down to pick up a basket that she hadn't seen by his feet. He thrust it out towards her, so she was forced to grasp it.
"That kind of generosity in this new world is rare, so take this as payment. We have a fairly large farm, and we fared much better than a lot of people, so we can spare this for your help. Good luck to you and your group in your travels."
With that, he tipped his head to Albert and turned and walked away. April stood holding the basket and staring after the man until Albert gave her a nudge.
"Well, come on then. Open it up and see what he brought you."
April's eyes widened in agreement, so with one arm cradling the basket, she used her free hand to flip open the lid. She sucked in a breath at what was inside while Albert took a deep smell. He closed his eyes to savor the smell and said in a reverent tone,
"Freshly baked, if I'm not mistaken. 2 whole loaves.
He opened his eyes and lifted the lantern higher.
"That looks about 2 dozen eggs you got there. That's worth way more than the 1 or 2 meals it would give your group. Let's go wake up that lady you've been traveling with. I got an idea that she might like."
"The lady is awake," came from the top of the passenger car stairs, and they both turned to see Mrs. Moore standing there looking down at them. April held out the basket to her, so the teacher climbed down and took a look inside of it. "Well, that was kind of them, wasn't it?"
Albert snorted. "More like prideful. He didn't seem the type to be comfortable owing a debt to anyone."
Mrs. Moore smiled. "Well, whatever it was that drove him, we'll be thankful and put this to good use." Albert rubbed at the gray stubble on his chin and gave the teacher a shrewd glance.
"Well, the bread is a right treat, but it would be a mistake to use up them eggs. Those are little jewels to be had. I know some good people in this town, and if you would trust me, I could trade them off you for much more than a meal or two."
The older woman cocked her head to the side and waited for him to elaborate.
"Dry beans, rice, jerky, stuff like that. It'd travel further without spoiling and make more meals than a couple omelets."
He shrugged his shoulder when Mrs. Moore continued to stare at him.
"Well, suit yourself. I just thought it would help to have more supplies. Lynn told me you all are heading up into Canada, and, well, you seem like a decent bunch, so—"
He ran out of steam and stuffed his one free hand into a pocket. Mrs. Moore finally changed her expression and smiled. "Albert, I would be grateful to you if you could make such a trade. We'll keep the bread, but the eggs can be traded if you think you can do that. Please remember that except for one other adult, all these children are depending on what you can bring back. So please, do your best." The teacher scooped out the 2 wrapped loaves of bread and handed Albert the basket of eggs. He took it from her and looked to April and back before saying,
"Don't worry, I'm a mean haggler. I'll get you a good trade for sure. Now you ladies get on back to bed, and I'll have your supplies for you in the morning."
They climbed back onto the train, and as April settled back under her blanket, she found it much easier to fall asleep. They had been on the train for 5 days, and everyone was bored and restless from the monotony of being stuck in the passenger car with nothing to do. The only thing to change was the landscape as they traveled through mountains, valleys, and fields. Albert said they had crossed into Washington and were headed towards Idaho, but it didn't mean anything to the girls except that they were getting closer to Canada. Even with the extra supplies that Albert had traded their eggs for, the 2 meals they had a day became smaller, and everyone worried about how much food they had and when it would run out. Mrs. Moore tried to reassure them that she'd be able to hunt and trap once they were off the train, but all the girls were skeptical that their old teacher could do it. So, to kill time and keep their minds busy, Mrs. Moore pulled out a ball of rolled-up wire and began to demonstrate how to construct snares. She told them how easy it was to find this type of wire in abandoned cars and how to strip it of its plastic coating. She sketched out other types of traps, like deadfalls and fish traps, to teach her students how to catch game and fish. All the students pored over her sketches as she talked. They all had the desire to be able to provide food for themselves and the group so they could survive long enough to get home. Hunting bigger game would be more of a challenge because the group's weapons were only handguns, so they would have to be very close to an animal in order to take it down. She assured them it could be done, but it would be more of a challenge. Everyone was more relaxed after the lesson, and some of the girls set up a competition to see who could make the best snares. The train started to decelerate again, so April glanced out the windows to see where they were stopping this time. She was confused when she couldn't see a town or lake anywhere close by, and then alarmed when there was a rapid banging from the roof. Everyone was looking around to see what was happening, but no one knew until the door separating their car with the next one in line was thrown open, and Albert flew in and started to bellow.
"Everyone on the floor! The train is being attacked! Anyone with weapons, be ready to shoot anything that gets close to us! All our people are on the roofs and in between the cars, so anybody out there is the enemy!"
He pointed to the trees that grew on either side of the tracks before pulling open a compartment and removing a rifle. There were close to 35 people in April's car, and at least 20 of them pulled weapons and divided between the two sides of the car. The rest moved to the center and crouched down on the floor. April's heart was pounding in her chest as she turned from one side of the car to the other. She didn't know what to do until Liam grabbed her arm and dragged her over to where he was crouched under a window. He pushed her down on the bench and thrust a box of bullets and a magazine at her. "Hold these. When I hand you my empty one, give me the full one and then reload the empty." April was holding her own weapon in a trembling hand and asked him,
"Shouldn't I be up with you shooting?"
He shook his head. "There are plenty of shooters up already. Just keep your head down." He had to yell the last word over the sound of gunfire that suddenly increased in volume. April ducked down farther and scanned her friends that were bunched together on the floor. Their faces were white with terror. There was nothing she could do for them, so she looked away and saw Mrs. Moore braced on the bench, holding her gun with two steady hands while taking shots out the window. The sound in the passenger car was deafening. The roar of gunfire, glass shattering, and screaming people made her squeeze her eyes closed and pray for it to be over. And then it was. The gunfire tapered off as someone yelled to cease fire, but the sounds of yelling and moans of pain still filled the car. Liam dropped down beside her with a thump, causing her to bounce a bit. She opened her eyes and looked up at his stunned face and glassy eyes. She put her hand down on the bench to lever herself up and felt a sticky wetness. Her brain saw the blood on her hand, but it took a few seconds for her to really understand what that meant, and then she was tearing at Liam's clothes to find where it was coming from. He weakly pushed away at her hands in confusion. April didn't even realize she was yelling at him until he finally grabbed one of her hands tightly and met her eyes. "What?"
"You're bleeding. I have to find where you're bleeding from,"
she yelled at him, and his forehead wrinkled in doubt. "I'm fine. I don't feel anything," he tried to tell her, but she held her bloody hand in front of his face, and his hand immediately went to his side. April zeroed in on the area and pulled his jacket and shirt up. Her breath came fast as the adrenaline kicked in. She couldn't get a good look at the wound with all the blood, so she whipped her sweater over her head and pressed it against the area. Liam leaned forward and craned his neck to try and see his back, so April pulled his clothes up higher and saw that he was bleeding there as well. She wrapped the sweater around so it covered both sides of his wound and pushed him back against the bench so it would stay in place.
"Just hold that in place. I'll get Cindy to help."
Liam's face was pale and he was shaking his head and mumbling, "I didn't even feel it." She stood up on shaky legs and turned to find Cindy, but what she saw had her dropping beside Liam when her legs gave out from under her. The noises she'd blocked out when she was focused on Liam's wound came rushing back in. Cindy was yelling desperately at Jessica to put pressure on something, and others were calling out for bandages and water. Sobbing cries and painful moans filled the air. The air reeked of gunpowder and blood, and April's mind threw up a filter so she could process what was happening around her. Cindy was bent over Emma, giving mouth-to-mouth, while Mrs. Moore did chest compressions. Jessica was holding a balled-up shirt against Megan's blood-covered chest as she chanted, "Hold on! Hold on!" Kara just laid on the floor, staring up at the ceiling with dead, empty eyes. There was a small hole in her forehead, and a puddle of blood spread out underneath it. Jenny was wrapped around her stunned mother and sobbing uncontrollably as the older woman held out her hand towards the carnage on the floor in a helpless gesture. April turned her head in what felt like slow motion towards the other end of the passenger car. More wounded people were on the floor being tended to, and Albert was passing through them with a bucket of water and a bundle of ripped-up rags to be used as bandages. Liam's hand grabbed hers, bringing her attention back to him. He was looking at their friends on the floor with an expression of complete defeat on his face. She tracked his gaze and saw Mrs. Moore pull Cindy away from Emma and into her arms. Jessica was no longer holding the shirt against Megan's chest, but rocking back and forth with her arms wrapped around her legs. April studied the faces of the 3 girls and saw that they were all gone. 3 more pieces of home uselessly stolen away. She continued to stare at her fallen friends until her view was blocked by Mrs. Moore kneeling down in front of Liam. She examined his wound and called Cindy over. "This looks okay, Liam. The bullet went right through, and it doesn't look like it hit anything important. It's just a little deeper than a graze." She turned her grief-filled, weary face to April. "Are you okay, dear? Were you wounded?" April just stared back blankly until she finally shook her head. She dropped her eyes down to her hands, and the blood on them triggered something inside of her. She surged to her feet and rushed towards the door at the end of the car, stumbling over people and bodies until she made it to the stairs. She staggered down them and into the ditch beside the tracks, where her stomach let go and hot, ugly bile came gushing out. She stayed bent over, heaving until nothing else came out, and then stumbled away from the mess and climbed the ditch bank until she collapsed to her knees on the strip of land between the tracks and the trees. Her chest was heaving with pent-up emotions, and she found herself slamming her hands against the ground again and again while snarling, "I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!" A branch snapped in the trees ahead of her, but she didn't even flinch or stop pounding as Boots came into her field of vision. She didn't care if it was a bad guy. She just didn't care.
"What do you hate?" came from above her and caused her to reel back and land on her butt.
The man was in his mid-20s, and he was wearing a uniform like the one she'd seen other soldiers wearing that guarded the train. His face was flat and cold as he looked down on her, and he readjusted the 6 mismatched rifles and shotguns he carried. The sight of the guns broke out her fury, and she screamed at him. "This world! I hate this world!" His expression didn't change, but he gave a slight nod before saying,
"Yeah, me too. But it's the one we've got now, so live in it or leave."
His cold words had her anger draining, and she could only whisper, "I just want to go home." He looked down at her again as he started to step away.
"Home's gone, kid. This is all that's left."
April knew he wasn't talking about her actual home, but of the world that used to be home, and his cold words helped her more than any sympathy would have. The long guns clinked together as he took another step away, and she yelled at him, "Hey, are those the guns from the people who attacked us?" He turned back to her and nodded.
"No point leaving them out here when they can be of use."
She took a breath to steady her voice and squared her shoulders. "They shot 4 of my friends. 3 of them are dead. I want 3 of those guns and any ammunition you found for them." His eyebrows shot up, and his face changed from hard to amused before he shrugged and laid them down in the grass.
"Not exactly a fair trade, but sure, you can have them."
He inspected each one and sorted out 2 hunting rifles and 1 shotgun. Chapter 20. The sound of axes meeting wood rang out in the air as men worked to clear the tracks. The ambushers had cut down a huge tree and toppled it onto the tracks to stop the train. While they worked to clear it, others brought bodies and wounded out of the cars and laid them out beside the tracks in the grass. April and what was left of her group sat on the bank of the ditch in slumped misery. Cindy had Liam stretched out on his side as she carefully closed his bullet wound with stitches. He would hiss in a breath of pain every time the needle went through his flesh. They had nothing to numb the area, so his only relief was to bite down on a stick to keep from yelling and screaming. Mrs. Hardsky and her daughter Ginny each held one of his hands in support. Mrs. Moore was still in the passenger car, helping the men to clean up the now bloody, bullet-ridden carriage. April's eyes traced the line of bullet holes that showed from the outside where they had entered the car, and she morbidly tried to guess which hole corresponded with the bullets that had taken her friends' lives. She watched dully as 3 bodies of her friends were brought down the steps and laid out in the row with the other people who had lost their lives to the ambush. Mrs. Moore followed them down the steps and watched them lay the girls down before walking over to her remaining students. She stood across the ditch and just stared at them with an unrecognizable expression. After a few minutes, Jessica asked, "Are you all right, Mrs. Moore?" The teacher just slowly shook her head. Everyone's attention was now on the usually unflappable older woman. She rubbed at her creased forehead before she started to speak. 24 students. That's what I started with on that day. 10 I sent out into the world alone, and I have no idea what their fate is. I lost 2 more that day as we walked to the hotel, never to be seen again. Ben just disappeared. I don't know if he ran or if they killed him. 2 more were lost to the lions that attacked us, and now these 3 to bullets. 6 left. Not even a third of the students I was responsible for. She met each one of their stares before saying, "I'm sorry. I have failed you all," and then dropped her eyes to the ground. The tally of loss being put so bluntly stunned the rest of the group. They each were forced to remember how much they had lost. Cindy and Susan were quietly weeping. Mrs. Hardsky had her daughter wrapped up in her arms. Liam just stared off down the tracks, and April rested her head on her arms. Jessica stared at her teacher in disbelief before jumping to her feet and yelling,
"Are you kidding me? You didn't fail us. This world failed us. All our lives from birth, it taught us we can have anything we want with hardly any effort. It taught us how to shop online, how to talk to our friends through Facebook, that our parents would drive us anywhere we wanted to go or buy us whatever we needed. We could call the police if we needed help or go to a hospital if we were hurt. The world gave us no real skills. I can't grow food or hunt to feed myself. I can barely pedal my bike because I've never had to. I'm useless. The only reason I'm still alive is because of you. You taught me the basics, and you got me this far, so don't you dare say that you failed. If you give up, then what kind of chance do any of us have?" She took a heaving breath to say more, but it came out a sob, and she collapsed back down onto the grass. Mrs. Moore's stunned face cracked in sadness for a heartbeat before it firmed up into determination once again, and she strode straight to Jessica and gathered her into her arms. No, I won't give up. I promise we'll get home. We'll do it together." She looked around at the rest of the group over Jessica's head until she received nods of agreement from each one of them. They sat in the grass and watched the men and soldiers work for another hour after that. A large grave was dug, and the bodies of the fallen were placed gently in it and covered. With no refrigeration, it was what had to be done to keep disease from spreading. The group said goodbye to their friends and then reboarded the train.
Buckets of water had been used to wash the floor of the blood of the fallen, but there was no way to hide the evidence of what had happened. As the train started moving again and picked up speed, the wind whistled through the many bullet holes. The train was now behind schedule by a few hours, so it stopped for the night at the next station. Everyone was asked to leave the cars so that workers could inspect them and repair the damage done during the ambush. Mrs. Moore had her group take all of their belongings with them, and they found an empty spot with overgrown grass near the platform to sit and sort through all the packs. With 3 students gone, they had extra packs that they needed to empty, and then spread out the supplies into the survivors' bags. The teacher looked over the 3 guns that April had gotten from the soldier and patted her on the shoulder. "That was very smart of you, dear. These will make hunting much easier when we start traveling by bike again." Mrs. Hardsky had cleared an area of grass by ripping it out in handfuls before setting up their small candle stove to make supper. She leaned back on her heels after setting a pot of water on it. "I'm looking forward to cooking on a real fire. These stoves have worked, but they take so long to heat the food on. A real campfire would be easier and faster and give us more options on what we can make." Jan looked around at the students with a sad expression before saying to the teacher, "We'll have 3 extra bikes when we get off tomorrow. Do you think we can trade them for more dry goods?" Mrs. Moore paused in thought before asking Liam, "Do you think you can take one of the bikes apart for spare parts with your injury? We should keep the parts in case one of our bikes needs them. The other 2 should be worth a fair bit in trade value." Liam stretched slightly and tried to keep the wince from showing, but nodded at his teacher anyway. She started to say something to him, but just nodded instead. He would know what he was capable of, and she hoped he wouldn't overdo it. They didn't have the supplies or trade goods to secure them a place to stay safely for the weeks it would take him to heal properly. "It's the 3rd week in September, and the nights have already started to have a cold bite to them. Once we get off the train for good, it'll take us at least 4 days to reach the border. After that, we'll be heading farther into the mountains of British Columbia, and the weather will be unpredictable. It could stay clear for all of October, or there could be early snow. It's impossible to predict what may happen. We most likely won't make it all the way home before winter closes the passes, unless we find quicker transportation. If snow comes early, we'll have to hope we can stay in a camp or town and find some way to work for food until spring." She took in their crestfallen faces and sighed. "I know it'll be disappointing to get so close to home only to be stuck on the wrong side of the mountains, but I believe we'll make it there eventually." Cindy spoke up. "What if we just stayed here or where we get off for the winter? We know they have the train running, so food will be coming up from California. We could find somewhere we could stay and work at whatever was available for food." Mrs. Moore nodded and looked to the others. "That is an option as well. We should all consider it and then take a vote." It only took April a minute to shake her head and speak up. "I know it's just a line on a map, but I want to cross that line. I want to go now while we have supplies and we can trade the extra bikes for more. We have the rifles for hunting, and we have a few more weeks of almost guaranteed good weather. If Liam thinks he can travel, then I want to get as close as we can before we're forced to stop." She looked at the others, and they all nodded their agreement. Mrs. Moore nodded as well. "All right, then. We continue on for as far as we can." She rose to her feet and glanced back at the train before turning back to them. "I'll speak to Albert about the bikes. He seems to know who to trade with." Mrs. Moore found Albert sitting on a bench eating out of a can of beans. He would alternate bites with a type of hard-baked bread-like cracker. He glanced up at her approach and quickly wiped his mouth with an old-fashioned handkerchief before jumping to his feet. The teacher waved him back to his seat before settling down beside him. "I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, sir, but I was hoping to discuss some things with you." He set his can of beans beside him on the bench.
Sorry, it'll be at least 2 more hours before anyone can get back on the train. But don't worry, it'll be well before dark.
Mrs. Moore inclined her head. Thank you, that's reassuring to know, but I wish to ask your advice on another matter. With the loss of 3 of my students, we now have 3 extra bicycles we won't be able to use. We'll take one apart and use it for spare parts, but the other 2 can be traded for more supplies. I was hoping you would know people here or farther along the track that would offer a good trade. Albert leaned back against the bench and rubbed at his chin in thought before shaking his head.
I wish I could help you all out, but I don't know anyone personally this far north. You're getting off near Spokane?
When she nodded her head, he hummed in thought before continuing.
Well, I've been through that area a few times now with the train, and I can tell you what I know. They've set up a different type of trading system there. They've got a bank of sorts, but more like a pawn-type shop. You take your goods to it, and they determine what it's worth and give you paper chits to use in the market. I'd say bullets and medicine would be of the highest value, but with foot power being the main way people have to travel, your 2 bikes should net you a decent amount. Just don't take the first amount they offer. Wish I could help you out more, but that's all I got.
The teacher rose to her feet and thanked him. As she turned to leave, he asked her,
All them kids you have with you, they're your students, not your blood?
She stood looking at her group in the grass and without turning back to face him, told him, Until I get them home, they're my everything, and went back to join them. They ate the last of the fresh fruit and vegetables that night as they were starting to go soft, along with a few handfuls of almonds for protein. When the water was boiling, they each had a cup of tea sweetened with a single pink packet of artificial sweetener. Disneyland had boxes and boxes of the individually packaged tea bags and sweetener that were light and didn't take up much room in their packs, so they had a good supply. But they still only used 1 bag for every 3 cups to make them last as long as possible. As they waited to reboard the train for the night, they entertained themselves by sorting through the letters that they had taken from the first farm camp. They sorted them into piles by province and talked about some of the towns they recognized and places they had traveled to before the crash. The biggest pile was for Ontario, and it was also the one that made them the saddest. With its huge population, they all knew that conditions there would have been the worst. The next biggest pile was for the Vancouver area, and Liam was hopeful that they'd be able to pass them on to people they'd meet in the interior. He wondered what it'd be like to be a mailman now, traveling across the country, searching out addresses that might not even exist anymore. Would be a dangerous job. It'd also be a huge adventure for the right person. By the time the train repairs were completed and they were allowed back on board, they were all exhausted from the long, hard day. The grief they all felt at the loss of their friends was mixed with the nervousness of what they would encounter the next day when they left the train for good. April was so tired, but sleep eluded her. She could hear the barrage of gunshots echoing through her head, and even though she'd washed her hands more than once since it happened, she could still feel the sticky blood that had covered them earlier. She dozed off and on through the night, but started awake often when others in the group would cry out or moan in their sleep as they relived the ambush and death that followed in their nightmares. It was a relief to her when the bell rang out on the platform just before dawn, and she was quick to get up and put away her blankets. Eating their small cold meal took no time, and April watched Cindy as she inspected Liam's wound. She smeared some of their precious antibiotic ointment over the stitches and rebandaged it. April couldn't help but admire his strength when he shook his head no to the offered over-the-counter painkillers, saying he might need them more after they started biking again. They had very little in the way of medical supplies that Mrs. Moore had hoarded from the park, and he knew there wouldn't be any more to be found so long after the crash. With a shriek of its whistle, the train pulled away from the station and started down the tracks. If nothing else happened to delay their trip, they should arrive at their final destination by mid-afternoon, giving them enough time to negotiate their trades for more supplies. They would hopefully find a safe place within the camp or town for the night, and then set out towards the border early the next morning. April leaned her head back against the window and let the motion of the train lull her into sleep. Thankfully, this time it came without any nightmares. She must have slept deeply through a few of the stops. When Jessica nudged her awake, she said they would be getting off soon and she should gather her things. April just looked down at her still-packed bag and shrugged. There was nothing to gather. Everything she owned was in her pack already. She got up and started to walk down to the washroom and noticed that Liam was sleeping also. His face was slightly flushed, and with a pang of worry, she rested the back of her hand against his forehead to check for fever. If his wound became infected, their half-filled single bottle of antibiotics might not be enough to fight it. His eyes fluttered open at her touch, and he gave her a sleepy smile before closing his eyes again and leaning into her hand. He was warm but not hot, so April guessed it was just from the sun beaming in through the window at the back of his head. She let him sleep and moved on to tend to her own needs. 20 minutes later, everyone was awake, and they all felt the train start to decelerate. The tracks were at a higher elevation than the city of Spokane as it came closer from the west. They could see a large river running around the edge of the city that created a natural boundary. There was no real station at this stop, but trees had been cleared away from the east side of the tracks, and a wide path could be seen running down to a cluster of buildings and parking lots that had the usual tents and campers set up. Mrs. Moore handed over the paperwork Albert had given them at the start of their train journey, and soon after, their bikes and carriers were unloaded and delivered. Mrs. Hardsky and Jessica helped Liam attach the 3 extra bikes to the 3 carriers with a mixture of rope, wire, and bungee cords. They didn't have enough hands to push the extra bikes to the traders, and Liam would dismantle the 1 extra bike they were keeping when they found somewhere they could stay for the night. Albert came over and looked the group over before nodding down towards the pathway.
Head down towards those buildings. It used to be a college, but they turned it into a relief camp. There's a bigger one farther into the city, but you all don't want to travel through the wasteland of the city when you head out. Just ask around, and I'm sure you'll get directions for the next leg of your travels.
He looked the kids and adults over one more time before giving them a 2-fingered salute.
Good luck. I hope you all make it home.
They all thanked him for his help and said goodbye before steering their bikes down the path. They had to walk the bikes and the overloaded carriers down the hill, and April and Jessica stayed on either side of Liam to help him with the heavier trailer. Everyone was sweaty and out of breath by the time they made it down to more level ground and a paved road that led towards the buildings and camp. Chain-link fence had been erected around the first parking lot they came to, with concrete traffic barriers placed strategically in front of the gate, so a person would have to go in and out of them to move forwards. April guessed it was to stop someone rushing the gate straight on. The gates were currently wide open, and people were coming and going freely as 4 men with rifles stood on either side of the opening. Mrs. Moore approached 2 of them and had a quick conversation, while the others waited at the side of the road. The group couldn't hear what they were saying, but from the one guard's actions, it was clear he was giving her directions. After a few more minutes, the teacher turned away and waved her group forwards, and they followed her through the gates and into a parking lot. They pushed their bikes down the main road towards the buildings, passing lines of tents of every kind, from large, sturdy canvas ones to children's pup tents with faded cartoon characters on them, until they passed between 2 buildings and into what was once a huge central quad. The grassy expanse that college students used to sit on or play frisbee on had been turned into a central market. There were tables and stalls with makeshift tarp awnings set up in rows, with people selling all kinds of goods and supplies. All the former park's picnic tables had been moved off to the side and grouped together, so Mrs. Moore had them claim 2 of them. "Jan, you, Ginny, Susan, Cindy, and Liam, please stay here with our gear. I'd like to canvass the vendors to see what they have and what they are charging before we attempt to do the bike trade. If we have an idea of what we need to spend on supplies, we'll hopefully be able to negotiate a better amount for the bikes. I'll take April and Jessica with me and be back shortly." The ones staying back dropped their packs and settled on the benches. Mrs. Moore opened the front pocket on one of the packs and removed a pad of paper and pencil before she and the 2 girls walked over to the market. There was a large range of goods to be had, with handwritten signs displaying the amounts for each item. The chit amounts were meaningless to the girls, but Mrs. Moore wrote down amounts for everything she wanted. April and Jessica found themselves practically drooling over a table that contained personal hygiene items, from body wash to deodorant and even some makeup. They were both hopeful when their teacher wrote on her pad before moving them onto a stall that had camping gear. Mrs. Moore spent the most time looking through racks of winter weather clothing and spoke with the vendor about getting a bulk discount before they moved on to browse the food stalls. Bags of potatoes and root vegetables could be had, as well as clear plastic bags of ground cornmeal and a flour mixture that just needed water added to make flatbread. The teacher walked past a stall with canned vegetables and soups, but stopped at a table with dried vegetables in bags. As they headed back to the rest of the group, April asked her teacher how there could be so much stuff still available after 7 months. "Well, the population of this city was over 200,000 when everything stopped working. Many people probably died like everywhere else, leaving a lot of homes to be scavenged. This camp most likely has a team that goes out and searches for goods to bring back. There were also warehouses and stores that had stock. This world was filled with products to be had, so staples and whatnot will still be available for a while to come. Most of the food we've looked at was probably grown after the collapse." Mrs. Moore sat at one of the tables and went over her list. She would scratch off some of the things and add others before finally coming up with a tally and circling it. She leaned back and looked into the distance and thought. Everyone stared at her and waited for what she'd say next. She finally seemed to come to a decision and turned to the group. "There are things we need whether we wish to go forwards or not. Food, of course, but winter clothing is a must. We cannot survive winter in sweaters and running shoes. There were no bicycles for sale in the market, so I have no idea what they will give us for them, but we may have to trade all 3 and possibly some of our bullets to give us enough for all the supplies we need. Do you all agree to that?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Then let's look at all the bullets we have and determine what we feel we can trade if necessary." The group quickly emptied the packs of the ammunition Val had given them, and April added what she'd gotten after the ambush and made a pile on the table. It seemed like a lot and not nearly enough at the same time. The teacher frowned down at the pile before sectioning off some of the bullets and dumping them in an empty box. She sighed deeply and looked over the group again. "All right. We'll take all 3 bikes and the bullets for trade, but we'll start with just the 2 bikes and see how much that will get us." They packed their gear back up and pushed the bikes through the market to where the main trades were done. The bank was set up in what had been the students' bookstore. Mrs. Moore went in by herself with her pad of paper. Inside, there were handwritten signs all over the walls stating set trade amounts for different goods. All the books had been removed, and the back part of the store was roped off with piles of different goods behind it. The man behind the counter was flipping through an old magazine and wearing a Walmart greeter's blue smock, complete with a yellow smiley face button pinned to it. He looked up as the teacher approached the counter and set his magazine aside. He greeted her with a wide smile that matched his button. "Hello, welcome to the apocalypse. How may I help you?" Mrs. Moore just stared at the man with her eyebrows raised.
It was a look that had many of her students quaking over the years, and the man quickly lost his smile and mumbled, "Sorry, bad joke," before asking again, "What can I do for you?" The older woman nodded. "I have 2 fairly new bicycles in good working order that I would like to trade." The man was all business as he pulled a large ledger from under the counter and flipped to the section he wanted. He asked if they were mountain or street bikes and buried his head back into the book when she answered him. Taking a small piece of scrap paper from a pile, he wrote a figure down and slid it towards her. She picked it up and compared the figure with the one she had on her pad before shaking her head and writing her own figure on the paper and sliding it back to him. The man screwed up his face and pulled at his lip before finally nodding. "I can do that." Mrs. Moore stared at the wall behind him and thought. The amount he'd agreed upon wasn't quite enough for all the supplies she wanted the group to have. A sign on the wall behind him came into focus. It advertised rates for accommodations. It listed the amounts for tents, cots, or a dorm room. Under the rates were the words, "hot shower," with another amount after them. She quickly did the math and came to a decision. "If you'll match that price for a 3rd bicycle, then we have a deal, and I'll purchase accommodations for the night as well as hot showers for 8. The man wrote down some figures and did some math before asking, "You have the bikes here?" She pointed through the window at her group. "All right, I need to take a look at them, but as long as they check out, we have a trade." Mrs. Moore followed the man out of the store and stood by as he looked over the bikes. He nodded his head and stuck out his hand for her to shake. When he went back into the store, she turned to her group and smiled. "Who would like a hot shower and a clean bed for the night?"
Chapter 21. A week later, April sat on a log staring into the dying embers of a campfire. She shivered as a gust of wind made sparks from the fire dance in the air and pulled the zipper on her new winter jacket higher and her knit cap lower. She tortured herself with the memory of the steamy shower that had felt like heaven. It was the last time she'd felt warm and clean in the past week. They had done all the shopping for supplies that afternoon before staying the night in one corner of a huge gymnasium that had been filled with cots. A generator had provided the shower rooms with hot water, and even with a 4-minute time limit, she'd scrubbed the dirt and sweat off and quickly washed her hair. The cots had felt like fluffy clouds after sleeping on the wooden floor of the train, but after camping out on the cold ground for the last week, the train floor would be a treat to her exhausted and sore body. She cradled the shotgun on her lap a bit tighter and glanced over at Jessica, who was taking the watch with her. The girl had her nose buried deep into her scarf, but she was rocking slightly, so April knew she was still awake. Grabbing a large split branch, she tossed it into the fire and leaned closer to the heat as the wood caught and thought about the last week they had spent on the road. They had left the college camp early in the morning and traveled north around the outskirts of the city. There had been other people traveling the road as well, but they hadn't run into any problems. The group's progress was slow due to Liam's injury, but they had still managed to make it to a former resort town by the 2nd night, and they had slept in a looted store. 2 days after that, they had come to an eerie and hopeful sight. The Canadian border crossing sat ahead of them with abandoned buildings and empty inspection booths. They had all been happy to cross into their home country, but it also took away any hope they had left that their home hadn't been affected by the crash. For the last 3 days, they had been steadily rising in altitude as they biked deeper into the mountains. They had passed through a few empty towns and hadn't seen a single person. The area they were traveling through was back-to-back national parks, and after all this time, the group guessed there'd be no one left camping or hiking for pleasure. Even with the lack of people around, they still posted a watch through the nights in pairs in case someone came past on the highway they were following. If they lost the supplies they had with them, they would all die. Each night seemed to be colder than the last, and frost crunched under their feet in the mornings. April was startled out of her thoughts by the sound of one of their 2 tent zippers opening and turned to see who was up. Jan Hardsky poked her head out of the flap and looked around before crawling out. "Everything okay out here, girls?" April nodded, and Jessica's muffled moan came from behind her scarf. "How much time until your watch is over?" she quietly asked, so as not to disturb the others sleeping in the tents. April used her teeth to pull off a mitten and pulled an old brooch watch that Mrs. Moore had given them out of her pocket. She glanced at the time and felt relief. "Only 30 more minutes left," she told the other woman. Jan stretched her back and zipped her jacket up. "Well, I just needed to find a tree to water, and then I might as well take over for you two. Ginny and I are up next anyway." Jessica didn't need any more prompting than that. She shot up off the log and with a mumbled, "Thanks," dove into the still open tent. April smirked at her friend's actions and added another branch to the fire to build it up for Jan and Ginny. When the woman came back and held her gloved hands towards the fire, April reached down and picked up the thermos of hot tea and passed it to her. Jan took it with a smile. Thank goodness for Norma. The supplies she traded for have really helped. I wouldn't have even thought to get a thermos or an axe for that matter. We really are so lucky to have her with us. April murmured her agreement, but just stared into the fire. Jan poured herself a cup of steaming tea into the thermos's lid and took a sip. "You can go to bed, sweetie. I'm just going to let Ginny sleep for a few more minutes." April nodded and passed the shotgun to Jan, who leaned it beside her against the log she'd taken over from Jessica. She stood up, but before she left the fire, she asked, "What do you think we'll find in Cranbrook?" The large town was their next destination, and they hoped to get there in 2 days' time. Jan took another sip of tea before answering her. "Well, it was a decent-sized town before, so hopefully they have some form of organization in place. I'm hoping they have some sort of transportation that will help us get closer to home. If they don't, then it might be where we'll have to spend the winter. We just won't know until we get there." April looked up at the billions of stars above them for a moment before saying goodnight and following Jessica into the tent. The next morning, the temperature had dropped even further, and they could all see their breath as they sat around the fire waiting for their breakfast to cook. Mrs. Moore kept glancing up at the overcast sky, and they all feared that snow would fall from it. An hour into their travels, their fear was realized as soft, fluffy flakes started to descend. The snow melted as soon as it hit the pavement, but 2 hours later, the trees on the side of the road had accumulated enough to coat their branches, and slush started to form under the bike's tires. The group kept going, but they were now looking for shelter. They watched for signs for a campground that might have buildings or any house along the way. Visibility was getting worse and worse as the snow came down harder and the wind blew it in their faces. April was thinking they should just get off the road and set up their tents under some trees to ride out the storm when she saw Susan, who was in the lead, wipe out and land in the slushy, snow-covered road. They all tried to come to a stop, but only April, Jan, and Mrs. Moore, who were pulling the trailers, managed to stay upright on the slick, icy surface. April jumped off of her bike and rushed over to help pull her friends up when she also came to a sliding stop. Coming towards them out of the swirling snow was a bulky figure. It was covered in snow and waving aggressively at them with one arm. Mrs. Moore came up beside April with the shotgun in her hands and pointed it at the figure, yelling into the wind for it to halt. The figure paused at her yell, but then strode a few more steps closer so they could better see him. April saw it was a man in snow pants and a parka, with a hood rimmed in frosted fur. He'd thrown a rope over one shoulder that he dropped to the ground as he raised both his mitten-covered hands up in caution. Mrs. Moore took a few steps closer. "Who are you, and what are your intentions?" she yelled to be heard over the wind. The man patted the air with his hands in a calming gesture before unzipping his parka halfway and spreading it open so they could see a green uniform top of some kind. He quickly zipped it back up and yelled back to the teacher. "I'm a park warden. What are you doing out here in this storm?" Mrs. Moore kept the shotgun in her hands, but tilted it down slightly as she approached the man. "We're looking for shelter. Do you have an office or cabin nearby?" The man bent down and picked up the rope he'd dropped. It was attached to a sled that had a dead elk partially covered in snow before he responded, "I can do better than that. Follow me and I'll lead you to a safe place." He didn't wait for a response, just started to walk off the main road while pulling his sled. The group watched him for a few minutes until they realized that there was a road branching off that he was taking. In the whiteout conditions, they hadn't even seen it. Everyone had gotten back to their feet, and with bikes righted, they followed behind the man for what seemed like hours, but it was only about 20 minutes before he stopped and pointed ahead of him. The blowing snow made it impossible to see anything except a wall of white, but he held up his hand, so they waited. It only took a minute before there was a break in the wind and they could faintly make out a huge structure across from an open meadow. It looked like it was 4 or 5 stories high, and there was a soft glow coming from some of the lower-level windows. April didn't know what the building was. She was just relieved that they would soon be out of the biting wind and heavy snow. They followed the man on what must have been a long driveway, but it was impossible to tell with it covered in snow. The bikes and trailers were difficult to push through the snow, and they were all panting hard before he led them up a wheelchair ramp to a set of huge lobby doors. The man banged on the doors, and it was quickly pushed open by another man in a green uniform. His eyes bulged wide to see the group standing with bikes and trailers behind his friend, but he quickly moved to the side so they all could get through the door. The man they had been following pulled off his heavy mittens and pushed back his hood, revealing a strong, weathered face with kind blue eyes and close-cropped gray hair. "Go get the others. I'll need help with this elk, and these people will need an introduction before we settle them in to warm up." He addressed the other man, who quickly nodded and took off deeper into the building. April and the others were looking around what had once been the lobby of a hotel. There were large pictures in black and white on the walls showing the history of the hotel and how it had changed over the decades since it had been constructed as a hunting lodge. The man cleared his throat, bringing their attention back to him. "My name is John Fitzsimmons. I'm one of 4 wardens that have made this lodge our home since the collapse. Welcome to Elkhorn Lodge." Before he could continue, a young girl that looked around 10 years old came careening around a corner, yelling,
"Dad!"
The sight of the girl made the 2 adult women relax slightly. They were grateful to be out of the storm, but with so many teenage girls with them, they were nervous to be hosted by 4 men. They relaxed even more when a group followed the young girl, consisting of 3 women, 3 men, and 4 more kids. Everyone was talking at once, and the newcomers stood together, unsure what they should do or who to answer first, as they were peppered with questions of who they were and where they had come from. They all fell silent when John put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. "There will be plenty of time to get their story, but right now these people need to be put around a fire so they can warm up. We also need to get this elk dressed out. I didn't have time to do it in the field with the storm. Let's get everyone settled, and then we'll hear their story." He turned to the teacher. "You can leave your bikes here and hang your gear up on that rack to dry out. They'll be safe and no one will touch them." Everyone looked to Mrs. Moore, so she nodded and pushed her hood back and pulled off her snow hat, causing the rest of her group to do the same. There were gasps and exclamations from the lodge group when they realized that the group was mainly teenagers,
and the younger girl bounced on her toes and clapped with a gleeful face as she squealed, "Yay, girls!" She bounced over to Jessica and grabbed her hand. "I have 2 bottles of sparkly nail polish. Do you want to play beauty salon?" Her happiness at having more girls in the lodge broke the ice and caused them all to laugh. Jessica was smiling wide for the first time since they had left Disneyland, and she had tears in her eyes as she bent over and whispered to the girl, "Only if I can paint your toes." The woman with the same features as the young girl stepped forward with a smile and put her hands on the girl's shoulders. "Hello, I'm Shannon, John's wife, and this is my little diva, Zoe. I'll introduce you to everyone else once we get settled into the atrium where it's much warmer. Here, let me help you hang up your jackets." As they stripped off their snow-crusted outwear, John and another man pulled the sled with the elk carcass down a hallway and out of sight. The others from the lodge ushered the smaller children down a different direction. Mrs. Moore and her group shivered in the cold lobby as they changed from boots to their running shoes, and then followed Shannon and a skipping Zoe. The hallway was dim, but they had enough light not to bump into side tables that lined the hall at intervals until they came to a double set of glass doors that were flooded with bright light. Shannon pushed one open, and they all felt much warmer air waft out towards them. They crossed through the doorway and entered a huge atrium that had once housed a large swimming pool and hot tubs. The pool and hot tubs had been drained of all the water and filled with soil where green shoots were growing. There were 5 metal barrels on each side of the pool that had fires burning in them, keeping the room warm. Each barrel had a pieced-together tin hood with a pipe in the center that led to a plywood square of wood that had replaced a window, venting the smoke outside. There were groupings of couches and armchairs where sun loungers used to rest, and at the far end was a huge boardroom table surrounded by chairs. Shannon and Zoe led them to a sitting area where the rest of the lodge group was waiting and made introductions. The other 2 couples were Troy and Sylvia and Bryce and Andrea, and they both had 2 boys each, less than 8 years old. The last park warden was a young man in his mid-20s named Gordon. He had no family in the lodge with him and explained that his people lived on Vancouver Island. He planned on waiting out the winter at the lodge before traveling west in the spring and trying to find a boat to take him to the island. By the time the introductions were complete, John had joined them, and he told the story of how the group had come to be at the lodge.
All of us lived in or around Cranbrook before the collapse. There was around 20,000 people living there, and things were confusing but calm in the first few days. At least until the looting and home robberies started to happen. We all worked together before, so we got together and decided to move our families out of town before it got too crazy. We had a few ATVs and quads that still worked, so we hitched on trailers and packed as much as we could before heading here. We managed this area before for work, and we decided this place would be the best location to set up. The lodge only opens from May to mid-October, so there was only a caretaker here at that time of year. The collapse happened at the beginning of April, so they had received 2 deliveries of supplies, but the staff hadn't started yet. When we got here, there were 8 people who had walked in from being stranded on the roads when their cars broke down, and 11 more showed up over the next week. They were all so happy to see us in uniform, and once we told them what had happened in town, they all decided to stay until things calmed down. We had brought seeds with us, so we all worked together to break up the front lawn and plant as much as we could. Hunting isn't a problem for us, so we always had plenty of fresh meat. It was around June that the stranded people decided they wanted to leave and try to make it back to their homes, so we ferried them to town, and it's just been us since then. We dried, canned, and smoked everything we could in September, and we still have a fair supply of stuff from the lodge's deliveries. This old place has plenty of fireplaces in it, and we've chopped cord after cord of wood for winter, as well as setting up the atrium as a greenhouse to grow a bit of fresh food over the winter. All in all, we've done pretty well, and we should have no problems getting through the season.
He finished their story and smiled down at Zoe, who had snuggled up to him on the couch as he talked. Mrs. Moore beamed a smile towards the lodge people. "Brilliant! You've all done an amazing amount of work and are an inspiring example of how mankind can adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. We've seen the best and worst that humans have to offer." Shannon leaned forward and asked the group, "Did you travel very far?" Mrs. Moore looked to what was left of her small group with a sad smile before telling the tale of their journey so far. By the time she finished, the light was fading through the atrium glass, and their hosts were shocked at how far they had come and all they had lost along the way. Shannon had tears in her eyes as she placed her hands on top of the teachers in comfort and support. "You're all more than welcome to stay here until the weather clears. John and Troy can lead you to Cranbrook if you want, but I honestly think you should consider staying here for the winter. We have plenty to see us all through, and it's safe and warm. If you try to go on, you might get caught in the pass where there won't be much shelter or food." She stood up and looked to her own group. "It's getting late. We should get some supper cooking and make up some rooms for our guests." Turning back to Mrs. Moore, she asked, "Please just consider it for now. We can talk some more about it after we've eaten." Mrs. Moore nodded and looked at her group. She studied their thin, tired faces. To have come so far and be so close to their goal only to lose more of them on a chance they could make it through the mountains seemed foolish. They couldn't ask for a better place to weather and wait out the season. They would have to discuss it further, but Shannon's offer was a gift they shouldn't pass up. Rising to her feet, she smiled down at them. "I believe we have some supplies we can contribute to the meal. Let's unpack. I think we'll be here for a while." Epilogue. The snow and cold came early that winter for the people of the world. The bombs that had been dropped in one small area were enough to disrupt weather patterns, and the first nuclear winter held the world in a deadly grip, ending the lives of many who had managed to survive through the initial chaos the EMP had caused. Mrs. Moore and her group stayed in relative comfort in the lodge for 6.5 months of snow and cold before the melt finally began in April the following year. They worked side by side with the park wardens and their families to grow food in the atrium and chop wood. John and Troy took the teenagers out to the forest and taught them how to hunt, trap, and ice fish so they would always be able to feed themselves. Almost 1 year to the day, the students and their teacher and chaperone said goodbye to the people that had become like family to them and headed north to Cranbrook. From there, they joined the first convoy of spring that was headed east. It was a mixed group of older and antique trucks, cars, and campers, with people on ATVs and dirt bikes as well as bicycles spaced out between them. They traveled slowly as a group for protection and to help each other when needed. Some of the way they got to ride on the back of a truck with their bikes strapped to other vehicles, and other days they rode their bikes until their legs felt like gelatin. It was 600 miles from Cranbrook to their home, and it took them 13 days to reach it. There were 4 men manning a roadblock at the entrance to Prairie Springs when they brought their bikes to a stop. As the two groups stared at each other, recognition came over one of the guards' face, and he took a stumbling step forward with his mouth gaping open in disbelief. Before he could speak, Mrs. Moore leveled her famous teacher glare at them. "Gentlemen, kindly move aside. There are some parents waiting in town that would like to be reunited with their children." Withering under her formidable glare, the guards moved to the side and watched as the teacher and her group biked past them. Mrs. Moore guided them towards the community center at the heart of their town. She didn't want the teenagers she'd tried to protect for so long to return to empty houses if their families hadn't made it through. The people they passed along the way shouted out in excitement if they recognized some from the group,
and quickly spread the word of their arrival. Their long journey together came to an end as they climbed off of their bikes and eagerly looked around for anyone they might know. They were all nervous and scared about the fate of their families. Within minutes, they could hear yelling coming from down the street, and as one, they turned to see who it was. A man was sprinting towards them and yelling April's name. Her knees almost gave out on her at her first step, but she stumbled forwards and started to run towards him with a sob hitching in her chest. It didn't take long after that for Jan's husband and Ginny's father to find them, and their reunion was filled with shouts of joy and sobs of relief. Jessica, Susan, and Cindy's families arrived next for a similarly overjoyed meeting, leaving Mrs. Moore and Liam. Eventually, a man approached them with his shoulders slumped and a terrible sadness on his face. Liam slowly came to his feet. "Uncle Aaron." Liam studied his uncle's face before asking, "They're dead, aren't they?" The man's face crumpled in grief. "I'm so sorry, Liam. I can't believe you made it home. I thought I'd lost you all. There was some trouble here after the collapse, and they didn't make it. I'm so sorry." Liam's face was blank when he nodded and turned to his teacher. "Thank you for all you did for us. I'm going to go home now." She could do nothing in that moment for the boy she'd watched grow into a man. Her heart was heavy as she lowered herself to a nearby bench to wait. The rest would be coming soon, and she'd have to explain how she'd failed to bring their children home as well. The heartbroken teacher wearily pushed her bicycle down the country road. She passed her empty neighbor's house with barely a glance. Looking up as she approached her own home, she was mildly surprised that her windows were all intact and her grass seemed to be freshly cut. Frowning to herself at the thought that someone had moved into her home, she leaned the bike against the gate and entered her yard. Faint voices were coming from behind the house, so she crept along the side of it to see who was back there. The slap of her screen door rang out. "Okay, that's all of it. The floors are swept, the sheets have been changed, and there's not a speck of dust to be found," Dara's voice called out. Alex looked up from the soil she was tilling in her teacher's garden and smiled her thanks. Josh whacked at the ground beside her with his hoe and complained, "I still don't understand why we had to do all of this on our day off." Emily and David were taking down freshly washed sheets from the clothesline to fold and put away, and Emily called over her shoulder,
"Because it's a nice thing to do."
Josh shrugged at her words. "I know that. I just don't know why it had to be today. I believe she made it just as much as the rest of you guys, but there's no way to know when she'll get here." Quinn walked over and handed a water bottle to his friend before tugging on one of Alex's red curls. "Alex had a hunch she'd be here soon, so—" His words trailed off as he caught sight of the figure standing at the corner of the house with tears streaming down her face. His breath caught and in a choked voice said, "We believe in her as much as she believed in us." The group followed his eyes to see their teacher standing there with her heart in her eyes. She stepped forward with a smile to join them in rebuilding the world. This concludes Stranded City Escape by Teresa Shaver. Narrated by Kristen James. Copyright 2018 by Teresa Shaver. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Teresa Shaver and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.